click of her stiletto heels on the rough stone floor resonated like a death knell. There'd be no missing her approach. Nix wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Anton Alexander, the most feared member of the Shifter Council, held a reputation for killing first and asking questions later. Nix willed her pounding heart to stop its frantic attempt to escape her chest. She shouldn't be afraid. Anton had never met her. He had no reason to hate her or suspect her of deception. Yet. Of course, yet was the operative word. There was plenty of time to change his mind. A deep breath filled her lungs with a rich, woodsy scent of man, and the subtle fragrance of honey, likely from the many beeswax candles throughout the stone mansion. Nix held her breath, indulging in the decadent combination. By the goddesses, Anton was dangerous, but he smelled of heaven. As she was an unmated jaguar shifter, his scent tempted her on a primitive level, the kind that had nothing to do with emotions and everything to do with power. And lust. On a slow exhale, Nix smoothed her skirt. Her hands no longer shook. Her heart no longer raced. She smiled with the small accomplishment. All she had to do was take a moment to calm herself. She could do this, and once she completed her task, she'd have everything she'd ever dreamed about. Long strides carried Nix down the hall to the oversized door at the end. With each step, the tempting scent of vitality grew stronger. With 3 big cats, lion, tiger, and jaguar, sharing his body, Anton was descended from the goddesses themselves. A royal. He was the elite of their kind. Nix licked her lips. She could almost taste Anton's power on her tongue. Rumor had it a royal's blood carried a hint of chocolate, the ambrosia of the gods. She'd never be able to confirm the gossip. Royals didn't part with their powerful blood often, except to save the life of someone important to them. Since she only had one animal sharing her body and soul, she'd never make the cut. Single shifters were worthless and inferior. The time had come to change everyone's views. No one would suspect a nobody like her to be the catalyst for such an alteration in opinions either, or to be the one who managed to take down the man nobody could touch. Nix straightened her spine and opened the door. Warm air and Anton's scent swept out, wrapping around her. It'd be so easy to close her eyes and allow herself to be lulled into a relaxed state. Even her jaguar agreed. She couldn't. She'd come here for a job, not to make herself at home. It was hard not to feel comfortable here, however. Dark wood-paneled walls, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, oil landscapes, and burgundy drapes turned the room into a haven of quietness and isolation. The soothing sounds of the crackling fire warming this late December night, and the flickering candlelight brightening the large room added to the sense of contentment. She could get lost here among these books, forgetting her purpose and simply living in peace. "Are you lost?" Anton's deep voice jerked Nix's gaze to where he stood, leaning against the wall an arm's length to her right. Her breath caught on a sharp inhale. She knew it was him. She'd listened in on one of his phone calls to her Uncle Boris, another member of the Shifter Council. The accounts she'd heard of Anton Alexander focused on his power and strength. No one had mentioned his beauty. Yet how could anyone ignore the exoticness of the millennium-old shifter? Black streaks etched his golden eyes, giving him an evocative edge, and his black hair with its thick strip of blonde locks tucked behind one ear lent him a trendy look. Anton wasn't a model, though. He was power personified. He knew it, too. Nix recognized the way Anton held himself, as if he was better than everyone else. His regal cheekbones, full lips, and straight-nosed enhanced his perfect image. He could pass himself off as a god. She'd believe him if he told her he'd step down from the heavens, and if he told her to kneel before him. "Did you come here in response to an ad?" Anton's raised brow implied his annoyance with her silence. Nix's breath rushed out. She'd been holding it, lost in Anton's black and gold eyes. "Yes. I waited at the front door for some time, but nobody escorted me to you." "Who would? I have no staff." Her Uncle Boris had shared that fact. Whereas most council members had, at the minimum, a butler, Anton lived alone in this large home. Every employee had quit, or died. "I assumed you'd greet me." "You assumed wrong." Anton turned his back on her and walked across the large room to a cluttered oak desk situated catty corner to the fireplace. He flipped over several sheets of paper and closed the lid of a laptop before facing her. I did not request a female. No, he'd solicited a secretary, any species or sex who could take notes. That was it. No other requirements pertaining to experience or training. The posting should have appealed to shifters across the nation, especially with the generous salary and housing offered. Yet the ad he'd placed had remained open for nearly a year. I didn't get a say in my gender either, but here I am, a female. Nix smiled. Maybe her grin was a tad cocky. Too many of Boris's friends and business associates had drooled over her not to make her feel confident in her appearance and her power over men. Not that her sexuality mattered in this situation. Rumor had it Anton didn't take lovers. Leaning against the desk, Anton crossed his arms over his chest. The loosely rolled sleeves of his faded blue dress shirt exposed muscled forearms, and his unbuttoned collar showed a glimpse of smooth pecs. Most royal males had little body hair and perfect physiques. They appeared as if sculpted from marble. Nix kept her gaze firmly locked on Anton's face in an effort to stop herself from checking out his groin. Rumor also had it royal males had been blessed with huge cocks, too. It'd be best if she didn't learn the gossip was true. With her hormones raging, she didn't care why she'd entered this house. She hungered. Anton could meet her needs. She instinctually knew that. He would shatter her, bringing her to an orgasm that would leave her trembling. The primitive side of her wanted that. The rest of her understood how devastating that'd be. Emotions weakened a woman. So did sharing a bond to a mate. Soon she'd be safe from both fates. She couldn't wait. On a slow, heated appraisal, Anton swept his gaze over Nix's body. Her skin warmed under the suggestive perusal even though there wasn't much for Anton to see. Her long A-line skirt hid her curves, while the loose, shapeless jacket she'd buttoned over her blouse concealed the swell of her breasts. She'd spent days agonizing over what to wear for this meeting. Every article of clothing she'd chosen was either black or dark gray, too. She'd wanted to appear innocent and unobtrusive, someone Anton would ignore as he went about his day. Nothing would hide her flushed cheeks or the scent of her arousal, however. She could smell her desire as easily as Anton would. How could she not react to Anton's interest? The man was literally a walking sex god. Or maybe the great-grandchild of one. I can see that. Anton's slightly parted lips showed a hint of fang, a clear sign she triggered his primal side too. But I honestly expect whores to show a little more skin. Nix sucked in a sharp breath. She took a backward step into the hallway. Never had she been called by such a derogatory name. The men in her life treated her as a princess, even if she was a nobody. For now. Or do you expect me to do all the work and undress you? The small, satisfied smile that accompanied Anton's question stirred her anger. Because I can, but I promise you I won't be gentle when I rip your clothes off. Her nostrils flared on her harsher breaths. She stormed into the room, stopping feet from Anton. I am not a whore. Anton's smile widened, showing off more of his distended fangs. You're correct. The Shifter Council's ad did solicit escorts for tonight's dance. Not whores. The sex is usually a given, however. I never met an escort who didn't mind earning a few extra bucks. Which was why she'd chosen tonight to visit Anton. She'd known he'd be here alone. The dances, and, yes, the hookers, were quite popular among the councilmen. But for Anton to assume she was a whore, or even an escort... The tips of Nix's fingers burned from the press of her sharpened nails. The thought of swiping them across Anton's beautiful face sounded like a heavenly idea. I am not here for the dance. Chuckling, Anton slid his ass onto the edge of the desk. Her gaze slipped from his face to the chinos stretched over his long legs, then to his groin. Darn it. She didn't want to look there. Too late. There was no wiping the image from her mind. From the outline of his package, he was huge. The longer she stared, the thicker his erection grew, too. Her lips parted on a shaky exhale. Lust hit hard. She couldn't stop it. And as I already stated, I did not request a female. Anton stood and moved to the cabinet at the far end of the room. He opened the doors and selected a rounded glass, then withdrew a decanter of amber liquid. If that's what you were expecting, you came to the wrong house. Try walking across the campus to the main residential district. There's a guard shack at the entrance. The male on duty will direct you to the council members willing to pay for your services on short notice. Damn the man. Nix closed the distance between them. The second she stepped off the carpet, her heels clunked against the wood floor. Anton's shoulders visibly tensed as the sound carried through the room. Preparing to attack her? Or surprised at the long, angry strides she took? At the moment, she didn't care if she'd shocked him or enraged him. She itched for a fight. Why? Nix stepped in front of Anton, stopping him from reaching for the bucket of ice sitting on the end table. Do you think you're too good for me? Anton's dark brows drew together. Obviously. You have no idea whose house you're in. Good is not a word any sane shifter would use for me. Obstinate, maybe. Definitely dedicated. Lethal, unhinged. I've heard unpredictable, too. But I'd argue that's not much different from unhinged. She'd agree with all those descriptions, and she'd been in his presence less than 10 minutes. I'm referring to the fact that you're a royal, and I'm... Anton pressed a finger to her lips, stopping her words and drawing her attention to his exotic eyes. I didn't request a female. For your own good, you need to leave, now, before I decide to teach you a lesson. Nix licked her lips. The tip of her tongue touched Anton's skin. His flavor hit her. It reminded her of something rich and sinful. Chocolate came to mind. She loved chocolate. No, you requested a secretary, any species or sex. I fit those requirements, plus I can take notes. I'm not leaving until you give me a chance to prove myself. Anton turned away from her and poured his drink, foregoing the ice. I'd given up on that ad. It's been on the boards for some time without any applicants. Close to a year. Grinning, she dropped her gaze to stare at Anton's expensive but worn shoes while she got herself together. Anton's scent messed with her head, leaving her too aroused for this encounter. Some of the lust could be blamed on her hormones. Not all. Anton drew her in a way other unmated males she'd met hadn't. Maybe because he was a royal. Or maybe because he was deliciously hot. Really? That long? Anton grunted. Time flies. Yes, I've been checking the listing regularly. This was the first opportunity I had to apply, so I'm grateful it's still open. If you were interested in secretarial work, why wait so long? It was her turn to step away. She walked to the open cabinet and closed the doors. The moment gave her a chance to settle her nerves. She was about to tell a lie, the first of many. With the way Anton affected her, she didn't know if she could keep the deception from showing in her eyes. She'd have to practice. No better time than the present. My guardian insisted I remain in our estate until after I matured. You did so recently? Nix inclined her head. Last full moon? A week ago? Was that shock in Anton's voice, or revulsion? She glanced over her shoulder. Neither emotion showed in his expression. Nothing did. Yes? Is that a problem? Anton stalked toward her. His eyes narrowed. Her pulse kicked up. She had the sudden urge to run. It was a praise response. With Anton's steady stare focused on her, she felt like one. She locked her knees. I have no time for childish games or coddling. I need a secretary who will do as I say, without questioning me or attempting to distract me with pointless conversation. I also don't give out praise, nor am I here to offer companionship. Work is my solace, and I throw myself into it from sunup to sundown. I expect any secretary who signs on with me to do the same. Anton stopped within inches of her. He was so close the heat from his body enveloped her as completely as his woodsy scent did. Are those terms satisfactory to you? Yes. The single word didn't convey confidence. It was all she could manage, however. Her limbs trembled. Fear didn't cause her shaking. Anton stood too close to her. She couldn't decide if she wanted to push him away or pull him closer. Disappointment slackened Anton's features. He pivoted and walked to his desk. Once seated, he glanced at her. "You don't sound confident." Nick swallowed hard. "I am." Anton watched her for a long heartbeat. "Did you bring any belongings?" "Yes. My driver dropped off several suitcases with me before he left. They're in the foyer." "Take what you need for the night and leave the rest of your things where they are. I want you to think about my terms and give me your real answer tomorrow." Nick spit the inside of her lip to stop her pleased smile. One battle won. Her answer would be the same in the morning. "Where shall I sleep?" Anton pointed back the way she'd come. "The old service quarters are on the opposite side of the house. My last secretary chose one of the rooms in that wing as hers. It's the only one furnished. It'll be yours if you decide to stay on." A chill ran down Nix's spine. Anton's last secretary, Bianca, had disappeared close to a year ago. Many suspected she'd been murdered. By Anton. He was known for his fits of rage, especially toward those who'd wronged him. As Bianca had done. Nobody had been able to prove Anton had killed her. The truth had a way of coming out, though. When it did, Nix would be ready. "Then I'll see you at sunrise." She made her way to the door. "What's your name?" Ugh. How could she have forgotten to introduce herself? Anton's scent and aura had obviously scrambled more than her hormones. She unbuttoned her jacket and removed a sealed recommendation letter from her uncle. "Nix Mercer, niece to Boris Mercer. You know him, I assume?" The snap of Anton's teeth sounded overly loud in the quiet room. She jerked, and the envelope fell from her shaky hand. "I told you, I have no time for games." Anton's voice boomed. Nix linked her fingers instead of bending to pick up the fallen envelope. "I'm not—" "Of course, I know your uncle." Anton stood and slammed his palms against the desk's top. "I know every member of the council. Making such comments to me is not only condescending, but childish. If this is the behavior you plan to indulge in, then I suggest you arrange for your uncle's driver to return for you and your belongings. You will not be an acceptable fit for my needs." Nix's back went ramrod straight. "I didn't mean—" "Go!" Anton pointed. "Either to your room or your uncle's residence here on campus. I assume you know where it's at. Pick one and go. Now." The trembling returned to her limbs. Anger or fear? She couldn't tell. She only knew Boris's plan to remove Anton from the council sounded like a wonderful idea. Anton deserved the shame of being kicked out of this gorgeous house and his position. He was a royal ass. Chapter 2. Sleep evaded Anton. After a millennium of walking this earth, he accepted this aspect of his personality. Actually, he valued it. Insomnia allowed him to get more work done. Anton glanced over his shoulder at the blinking cursor on his laptop. The memo he'd been writing earlier in the evening showed on the screen. He hadn't added a single word to the important document since before the felines housed by his body and soul alerted him to the stranger in his home. Similar to Alpha's, councilmen had an open-door policy. Any constituent could come to them day or night for help. Few of the shifters he represented exercised their right to his council. In theory, the lack of visitors meant his pride leaders and dominants were effectively handling any situations affecting the shifter groups for whom he spoke. Theory rarely equated actuality. Anton knew why so few shifters visited him. Fear. People actually feared him. Ridiculous. Anton paced from one end of the room to the other. Just because he'd served justice by beheading a few traitors to the council in front of the other assembled councilmen, he'd been labeled cold, dangerous, prone to fits of rage. He fisted his hands and bit back a growl. The absurd rumors about him killing his last secretary didn't help his popularity. It was no wonder he hadn't received a single applicant for his open position. Until tonight, Anton stalked to his bed. The antique yellowed envelope with its genuine wax seal he'd retrieved from the floor of his library carried Nix's scent. The handwriting on it, however, belonged to her uncle Boris, the sole representative of the Jaguar shifters. Shaking his head, Anton tossed the unopened letter, no doubt recommending Nix for his open position, on the bed. It didn't matter how much Boris praised Nix. His words carried little weight in Anton's decisions. Every member of the council told lies, usually on a daily basis. Anton did so himself. He had to. There were traitors on the council. He'd uncovered only 2 of them. Both lost their heads. There was at least one more. Had to be. Otherwise, the topics they'd discussed in chambers a couple of weeks ago wouldn't have been leaked to their enemies. Enemies who went on to behead the eldest member of the council, Brock Kane, an ancient shifter and the one man standing in the way of making Anton the eldest member of the council, the one with the most power. He worked his jaw and strode for the door. The timing of Nix's arrival left Anton with an uneasiness he couldn't squelch. Every member of the council knew he had been pushing to introduce major changes during the next monthly meeting. With the title of eldest attached to his name, Anton could overrule everyone in order to enact those changes. People feared such power. What would fearful council members do to prevent Anton from wielding it? Assassinate him the way Brock had been taken out? Anton shook his head, dismissing the possibility. The councilman's code of conduct banned council members from killing each other while conducting council business. Any councilman who broke their code earned themselves a death sentence. Their names would also be stricken from every document they had ever signed. Worse yet, any law they'd advanced or case they'd won would be reversed. The harsh consequences of breaking the councilman's code of conduct all but guaranteed his safety, as long as he remained within the fence line of this campus. That was the mistake Brock had made. He'd left these grounds and paid for that poor choice with his life. Outright murder, however, wasn't the only way to take out a feared council member. Convicting Anton of a crime would work too. A majority vote would be enough to end his life, except he hadn't committed any crimes. Evidence could be planted suggesting he had, however. Someone with access to his personal belongings and space could easily make it appear as if he had broken the law. Nix could be that someone, or she could be a young female looking to make it on her own. Anton secured the important documents in his room, then locked the door behind him. No matter Nix's true motive, she needed to leave. He couldn't take any risks, not now. The future of their species depended on him stepping into his new position during the next formal meeting. Nobody else would be brave enough to shake up their male-dominated world. The tower stairs connecting Anton's bedroom to the ground floor loomed before him. Flickering candles lit the darkened stairwell. He usually didn't bother lighting them. If he allowed his cats close to his psyche, he could tap into their enhanced vision, using their senses to magnify his own. Anton had no intention of doing so tonight. His cats liked the way Nix smelled. They wanted to get closer to her and breathe her in. He jogged down the stairs. Even with his cat's enhanced senses, the first hint of moonflower reached Anton after only a few steps. Nix. His cats stirred, lifting their heads and sniffing the air. Anton tightened his control over them and pushed them deeper into his psyche, leaving the man in charge. Their immediate response to Nix's scent intensified the uneasiness gripping him. Why this female? Anton paused at the bottom of the stairs and inhaled. Nix's spicy, invigorating scent filled his lungs. Rich and provocative, her personal fragrance wrapped around him as completely as it had back in the library. She smelled exactly like a moonflower. His cock twitched with the blood rushing to fill it. It had been years since he'd had such a visceral response to a female. No doubt Nix's age played a factor. At a week past maturity, her hormones raged, literally inviting a male to claim her, mate her, before anyone else could. Exhaling, Anton stroked his tongue over his descended fangs. Blood flooded his mouth, adding to the primal instincts Nix's presence had awakened. Although he'd never claim her, he wouldn't mind getting her beneath him, pressing her cheek to his bed, then taking her, riding her until he couldn't hold back his release. Too bad it couldn't happen. Even if he trusted Nix, the niece of a fellow council member wouldn't be the proper female to meet his needs. He held a reputation for using women then tossing them away. For a man known as an advocate of women's rights, his sexual appetite made him out to be a hypocrite. Maybe he was. It all depended on how you looked at it. He chose not to see his actions as improper. If his lovers knew they were being used, it wasn't his fault when they complained after the sex was over. Determined steps took Anton to the old service quarters. He hadn't stepped foot in these halls since his last secretary disappeared close to a year ago. There'd been no reason. Everything he needed was in the main section of the house. Light shone around the door to Bianca's old room. He stepped in front of it and waited. But Nix didn't greet him. Surely her jaguar had alerted her to his presence, unless she'd blocked hers as he'd done to his felines. He'd be impressed if she could pull off the feat. Such control came with age. A week past maturity wouldn't lend Nix much discipline. With a balled fist, he knocked. "Nix, open up." No response. Cursing, Anton twisted the knob and flung open the door. Nix's empty suitcase lay on the bare mattress. Her heels had been kicked carelessly across the floor, and her sweater jacket was draped over the back of the worn wingback chair near an open window. A cold breeze chilled the space and made flickering shadows dance on the walls. She'd lit all the candles and unpacked as if she had every intention of staying the night. Then left. Where'd she gone? The door to the attached bathroom stood open. There was no place to hide in there. The library, maybe? He hadn't locked it. He'd simply taken everything important with him. She wouldn't know that, however. Another raw curse fell from his lips. She'd left him no choice. He couldn't allow a woman he didn't trust to go anywhere she wanted in his home. What if she did mean to plant evidence against him? Hell, with an open-door policy, any visitor could. At least with the cameras recording his visitors' arrivals and departures, he could sweep his home after each visit, whether he was here to greet them or not. With Nix living here, however, he wouldn't be able to pinpoint when he'd been betrayed. She could do so today, tomorrow, a week from now. He couldn't take the chance she'd betray him. Anton cracked the metaphysical door blocking him from the felines sharing his body and soul. His jaguar took the slight opening and barreled his way through. Anton jerked from the force of the big cat's head slamming into his chest. He gritted his teeth and tightened his control over the animal, forcing it into submission. Anton would not be ruled by his felines, not now. Any decision he made tonight would be his own, not one influenced by the animalistic drives of his primal side. The jaguar snarled. The sound reverberated in Anton's body. Anton ignored the cat's displeasure. It wouldn't be the first time he'd clashed with the spirits he'd been born with, nor would it be the last. He took hold of the jaguar and drew it close, allowing its soul to merge with his. Nix's scent intensified, drugging him on her decadent fragrance. His groin tightened, along with his chest. He licked his lips and closed his eyes. He swore he could taste her. She'd be sweet, spicy, addicting. Latching on to her scent, he followed her to the basement. The floral fragrance of laundry detergent and the rhythmic whooshing of the washing machine clued him into Nix's activities. Apparently she was making herself at home. That couldn't happen. Allowing her to remain this long had been a mistake, a weak moment spurred on by his cat's fixation on her scent. With his fists balled and teeth gritted, he pushed against the forceful will of his jaguar. The predator fought him. Years of discipline gave him an advantage. He slammed a brick wall between him and his jaguar. Its vengeful growl echoed in his mind. Anton might have won this battle, but his cat would be ready for the next one. It'd have time to solicit the help of his tiger and lion. If his cats ganged up on him, he'd lose. Wouldn't be the first time, nor would it be the last. Nix needed to be far away from him before that happened. People didn't whisper behind his back about his unstable behavior for nothing. It wasn't his, though. It belonged to his cats. The door at the bottom of the stairwell opened. Nix sucked in a sharp breath and pressed her palm to the base of her throat. "Anton, what are you doing down here?" He stopped on the landing above Nix. A thin white top clung to her full breasts. While the material covered her chest, the shirt did little to hide her nipples pushing against the cloth. He focused on the outlines of those hard tips for a moment, before sweeping his gaze lower. Loose, black shorts covered her bottom. Nix looked tiny, dressed this way. Delicate. Her thin but shapely legs would hook nicely around his waist. The heels of her small feet pressing into his ass would feel heavenly too. "Do you need something from me?" Nix's breathless voice yanked his gaze to her face. She'd pulled her long black hair into a sloppy, loose ponytail. A single tug on the band holding her hair in place would unravel it, sending the shiny strands cascading around her shoulders. While she looked tempting with her hair loose, this style drew his attention to her smooth neck and shoulders. A savage bite would look beautiful there. The throbbing in his jaw matched the awareness settling in his groin. Even without the influence of his cats, the evidence was undeniable. This female had triggered his primal side. His baser half wanted to answer the lure of her provocative scent, claiming her, mating her, before anyone else could. Why her? Anton? Nyx swallowed hard. She fisted the front of her shirt, pulling the material tighter over her full breasts. Is there a problem? Yes. He cleared his throat. You need to leave. Brows pinched, she stared at him. Why? I've reevaluated my workload and decided that I won't have enough things for you to do. You'd be bored here. He crossed his arms over his chest. The pressure intensified the ache centered deep inside him. His felines were exerting their will upon him. That in itself troubled him. It meant the big cats were working together. Already. Nyx's scent sent them into a frenzy. They hungered. If he was honest with himself, so did he. But... Nyx glanced to the ground before looking up at him. You said you work from sunup to sundown. With my help you can finish sooner and enjoy your evenings. Maybe spend your extra hours. I don't need to finish my day sooner, or waste my hours on unproductive things. Once I'm done working, I sleep. Or pace until exhaustion claimed him. Technically not a lie. While he walked the floors, he thought about work. Nyx's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Her gaze hardened. Her lips thinned. The subtle signs betrayed her annoyance. Apparently the little show of her temper earlier hadn't been a one-off. She didn't like not getting her way. Just another reason she needed to leave. He had to be in charge in all situations. Of course. She released her bunched shirt and let her hands fall to her sides. But as I was saying, maybe you could spend your extra hours addressing the cases brought to the council that sit open because of lack of resources. Unfortunately, there were many issues he couldn't address. Time played a part in some cases, others he couldn't act on because he didn't have the right to do so. Yet. The ancient laws written by their forefathers had guided their species since the first shifters stepped from the heavens. While not perfect, they offered a foundation for their actions. Becoming the eldest member of the council wouldn't change his commitment to the laws he dedicated his life to uphold. It'd only allow him more leeway interpreting them, or exploiting any loopholes. Do you think I sleep from sundown to sunrise? He grinned. I'm old. I don't need much sleep. I work on those cases from my bedroom, sometimes while pacing. I can help you. Nyx's eyes brightened. Tell me what you need and I'll do it. What he needed, she couldn't give him. It'd involve her losing those silky shorts covering her sweet ass, his hand over her mouth, her body pressed against the wall, his dick in her pussy. As much as he wanted to discover why she triggered his primal side, he couldn't find out. Only two possibilities existed: raw, unadulterated lust, or a soul-deep connection he could never experience. Nyx moved to the bottom of the stairs. She gripped the railing and lifted one foot onto the bottom tread. I'm serious. Just tell me what you need. If it's not something I know how to do, you can teach me. I'm a quick learner. He bit back a groan. It was too easy to imagine Nyx on her knees with his cock in her face, and her looking at him with those dark brown eyes of hers, waiting for him to tell her how to pleasure him. He shook his head, ending the fantasy he had no business indulging in. No. He closed the distance between them, stopping on the tread above her. Nyx's knee brushed against his leg. His pants saved him from the skin-to-skin contact, but a shiver raced through him anyway, exactly as it had when she'd so boldly licked his finger earlier. I don't seem to be making myself clear. I have no use for your services. You need to leave. Tonight. Nyx blinked several times, then stepped away from him. She leaned against the wall but didn't release the handrail. She clutched it, as if not letting go would stop him from seeing her out. You said I should stay the night. While innocent enough, her words made the ache in his chest grow. He wanted Nyx here, in his bed, moaning his name. I changed my mind. She met his gaze, held it. Realization hit him in the face of her intense stare. Nix didn't fear him. Uncle Boris lied to me? Is that what you're telling me? I can't answer that without knowing what he said. He told me you were a man of your word. Damn. She'd forced him into a corner with her simple statement. He couldn't lie to her, not about his honor anyway. He pressed his palms against the old stone wall on either side of her. The cool, uneven surface irritated his skin. Her soft hair under his fingertips would feel so much better. He didn't give in to the urge to touch her. He couldn't. The longer he drugged himself on her scent, the better the idea of getting her beneath him sounded. Without heels, Nix appeared no taller than the average human female, 5'4" maybe. Standing like this, with his legs spread slightly and his body crowding hers, he could easily press his lips to her forehead. If he tipped her head back, she'd be at a perfect angle to accept his kiss. Well, Anton, did my uncle lie? My word is good, but... Nix pressed a finger to his lips. Then I should be allowed to stay the night. You said I could. He captured her finger between his teeth and bit the tip gently before releasing her. It's rude to interrupt an elder. And it's rude to send me out into the night. It's cold outside. You're a shifter. You can regulate your own body heat. Not well. I'm young. My control over my jaguar isn't that good. She blinked her big, brown, innocent eyes at him. And it's bitterly cold out. Why leave her window open, then? He didn't know, nor did he care to ask. The less he knew about this woman, the better. You're strong. I can sense it. A few minutes or even hours outside won't kill you. She turned her head, hiding her expression. Not quickly enough. He caught the pleased grin on her face. No doubt his unintentional praise had caused it. He'd only meant to state the facts. She was powerful, a dominant. I suppose, Nix shrugged. It's still rude. Her pouting voice should annoy him. He didn't like games or silliness. Still, he couldn't stop his grin. It'd be just as rude to allow you to think you had a chance of employment here. I won't be using you as a secretary. That decision won't change in a few hours' time. Then use me for something else. Her words rushed out. He bent close and brushed his lips along her jaw. His lips tingled. He wanted to taste her, just once. One kiss wouldn't satisfy him, however. He knew himself well enough to understand what happened when lust seized him. He'd take and take until he'd had his fill. Then he'd toss Nix out. Anton couldn't quite make himself ease away, however. Her scent lured him, tempted him. He wasn't sure he'd ever been around a female who'd smelled this good. That was enough of a reason to get away from her. With his hands on her waist, Anton forced himself to lean back. Don't make open-ended comments. They can be taken the wrong way. I'm serious. Nix stood on her tiptoes. His hand slid over her hips, pushing her shorts partially down as she stretched to look him in the eye. I'm sure you can find some use for me. Her bare skin under his fingertips tormented him. Her words teased him. His control snapped. He slipped the fingers of one hand under the waistband of her shorts. She inhaled sharply, but made no move to get away or tell him to stop. She watched him with widened eyes. Her eager stare did little to help him regain control. He skimmed his fingers closer to her pussy, but forced himself to stop before he found out if she was as wet for him as she smelled. The lure of her arousal wrapped around him. Be careful, Nix. I might not have requested a female, but that doesn't mean I won't take one tonight. I'm not worried, she grinned. The smile struck him as odd. He'd expected shock. Apparently she needed a lesson after all. He chuckled and slid his fingers lower. Slickness met his fingertips. He stifled a groan. She was wet for him. Dripping wet. His mouth watered. He wanted to bury his face in her pussy, make her come. He didn't understand the compulsion. He took from his lovers. He didn't give them pleasure without getting anything in return. Nix's cries of release would satisfy him, however. Instinct told him that. He wanted to understand why. Surely that wouldn't hurt anything. After tonight, he'd never have to acknowledge her existence. Why aren't you worried, Nix? He dipped his thumb between her lower lips, warm, wet, and soft. Nix's body would welcome him inside, cushioning his thrusts and urging him to fill her up. You're alone in a house with a man who has you in a very vulnerable position. There's nobody here to save you from me. I could do anything I wanted to you. Nix's eyelids lowered as he dragged his thumb over her cleft. She shifted her bottom closer to him. His thumb dipped into her opening. She bit her lower lip as if she was trying to stop a moan, then focused on his eyes. Rumor has it, you don't like women. Does it? He slid his other hand to the back of her neck while he continued to stroke Nix's cleft. With each slow caress from her clit to her core, more wetness flowed. The sweet scent of Nix's desire tied them together. That was what he felt anyway. And does this rumor mention why I don't like women? Nix gripped his shoulder and pulled herself closer to him, then lowered her voice. Whenever females are welcomed onto council grounds, you spend your night alone. Her softness, pressed against his hardness, stirred those primitive drives he had no business entertaining. He couldn't stop them. This female lured him in a way no other had. He needed to know why. Anton adjusted his hand and dipped his middle finger inside Nix. She was tight, incredibly tight. She'd strangle his dick. He pressed his cheek to hers to hide his expression. He couldn't be certain what showed, hunger or worry. Never before had he been tempted to find release inside a woman. The pressure in his balls made him wonder if he'd finally found a female who'd break his control. Anton rubbed his cheek to hers, leaving his scent on her skin, a temporary claim that would wash off with her next shower. Right or wrong, he couldn't stop himself. I'm not alone tonight, am I? You just asked me to leave. Nick slid a hand to the back of his neck, holding him tight. That I should call my driver and leave. Tonight. More games. She was picking and choosing which of his words she wanted to remember. It didn't bother him. It should. Instead, her actions made her appear intelligent and sexy. So I did. With a hand in her hair, he tipped her head back and skimmed his parted lips over her cheek to her lips. Energy rushed through him with a slight contact. He'd never experienced anything like it. It was the ultimate power rush. He wanted more. But the longer I'm in your presence, the more I'm thinking I do have a use for you. Firming his hold on her head, he pulled his finger from her body and pressed it against her mouth. Her cheeks reddened, her pupils widened. He'd never seen a more beautiful look on a woman. Anton bent close and licked her arousal off his finger, slowly. A low groan escaped him. She tasted of rich honey and primal lust. One taste, and he wanted more. He stuck his thumb in her mouth. Closing her eyes, she sucked. His dick jerked. He muttered a curse. Scratch that. I know exactly what I want to do with you. She turned her head. I bet you do. But I was thinking of something a little more beneficial to you. And sex wouldn't be? Like? Cooking, cleaning, running your errands, that sort of thing. You're offering to be my live-in servant? Never taking her gaze off him, she nodded. Yes, I'll do it all. Your secretarial work, take care of the house, everything. You sound desperate. Why is it so important you stay? If I can support myself, I don't have to mate right away. Nix looked at him with pleading eyes. And I don't want to be mated off to anyone. To just anyone, I mean. Several Jaguar shifters will be coming of age soon. I might want one of them. She bit her lip. Maybe. You never know. A surge of possessiveness swept through him. He slapped his hands to the wall on either side of her chest and leaned close. You're promised to someone now, aren't you? A small dip of her chin answered him. He turned his back on her. The faces of countless shifter females mated against their wills flashed before him. He knew the situations by heart. All were fully detailed in those cases he couldn't act on, at least with the current guidelines for interpreting their laws. As your uncle claimed, I'm a man of my word. You're welcome to stay the night if you still wish. Tomorrow we'll discuss your skills and see if there's a fit. Nix laid a hand on his back. Thank you. He stepped away from her touch. With the way Nix's scent affected him, he needed any distance he could manage. The thought of Nix with another male fed into his primal instincts, eroding the barrier between him and his cats. With their wills influencing his, nobody would be safe from him, especially Nix. It was too easy to imagine his savage bite on her shoulder. That wasn't something he'd be able to hide from the rest of the Shifter Council. Sooner or later, his enemies would uncover his sin. And Nix would pay for it, with her life. Chapter 3. Morning sun brightened the enclosed atrium off the library. Nix had discovered this beautiful spot an hour ago, while waiting for Anton. In that time he hadn't stepped foot in the space he used as an office. From here she had a perfect view of his desk. There'd be no missing him. So much for him working from sunup to sundown. Nix abandoned the bench in the middle of the warm, floral-scented space and strode through the first floor, peeking in the many rooms. All stood empty and cold. She crossed her arms over her chest and made her way to the tower where Anton slept. The proper thing would be to wait for him in the library. After a sleepless night, her patience was running thin. It was Anton's fault she was sleep-deprived and cranky anyway. Thoughts of him had left her aroused and unsettled. Every time she closed her eyes, his greeted her. The candles lining the walls of the winding tower stairs had burned out, but the scent of beeswax and Anton lingered on the air. Awareness slipped through her with each breath she took. Warmth followed, leaving her as edgy as she'd been when she'd walked away from Anton last night. This morning, with Anton's scent in her lungs and her body achy with unrequited need, regret hit her hard. He'd be losing everything soon, including any credibility he had among other shifters. So what if she'd slept with him? Nobody needed to know she'd been in his bed, especially not her future mate. Besides, if all went as planned, she'd never have to mate Harvey. Or anyone. She'd claimed the destiny Boris had promised. The first female on the council. She'd be untouchable, powerful, envied. Nix couldn't wait. She had to, though. Such a claim could only be made on the new moon. Only one thing stood in her way. Or, more accurately, one man's downfall. Without Anton's dismissal, she wouldn't have a spot on the council to claim. Brock Kane's sudden vacancy didn't count. A wolf shifter's seat could only be claimed by another wolf shifter. With the edges of her sweater jacket held closed over her chest, she jogged up the stairs. On the landing above her, a wide door stood open. She hesitated. What would she say to Anton when he asked why she'd come up here? Telling him she simply needed to see him wasn't a proper answer. The compulsion to look into his eyes wasn't something she could share, or explain even to herself. She could only blame so much on her hormones. No matter. She'd come up with something. She always did. Nix cautiously approached the door. Anton didn't yell or come out. Surely he'd heard her coming up the stairs. Her steps echoed. Or maybe he didn't care that she'd entered his personal space. He hadn't minded yesterday when she'd walked through his home without an escort. Obviously he didn't see her as a threat, which worked in her favor. She took another few steps. Still no sounds, no movement, nothing. While Anton might not care if she entered his bedroom without an invitation, she'd like to know what she was walking in on. His mood swings were obviously not an exaggeration. He'd shown her that aspect of his personality yesterday. Her jaguar would be able to judge his mood by scent. She hesitated tapping into her cat senses, however. Its fascination with Anton wasn't healthy. Her jaguar wanted to spend its days with Anton's cats, rubbing against their flanks and licking their fur. It wanted to play with them, running together until exhaustion took hold. Then her jaguar wanted Anton's cats to curl around its smaller frame, cocooning it in their strength and warmth for a long nap. Nix had to admit the images her cat had shared repeatedly with her held a certain appeal. Too bad it wasn't possible. Anton could take only one animal form at a time, at least in this realm. In the metaphysical one that could only be accessed by walking through Anton's soul, his cats existed separately, running freely with each other in the fields they commanded. Her jaguar had a similar territory. It prowled there alone. Always would. Only a soul-bonded mate could go there. Shifters rarely entered into the ultimate mating bond that tied two souls together for eternity. It was dangerous. If one soul-bonded partner died, the other would too. Instantly. They'd drop dead where they stood. The risk was too great, and love wasn't worth it. If shifters had to take a mate, they sought power through the strongest breeding partner they could find. Allowing her cat to cloud her mind with images of affection and companionship weakened her, leaving her confused and unsettled. She didn't have time for such silly dreams. Her uncle Boris had given her a deadline. Anton had to be removed from the council before the next formal meeting, or she'd be in Harvey's bed, conceiving his children. And he wasn't strong. He was weak, barely ranking above a beta. He was also an asshole. She deserved better than him. She deserved to be alone. No one else would treat her better than she could. Nix straightened her spine and hurried up the remaining stairs. Her first glimpse into Anton's private space drew a gasp from her throat. Books lined the walls exactly as they had in the library. In here, though, more books had been stacked on the floor. Propped between them, unframed oil paintings in various stages of completion leaned against the walls. Another canvas sat on a stand near the window. She couldn't see the front of the easel from her viewpoint, but the table next to it held a variety of unopened tubes and dry brushes. Whatever masterpiece Anton envisioned hadn't been started yet. Nobody had mentioned Anton's hobby to her. Everyone had said he lived and breathed politics. Maybe no one knew. Nix could see that being the case. She couldn't imagine he'd invite strangers or even friends into his bedroom. If he didn't talk about his paintings, how would anyone know he painted? A smile tugged at her lips. Less than 24 hours in this house and she'd already uncovered something about the elusive Anton Alexander. Of course, this hobby wouldn't remove him from the council. Still, she'd made the discovery. No one else. She studied the 3 unfinished paintings propped against the wall directly across from the door. 2 depicted big cats taking down prey, while the other portrayed a pack of snarling wolves gathered under the light of the full moon. Anton's creations were certainly beautiful, despite the violence of the scenes. Her gaze drifted to the easel. What was he going to work on now? Maybe he had a sketch drawn. She bit back a frustrated growl. This was the perfect opportunity to uncover dirt on Anton, not admire his paintings. Tearing her attention from the easel, she scanned the room. Anton was nowhere in sight. Not surprising since he hadn't spoken to her while she'd stood here drooling over his artwork. The half-burned candle suggested he'd recently been here, however. So did the state of the massive 4-poster bed in the center of the semicircular room. Twisted sheets, along with the blankets and pillows on the floor around the bed, suggested he hadn't slept any better than she had. No doors led off the room, but an open laptop sat on the writing desk near the fireplace. She must have just missed him. No doubt he'd be back soon. Nix hurried across the room. His open computer was an invitation she couldn't pass up. The laptop screen darkened, the computer going to sleep. She lunged for the mouse. The background brightened, the computer reawakening. A sigh of relief escaped her. If Anton had password-protected his computer, she'd never get in. At least, not until she learned his password. Knowing he'd likely just stepped out, and she wouldn't have much time to snoop, she opened his email. Her uncle had been very specific on what she needed to search for while working with Anton. She scanned the subjects, looking for anything pertaining to Anton's missing secretary. If Nix could prove he'd murdered Bianca, Anton's tenure on the council would end, and Nix's would begin. Nix scrolled through the list of emails and stopped at one. The single name, Molly, in the subject line, stuck out among the numerous emails about various shifter laws and issues. Who was she? Going by the date, Molly must be important to Anton. He'd gotten this email months ago and hadn't filed it or deleted it. Why? Her curiosity won. She clicked on the email. A picture of a platinum blonde child filled the screen. The young girl couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, but the deadened look in her eyes sent a chill through Nix. The assassins who worked for her uncle bore the same icy expression. It seemed wrong to see the coldness reflected in this child's pretty blue eyes. What had happened to put it there? Clutching the edges of her sweater, Nix stepped back and collided with a solid form. A hand covered her mouth, stifling her gasp. She didn't need to see who it belonged to. Anton's scent wrapped around her, stirring her jaguar from the depth of her psyche where she'd confined the stubborn cat earlier this morning. Without saying a word, he hooked his other arm around her waist and yanked her hard against him. Her breath rushed out on a feminine squeak. He slid his arm tighter around her, locking her body to his. She'd never be able to get away. He was too strong. Instinct took over. Nyx whipped her head back, cracking it off Anton's chin. Sharp pain radiated through her. Dizziness followed. She ignored it and repeated the move, whacking Anton's neck this time. He grunted and eased his grip on her. Nyx took advantage of the slight opening and bucked hard in his hold. Anton's fingertips pressed into her hips as he adjusted his grip on her. In the back of her mind, she knew he wouldn't hurt her. Although firm, his grasp wouldn't leave a mark on her skin. He hadn't even released his claws. She sensed his restraint. Her racing pulse and the compulsion to escape couldn't be squelched with reason, however. She had to get away. Now. If she didn't, Anton would never let her go. The thought took hold. Her breathing quickened. Dizziness made the world sway. She was going to pass out. Once she did, Anton would lock her away, keep her, mate her. She'd lose her identity, her will, her freedom, her chance to be remembered for something other than whom she mated. She'd rather die. Chapter 4. Nyx would not allow her carelessness to ruin everything. She would be the first female on the council. Nobody would stop her, especially not Anton. She dug her sharpened nails into Anton's forearms. His hot blood coated her fingers. Still, he didn't let go. She twisted in his embrace and raked her claws over his chest. He grabbed her wrists on a raw, vulgar curse and yanked her hands behind her, holding them clasped in one hand at the base of her spine. "Stop fighting me, damn it!" Anton's command registered, but she had no intention of obeying. She had to get away. Nothing else mattered. Nobody would take her freedom. Nobody. Heat flooded her limbs. Her jaguar's soul rushed up. Her cat was agile, fast. It could succeed where she failed. She opened herself to her primal side. "Damn you, Nyx!" Anton growled the words near her ear. Then she was flying through the air. A shocked cry tore from her throat. Her jaguar's soul slipped through her fingers, falling into the mystical field where it lived. Nyx's back connected with something firm yet soft. Her body was flipped. Her arms were yanked above her. She wiggled, twisting the sheets around her flailing body. A heavy weight settled over her. The sense of panic grew, leaving her panting. She wasn't getting away. Would never get away. She'd been caught by a predator, a powerful man everyone feared. She whipped her head back and forth and bucked, trying to knock him off. Anton pressed his chin into the tender spot where her shoulder met her neck. Her muscles instantly went limp. The same instincts that had left her in a frenzy froze her body now. There was no fighting them. She wouldn't have been able to move if she tried. Anton held her in the most vulnerable position an unmated female shifter could be in. The baser side of her understood what that meant. Anton had won. Her. He turned his head. His lips touched her hot skin. A long moment passed where she panted, and he simply breathed, evenly and calmly. Nyx closed her eyes and fought the hysteria gripping her. Anton wouldn't mate her against her will. For one, council members didn't take mates. They were a weakness their enemies could exploit. That was what her Uncle Boris had always said. Secondly, and more importantly, she was an insignificant single shifter. Anton was a royal. He'd never dirty himself with the likes of her. The rationales calmed her. She relaxed under the heavy weight of Anton's body and waited for the consequences of her actions to seal her fate. No doubt he'd kick her out of his house. She'd not only entered his bedroom uninvited, but she'd been caught snooping. There'd be no saving herself from this. She deserved her fate. If only she hadn't shoved her jaguar so deep, she would have heard Anton approach. On a groan of pure lust, Anton slid his free hand down her side and gripped the edge of her skirt. His knuckles brushed her bare thigh. Tingles skipped over her skin. He opened his mouth over her shoulder, the spot where a male's bite would mark her as a claimed female if she failed to secure her freedom. At the moment, failure was a guarantee. The scrape of Anton's distended fangs on her skin sent shivers down her spine. Her belly warmed, moisture pooled low. She moaned. The wanton sound was as instinctual as her limp body. A dominant male held her immobile, at his mercy. The primitive side of her craved the feeling of vulnerability. The fact that Anton's scent left her aroused and unsettled to begin with didn't help matters. In this moment, she'd welcome Anton's bite and his claim on her, body and soul. It would never happen, though. She knew that. The knowledge should make her happy. It had calmed her moments ago. Instead, a soul-deep sadness gripped her. "Are you calm?" Anton whispered the question in her ear. Yes, though she didn't know how to explain her earlier hysteria to Anton. Now that she'd had a chance to think, her frenzied need to escape him seemed ridiculous. He'd never keep her. Why would he? She was a nobody. The ache in her chest spread, threatening to swallow her whole. "Not going to shift on me?" "No." And wouldn't that have been embarrassing? The moment she returned to her human form, she'd be naked. "And you don't plan on attacking me again?" A strained giggle escaped her. Now that she wasn't ruled by her panic, her actions seemed childish. Anton was stronger than her. If he wanted to hurt her, he could, easily. Given the chance to fight back against her frenzied attack, he hadn't. Something told her he never would. She felt safe in his arms, even as his fangs brushed against her skin. Instinct, maybe. She didn't know, but the truth resonated within her. It didn't erase the ache in her chest, unfortunately. Too bad. She didn't like the feeling. Being a nobody didn't make her worthless. At the moment she felt worthless, though, and unwanted. "No." She exhaled slowly, an attempt to calm herself. Her jumbled emotions would only make matters worse. "I'm sorry I did in the first place. I didn't mean to hurt you." Anton released the hem of her skirt. His knuckles skimmed over her skin. Her eyelids drifted closed as heat spread through her body. "You didn't." "I did." The memory of his blood covering her fingers would haunt her for a long time. I bled you, dug my claws into your skin. I'm sorry for that. I truly am." He chuckled. The vibration of his amusement traveled through her. She pressed her lips together to stop her moan from escaping. "I'm immortal. A few scratches won't hurt a royal." As a mortal single shifter, a few scratches wouldn't hurt her for long either. Despite being born to a non-alpha family, she was strong. Healing quickly counted for a lot in the shifter world. Not as much as immortality or claiming a direct line of descent from the goddesses, but strength, both physical and mental, mattered. "That's not the point. I shouldn't have reacted the way I did." It was rumored Anton had killed a woman in a fit of rage. When she thought of it that way, attacking him had been incredibly stupid. "Why did you?" "You frightened me. My instincts took over. I felt trapped. I had to escape." "You didn't hear me approach?" Wasn't the answer to that question obvious? If she'd known he was behind her, she wouldn't have continued to look through his email. "No, I didn't hear you." "Why not? Didn't your cat warn you? Isn't that what your jaguar should do for you? Alert you to danger?" Anton wanted her to admit she'd buried her jaguar deep within her psyche. She didn't understand why it mattered. He'd caught her snooping. Shouldn't that be more important than why she'd allowed Anton to sneak up on her? She shook her head. Anton's motives didn't matter. Hers did. Anton wasn't automatically throwing her out. She had a chance to talk her way out of this. "My jaguar is primitive." Yes, that definition fit. The things her cat wanted Anton to do to Nix had everything to do with primal drives and nothing to do with reality. "She's ruled by her instincts. I'm not. Banishing her to her field is safer for both of us, so that's what I did." "I'm impressed. Few shifters your age can do so." Anton's praise brought a smile to her lips. Admitting she'd had months to perfect her control over her jaguar would lessen Anton's opinion of her, especially if he learned he'd been the reason she'd had to strengthen her will over her cat to begin with. Ever since she read the ad Anton had placed, she'd fought the animal. Its insistence she seek Anton out immediately nearly drove her nuts. "I'm full of surprises." "I have to agree. I hadn't expected you to sneak into my bedroom and betray my trust within hours of meeting me. Anton released her wrists and rolled her body so she was facing him. His black and gold eyes held her captive with a demand she confess all her sins. Why did you? I didn't betray you. Out of the two accusations, this one she could deny. Hard to pretend she hadn't snuck into his room when she was lying on his bed, next to his impressive body. He raised a brow. You were reading my personal email. If that's not a betrayal of trust, I don't know what is. I didn't mean to look at that email. The words rushed out. Anton's eyes brightened. One corner of his mouth lifted. He didn't even try to hide his amusement over her statement. If she wasn't trying to talk her way out of this, she'd laugh too. As excuses went, hers was pretty lame. You had to click on my email app to open it. I left it closed when I left. How could you not mean to look at my email? Nyx licked her lips and focused on the lust warming her body. With any luck, the scent of her arousal would mask the telltale stench of the lie she was about to tell. I was looking for your calendar. Mine is part of my email program. You didn't meet me like you said you would, so I thought maybe you had another meeting and forgot about me. I will never be able to forget about you. The seriousness in Anton's tone drew her attention from the lips she wanted on hers to his eyes. Still exotically beautiful, but the intensity reflected in them left her breathless, waiting on the reason behind his words. Though, honestly, she knew he'd never forget her, but not for the reason that a butterfly's dancing in her belly. Soon she'd topple the carefully cultivated world he'd built here on the campus of the Shifter Council. There'd be no forgetting that. His hatred for her would last eternity too. Moments passed without him saying anything else. She swallowed hard. The silence unnerved her. Because you're immortal, right? Your memory must be both a blessing and a curse. His gaze caressed her. She swore he was memorizing her features. Yes, exactly. I both treasure my immortality and loathe it. Sometimes the prospect of having another chance at life is unbearably tempting. A do-over, as my pride leader would say. I don't know. If I had the choice, I'd want to live forever. Lip caught between her teeth, she glanced away. If I was mated to someone I cared about anyway. Or alone completely. Otherwise, eternity would be my hell. As mine will be. Anton spoke the words under his breath, but there was no missing them. She studied his expression, no hint of what spurred his statement. Your eternity will be hell? Yes. Anton scraped his fingernails over her side as he fisted the hem of her shirt and dragged it higher. His caress soothed the small sting. Or it could have been her lust distracting her from it. Either way, her focus centered on Anton's fingers mapping a path up her body. He brushed his knuckles over the swell of her breast. Her lace bra prevented her from experiencing the tingling rush Anton's touch elicited within her. She should be grateful not to feel his caress. This man was an obstacle, standing in the way of her destiny. The truth didn't erase the needs building within her. She ached in a way she never had. Arching her back, she pushed her sensitive nipples against Anton's chest. They hurt. Anton's mouth could soothe them. He could send her into another frenzy. This time she'd soar. His teasing touch last night proved he could please her. She'd been dripping in welcome for him then just as she suspected she was now. Anton took her unspoken invitation. He unhooked her bra and pushed the cup from one aching breast. With his fingers resting against her heavy flesh, he stared into her eyes as if waiting to see her reaction to his bold move. Or waiting for her to beg for his touch. Why will your eternity be hell? She prompted instead of begging for relief. She couldn't bring herself to do so. A woman who'd go to the lengths she was in order to secure a lifetime without a mate did not beg a man for pleasure, no matter how much she craved it. If Anton happened to satisfy her through his own free will, however, she wouldn't stop him. Because Anton swiped his thumb over her nipple. A shiver skipped down her spine. One corner of his lip quivered, as if he knew how the simple move affected her. But she hadn't moaned, hadn't gasped. She was fairly certain her expression hadn't changed. Of course, her hardening nipple probably gave her away. Whatever tipped him off, she wanted him to give her more. She swiped her tongue across her lower lip, wetting it, and hoping her glistening mouth would entice Anton into kissing her. Because why? Council members don't mate. Ever. Anton circled her nipple before flicking it again. This time her small squeak betrayed her excitement. He smirked. Not even if they meet their true mate, and an eternity without the comfort of the one female chosen to be theirs by the goddesses themselves, is hell. That's what awaits me. That would be hell, if you believed in true mates. She did not. If the goddesses had wanted shifters to mate for love, the strict mating laws given males the right to claim any female they wanted wouldn't still be enforced. Anton brushed his lips over the base of her neck, speeding her pulse. And your future, with your promised male, will be your hell, right? Yes, exactly, she smiled. She'd spent years convincing Boris her interest lay in acting as a representative and role model for female shifters, not as a vessel for babies, or a warm body to use when her mate was horny, or worse yet, a cook and maid. I thought all women dreamed of the day they took a mate. No, she laughed. I'd rather live out my life alone than mate someone unworthy. Anton raised his gaze to hers. A slow, pleased grin spread over his mouth. Her lower belly quivered with an immediate punch of need. The tips of his distended fangs gave his smile a wicked edge. She squirmed. Even if he was rich and powerful, or good-looking? She nibbled on her lip. Anton was talking her into a corner. Shifter females were nothing without a man, whether that man was a mate or a guardian. They needed someone to protect them. Everyone understood that. Admitting she wanted to shatter that tradition would give Anton insight into her emotions. She couldn't have that. He might use them against her. Depends on whether I was attracted to him. Releasing her breast, Anton adjusted his body over hers, spreading her legs and settling into the spot between her thighs. The hard press of his erection lined up with her groin. Clothes separated them, but it didn't take much to imagine the slide of his thick cock through her arousal, or the burn of her muscles as her body adjusted to Anton's girth. He rocked against her. She moaned. Her eyelids lowered. For a man rumored not to like women, Anton excelled at the fine art of seduction. Let me guess. Anton firmed his hold on her wrists and leaned close. His exhales warmed her cheek while he pushed his groin a little harder against her panty-covered clit. Sparks skipped to her womb. Your promised mate doesn't make your pussy wet like I can, does he? Oh, goddess. Nix didn't know what else to say. Anton reached between their bodies and pushed the barrier of her underwear aside. He dragged his knuckles through her cleft. On each stroke, he pushed against her opening, drawing more arousal forth. She squirmed. He dipped a finger into her pussy, then another, and stroked her, stretching her untried body. She'd never had sex, traditional sex anyway. Oral sex didn't count. Teasing and foreplay didn't count. Nothing done to her had ever tempted her to accept a man into her body. Until Anton got her in his bed. I feel how tight you are, Nix. Your promised mate would need you to be dripping for him before he ever attempted to fuck you. Anton pushed his fingers as far as they'd go into her body, then moved his thumb to her clit. Her inner muscles squeezed tight around Anton's fingers. She stifled a whimper. Did he get you this wet? I don't want to mate him. That was the best answer Anton would get from her. Anything else gave him power over her. With the way she reacted to him, he didn't need much. Anton eased his fingers from her body. His wet fingertips mapped a path over her stomach to her chest. He laid them against the swell of her breast. And being able to support yourself will save you from this male? She nodded in response to Anton's question. It was all she could do. Voicing the lie again felt wrong. There are many opportunities for females to earn a living without having a mate to support her. Laws have been passed to prohibit employment discrimination against our women, mated or unmated. Why not choose one of those jobs? Many of those also offer housing. Why my ad? Secretarial work is boring, and I'm not an easy man to work for. She pressed the tip of her tongue to the roof of her suddenly dry mouth. Somehow he knew she was a spy, placed her to purposely uncover evidence against him. That had to be the reason he focused on her motive to come here. How had he found out? What would he do to her now that he realized the truth? With her nipple held between his thumb and forefinger, Anton bent close and brushed his lips over the delicate spot right below her ear. I hear your heart pounding. The sharp tang of fear taints your scent, too. Why are you so afraid? I merely asked you a question. Or is it because I'm touching you? He paused, as if waiting for her to respond. She couldn't. She didn't know the reason for her silence. You should know I'm only reading your body language, Nix. If I'm reading you wrong, tell me to stop. I will. I can't fail. I can't allow you to toss me out. You're my ticket to freedom. The truth rushed out. You've already explained how you need a job to avoid an unwanted mating. Anton rested his cheek on the mattress. She turned her head to look into his eyes. Inches separated them, adding an intimacy to this moment that didn't match their topic of conversation. But why my job? That's what I need to know. Her heart beat impossibly faster. She could have been running for her life through the woods surrounding this house, not sharing this bed with Anton. Every lie that came to mind wouldn't come out. She closed her mouth without saying anything. Tell me the truth. Anton lowered his voice. Why did you choose my ad over the others? You said you'd waited months to apply for it. Why? What compelled you to do so? I know for a fact there are other council members looking for secretaries right now. I've seen those ads. They pay the same, offer housing. Why mine? She had to tell Anton something. Obviously her honor was rearing its ugly head. Dang it. How was she going to be able to destroy this man's life to build the one she deserved? Nix closed her eyes, saving herself from Anton's hypnotic spell. The man was dangerous. She'd been warned how lethally intense he could be. The trait had turned him into a forceful and effective shifter council member. She hadn't realized his skills included the ability to compel those around him to confess all their sins. Boris insisted. I can't refuse him. He's my guardian. Why did he insist on me? She flinched. Anton's harsh voice cut through her. She squeezed her eyelids tighter. He said you're the only male he trusts with his unmated niece. Because I don't like women? As excuses went, that one worked perfectly in this situation, and it wasn't a lie. She had heard of his lack of interest from several people, though the way he touched her didn't support their claim. She didn't have any other comeback, though. Yes, exactly. That's a lie. Anton lowered his voice, compelling her to believe him. You know that, right? I wouldn't be touching you if I didn't enjoy women. But you don't bring women into your house. You don't meet them elsewhere. You never leave this campus, you... Anton skimmed his lips over her closed eyes, then her mouth, stopping her words. His breath heated her skin, sensitizing and arousing her impossibly more. She parted her lips, welcoming his kiss. No, praying for it. Just once. She couldn't leave him today without experiencing his passion. Moments passed. He didn't kiss her. He didn't do anything besides breathe, drawing her air into his lungs and warming her lips with his exhales. She had no choice but to do the same. An odd sensation slipped through her. It was almost as if she was taking a piece of Anton inside her each time she inhaled, like he was imprinting himself on her. She'd never be the same. She shook her head, clearing it of the crazy thought and ending this moment. It doesn't matter what I think about your sex life. Boris insisted I work for you. He said you'd protect me. Didn't he explain everything in the letter he wrote? He said he was going to. Anton shoved away from her and strode to his desk. He closed the laptop, then stood there, with his hands planted on the blotter. A thin black t-shirt covered his upper body, and loose gray sleep pants clung to his legs. No shoes protected his bare feet. He hadn't gotten dressed today, that much was obvious. Where had he gone this morning if he hadn't left the house? She looked everywhere, except for the room above this one. There had to be one. The tower stairs continued up past Anton's door. What was up there? More paintings, maybe? She wanted to know. Anton cleared his throat, drawing her back to this moment and this man. I didn't read your uncle's letter. I didn't see it on the floor of the library this morning. I assumed you'd picked it up. I did, but I didn't read it. I had more pressing matters to address. Like whatever happened to Molly? That is the little girl's name, isn't it? Yes. Anton dipped his head, his back arched. That's her name. Nix would dream of those cold, dead eyes. She knew it. Her mind would spin tales of what had happened to Molly to make her resemble a killer. Nix didn't want to face those nightmares. What happened to her? Change your clothes. You have my blood on them. Anton glanced over his shoulder. And eat, too. I'm not sure what's in the kitchen, but I'm sure you can find something. I'll be down in a few hours. Then we can talk. Nix forced herself to move. Lying in Anton's comfy bed after he'd just ordered her out wouldn't help convince him she was trustworthy and would obey his commands. Darn, it was hard. She liked the feel of his sheets against her skin and his scent surrounding her. She liked how he touched her. The man captivated her. And that was a problem she had to correct. She wasn't supposed to like the man she was posed to destroy. Chapter 5. Holding her breath, Nix smacked the egg on the edge of the mixing bowl. Yolk and clear liquid glop mixed with the sugar and white shell pieces from the last egg she'd cracked. Her shoulders slumped. The human on the baking show had made this look so easy. He didn't get any of the hard white shells in his mixture. Nix pushed up her sleeves. Gritty sugar covered her arms from the last time she'd shoved at them. She flicked the crystals off her fingers and picked out the largest shell pieces. The tiniest shards evaded her fingertips, however. Each time she tried to scoop the white slivers, the egg mixture pulled them out of reach. Good enough. The beaters should break them up into even smaller pieces. They'd be unnoticeable then. Nix added the soft clumps of butter, then turned the large standing mixer to low. After a moment of butter chunk banging into the mixer blades, the mixture blended, exactly as it had for the baker. Perfect. Nix grinned and faced the kitchen island. The sight of the mess she'd made killed her enthusiasm. Flour covered the counter, the floor, and the cabinets behind the island. A metal sifter lay next to the flour-covered apron she'd tossed on the floor. She'd have a lot of cleaning to do. If the triple batch of chocolate chip cookies convinced Anton to keep her in his home, however, it'd be worth it. The human did say this recipe was irresistible, that a single batch wouldn't be enough to satisfy a crowd. Well, she had to satisfy a large male predator, so she could destroy him. Anton's image flashed before her. The protective look he'd worn after she'd mentioned not wanting to take a mate haunted her. No, she shook her head. She wouldn't allow any soft moment with him to influence her. He was a bastard. Everyone had told her that. She'd seen that side of him herself. Latching on to the memory of Anton yelling at her in the library, Nix stepped over the dirty apron and snatched the flour bowl. She increased the speed on the mixer and dumped in some of the contents. Flour puffed around her. Turning her head, she choked on the airborne particles. Holding her breath, she added the rest, slowly, exactly as the baker had done. The mixers groaned, then whipped the cream-colored batter, splattering the sides of the bowl and the countertop. The runny batter didn't resemble what the human had made. She'd followed his recipe. She'd watched the video. The only thing she hadn't done was sift the flour. He said it was optional. It'll be fine. She stopped the mixer, stirred in the chocolate chips, then dropped a rounded teaspoon on the cookie pan. The batter dripped off the spoon. The cookie dough spread into a misshapen blob, not a rounded drop. Dang it! She'd screwed up the recipe. It was the only explanation. Groaning, Nix slammed the spoon on the counter, then flung the bowl. Failure did not make her feel good. At all. What have you done to my kitchen? Anton's bellowed question tore a gasp from her throat. She spun. Dressed in another pair of chinos and a white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up, Anton stood in the doorway with his eyes locked on her, not the mess she'd made. His wild-eyed gaze mapped her face before taking in her sad state. Flour, sugar, and sticky cookie dough covered her body. She was a wreck. Nix brushed a shaky hand over her hair. Her fingers snagged in the strands. She turned her palm over. Cookie dough covered it. She'd just rubbed it in her hair. "Answer me." Anton gripped the doorframe. "It looks like a bomb went off in here." She glanced over her shoulder at the disaster area she'd caused. "I'm making cookies," and failing miserably at it. Anton stared at her for several heartbeats before taking a few steps into the kitchen. His judging eye skipped over the flour-covered counter, the broken sifter she'd tossed in a fit of frustration, and the spray of cookie batter across the floor. A tic formed in his jaw. He slowly dragged his attention to her. "You are?" "Well..." She took in the scene and sighed. "It's a new-to-me recipe. I struggled a little with it." "Struggled?" Anton snorted. His lips twitched as if he was fighting a smile. "It looks like you fought and lost." Her shoulders slumped, her eyes burned. Nix turned her back on Anton and walked to the upended bowl. She righted it, then scooped a handful of cookie dough from the floor. What did it matter if she used her hands? She already looked like a fool. Anton grasped her wrist. She dared a peek at the man whose kitchen she'd trashed. Brows pinched and lips downturned, he watched her with open confusion. Her stunt had caught him off guard. She should be proud of the accomplishment. If he was unsettled, he'd let his guard down. She had a better chance of destroying him if he didn't hold his secrets close. She couldn't work up any satisfaction. The glaring mess in front of her reminded her of how badly she'd screwed up. Nix wiped her hands on her jeans. "I was trying to prove I can be valuable to you." Anton dramatically swept his gaze over the kitchen. He raised a brow. "By covering my kitchen with cookie batter and flour?" I... Nix groaned. She pushed to her feet and planted her hands on her hips. "You see? This is why I don't want to take a mate. I can't do any of the things a woman should. I can't cook, I don't clean, and obviously I'm a horrible baker. That's all a mate does. She's essentially a live-in servant, and I can't do any of it." "But you still offered to be mine." Nix dropped her hands. She snapped her mouth closed. She had offered to be all those things for Anton. "Desperation compelled me to make that offer." "It did?" His disbelieving tone matched his drawn brows. "Yes. Why else would I be here demeaning myself by pretending to be a culinary goddess? I was trying to make these cookies for you." Nix dropped to her knees. She scooped more cookie batter into the bowl. "So you'd be wowed by my awesomeness and want to keep me here, to save me." "From having to take a mate?" "Yes." She answered even though he hadn't phrased it as a question. "I'd make a horrible mate. I wouldn't even be able to feed my male. We'd have to live on takeout." "Your cooking and cleaning skills..." Anton looked pointedly at the batter splattered at her feet, or lack thereof, "should not be equated with your worthiness as a female or a mate." The conviction with which he spoke demanded her agreement. He wasn't acting. She was sure of it. Anton's statement reflected his beliefs. They didn't match the image everyone had painted of the cold-driven councilman. "What does, then?" Anton drew her to her feet. He set the bowl on the counter behind him. "Love, honor, the ability to bring your mate peace. Our lives are too long to waste on a relationship that doesn't offer those things. In the end, the promise of a clean house and a good meal isn't enough to justify a bond. Or it shouldn't, at least." "You're very philosophical. I never would have expected it." Because everyone had told her how obstinate and unyielding Anton could be. Anton brushed flour from her cheek. "I learned from my father's mistake." He mated a woman he didn't love and regretted it? She voiced the first thing that came to mind. "No, he loved my mother." Anton pulled out paper towels and spray cleaner from under the sink. He handed both to her, then retrieved a dustpan and broom from a closet in the hallway. She, however, didn't love him. The intimate knowledge Anton shared wasn't something she could use to tie him to Bianca's murder, or some other crime to justify his removal from the council. The detail Anton shared sparked her curiosity, though. "Why?" Anton propped the dustpan against the wall. and swept the flour into piles. He worked his way from the island to the slightly bent and no longer usable sifter. Without commenting on its destruction, he tossed it in the garbage. The clunk of metal in the bottom of the trash can jerked Nix from her intense study of the methodical way he worked. She couldn't let him do everything. He hadn't made any of this mess, yet he was helping her. Nix gave him one last glance, then scraped out the mixing bowls and cleaned the island's top. Minutes passed. The swoosh of the broom and the squirt of the spray bottle blended with the sounds of their breathing. The tightness in her shoulders lessened the longer they worked. Finally, she washed her hands and took the towel Anton held out for her. Then he stood there, staring at her as she dried her hands. Going by his conflicted expression, he was mulling over his response. She held her breath and waited. My father mated my mother despite knowing a male from a neighboring pride. Claimed she was his true mate. Was this other male's claim true? Anton shrugged. Don't know. My father killed him, then forced my mother into a mating. Words failed her. She ached for everyone involved. No wonder she hated your father. Hate is too soft a word for what my mother felt toward him. Anton glanced at his palms. He flexed his fingers. She despised him. I did too. Even though part of me loved him despite what he'd done. I was grateful, you understand? Because if he hadn't mated your mother, you wouldn't have been born. Yes. Anton dropped his hands. Not a day goes by that I don't think about my parents, the path they took, the one I chose. I think about my parents often, too. I never really knew them, though. They died when I was very young. Boris raised me. I had other uncles, but Boris is the one who taught me everything I know today. Cooking and cleaning or doing any of the things women usually know how to do weren't part of my upbringing. Boris paid people to do things like that. And, well, I never wanted to learn either. Her revelation paled in comparison to the intimate insight Anton had shared, but it was as personal as she could get without giving away her goal. Anton glanced at the clock. It's late. Why don't we call it a day and talk more tomorrow? Sunlight flooded the kitchen. It wasn't late. Be ready to leave first thing in the morning. He walked past her. She grabbed his arm. Don't dismiss me, Anton. Give me a chance. A couple of weeks. That's all I'm asking for. That was all she needed. If she couldn't uncover evidence against Anton in that time, she'd be facing her nightmare. One where she'd have to cook and clean for the next few 100 years. He pried her fingers off him. I am giving you a chance. We're going to the campus library tomorrow. I want to see your secretarial skills in action. Nix deserved his doubt. Oh, which ones? Note-taking and transcription. A newly discovered journal from a third-generation Alexander Pride member was recently added to the library's collection. I've yet to read it. You'll copy some passages so I can do so in private. Copying text? That's it? Anton crossed his arms. Yes, that's it. But it's not as easy as it sounds. The journal is written in the old language. Still, it was copying stuff. How hard could it be? She nodded. You won't be disappointed. She had over 12 hours to practice copying from the books she'd seen in Anton's library. Chapter 6. Cursing his pride's goddess would do no good. Neither would running, or fighting. Nothing would save Anton. He'd considered his situation all night and this morning. Hell had found him. It was more beautiful than he'd ever imagined, too. Anton caught a quick glance at the female who delivered him to his fate. Nix walked next to him on the path to the library with her head down. Her thick, shiny black hair obscured her features. He wanted to see them, memorize her face, explore her body. Never let her go. Anton curled his fingers. They tingled with the desire to touch his true mate's soft skin. He could feel her jaguar reaching for him when he did. The phenomenon shouldn't be possible, without being tied together as mates through a soul bond. He couldn't deny sharing the intimate connection without a bond, however. He'd felt the brush of her cat's thick fur against his skin. If he'd wanted, he could have drawn her cat's soul to the surface, forcing a shift upon Nix. The temptation to do so had been nearly impossible to resist. He wanted to know if Nix's jaguar was as elegant as the woman who housed the big cat. He couldn't find out. Not now, at least. For the moment, she didn't realize they were true mates. That was a good thing. He didn't trust Nix with the knowledge of their connection. Molly, Nix glanced at him. What happened to her? Anton scanned the woods around them. Although still several minutes from the main part of the campus, the trail they followed cut through common grounds. Many shifters valued the solitude they found in these woods. Even the most social of their kind needed a chance to shift and run alone. No shifters moved through the woods now in either human or animal forms. His cats supplied him with the knowledge. They were close to his psyche. He hadn't bothered trying to force them back into their mystical realm. After the encounter in his kitchen yesterday with Nix, he understood it to be impossible. His cats craved the comfort Nix's presence offered as much as he did. For the first time in over 1,000 years, he could breathe without the pressure of his cats trying to exert their will upon him. It was freeing. He didn't know how else to describe the sensation of peace. His mind was quiet. No images of what his cats wanted to do to their enemies. No growls and snarls as they fought among themselves. No constant driving urge to seek revenge for the weak. Nix had given him this, shown him what his future would be like if only he could tie their souls together for all time. If only he could trust Nix with the fate of all shifters. And he would control it soon. A couple of weeks and an amendment to their laws were all that stood in his way of modernizing their archaic society. Nothing would stop him from doing so. Not even Nix. A little girl's life was on the line. Something horrible must have happened to Molly. Nix grabbed his sleeve, stopping him and urging him to look at her. Didn't it? Concern showed in Nix's brown eyes. His cats believed the emotion real. He did too. Her goodness had surrounded him when he'd shared air with her. His true mate held a pure soul. He didn't doubt that. Her sincerity couldn't sway him, though. Nix had an ulterior motive for coming here. He still hadn't figured it out. Why do you assume that? Redirecting conversations always saved him from outright lying. He didn't know if that'd be possible with Nix. Better he not find out. Her eyes. Nix stepped closer to him and lowered her voice. They remind me of an angel's eyes. An assassin. That was what Nix referred to. He'd met many angels of death over the years. He'd occasionally utilized their services too. Molly was no angel, though. At least not yet. He'd heard talk the angels wanted to take her under their wing. Nobody would suspect a child assassin, especially a little girl who looked like a cherub. Molly does have pretty eyes. Her twin Megan has the same pale blue eyes. They're adorable little girls. Skirting the truth worked to avoid lies too. Anton would employ both strategies with Nix. That's not the kind of angel I'm talking about. He frowned. What other kind is there? You know what I mean. Nix made an annoyed sound. An assassin's eyes. Assumptions are dangerous. Wars have started over them. Nix gave him a little shove but didn't let go of his sleeve. She gripped the material tighter. Please, no lectures. Molly's eyes haunt me. They've given me nightmares. I need to know what happened to her. Denying his true mate after she'd pleaded with him went against his primal drives. He couldn't divulge private information, however. While many shifters suspected the truth, only a select few knew it. As a single shifter, Nix couldn't know Molly housed the spirit of the Royal Leon Pride in addition to her lioness, or that the little child who'd been born a mortal single shifter was now immortal and developing abilities even royals didn't possess. At least, no single shifter could learn the truth now. Females weren't allowed to hold any position of power. Yet. Of course, yet was the operative word. Things were about to change. Molly's had a rough childhood. Thankfully, the Leon spirit whom Molly had housed from birth shielded her for most of it, blocking the memories of the experiments conducted on her to test her immortality. She's safe now and in the care of my Pride members. A rough childhood? Nix's eyes narrowed. I had a rough childhood, but my eyes aren't cold. Anton settled his hand on Nix's hip. The sudden alertness of his cats matched his heightened state. Nothing showed in Nix's demeanor to indicate she'd been abused. If anything, he'd guessed she'd been treated as a princess. She carried herself as one. What happened? Nix frowned. How would I know what happened to Molly? That's why I'm asking you. To you. He brushed a few wayward wisps of hair from Nix's shoulders. The strands teasing her face tempted him too. He couldn't risk touching her skin. She was the epitome of temptation, and he was a starving man. The morning he'd found her in his bedroom had nearly broken his control. What happened to make your childhood rough? Grinning, Nix shook her head. I'm on to you, Anton Alexander. It won't work. Heaven smiled at him. Anton traced the curve of Nix's mouth. Energy rushed through him. Need followed. He tugged slightly on her bottom lip, wishing he could suck on her tender flesh. He wouldn't be able to stop there. He'd end up with his fingers inside her. As much as he'd enjoy caressing her and making her hot, carrying the scent of her arousal in public wouldn't be smart. It'd be hard to deny any involvement with her while he smelled of her desire. Anton moved his fingers to her jaw. He was addicted to the tingling rush of awareness touching Nix gave him. Simple caresses wouldn't damn him. When you shared the same roof with someone, you ended up carrying their scent. It was harmless. What won't work? Distracting me? She gave him that look women wielded so well, warning him she wasn't going to let him win. He'd have the choice of giving in or experiencing her wrath. You're putting the focus on me and trying to make me feel important so I won't ask about Molly. You are important. Anton slid his fingers to the heavy mass of Nix's hair and cradled the back of her head. I want to know why your childhood was rough. Desire slid into Nix's eyes, erasing the annoyed glare from moments ago. She might not understand their connection or what it meant, but she felt it, craved it. So did he. I was treated as an adult from a very young age, Nix smirked. I never got to be a kid. Anton bent close, burying his face in Nix's hair and breathing in her scent. Nix exhaled shakily and rested her hand on his back. Her tentative touch quickened his pulse, leaving him on edge. 1,000 years he'd waited for this woman. His primal side knew what he should do. Claim what belonged to him. Now, before another male could steal his heaven. He didn't want to waste time getting to know her or falling in love. He didn't want to think about why he couldn't, or the danger she'd be in by loving him. Mates were easy targets. He simply wanted Nix, sharing his soul from now until the world ended. His jaw ached as his modified feline fangs descended. He couldn't have stopped the reaction if he tried. The primitive urges beating at him were powerful. If he wasn't careful, he'd succumb to them. Turning his head slightly, Anton skimmed his open mouth over her throat, letting the scrape of his distended fangs tease her skin. She'd already seen them. Likely she understood the significance of their appearance. His instincts had been triggered. It'd be best for both of them if Nix assumed lust brought them forth, not the soul-deep need to claim his true mate. You were raised as a dominant. It shows in your mannerisms. I'd argue that wasn't a rough childhood. I'd say you got the upbringing you deserved. Nix huffed. The feminine sound of annoyance brought a smile to his lips. I never even got to play with anyone my age. I was an only child in a family of powerful men. The only female, Anton. And I was raised by Boris. He's a force to be reckoned with, but he didn't know what to do with a girl. So he dressed me demurely and kept me in the library, expecting me to read and stay out of trouble. Did you? Nix eased back enough to look into his face. Amusement brightened her eyes. Depends on your definition of trouble. I didn't break anything or run rampant through the house. But I did have a tendency to hide in the library and eavesdrop on Boris's conversations. No doubt Boris had known she'd been listening. He wouldn't have had a reason to force his animal deep as Anton had done. Boris's jaguar would have easily alerted him to Nix's presence, ensuring she hadn't heard anything she shouldn't have. So, you're an expert at sneaking into places you shouldn't be. Nix laughed. I suppose. But obviously I'm not any better at it than I was as a child. Did he punish you for your spying? Anton's muscles tensed. If Boris had laid a finger on Nix as punishment for her curiosity, Anton would have a problem. Attacking a council member while on the campus grounds could earn him a suspension. Killing another councilman without legal grounds to do so would earn him a death sentence and damn everyone he'd ever fought for. Boris made a game out of flushing me from my hiding spots. Then he made me sit and debate with him and whoever happened to be visiting him, no matter how late in the night they talked. Anton had already glimpsed hints of Nyx's intelligence and cunning. Likely he hadn't seen Nyx at her best. Ah, yesterday morning was just another game, then. You wanted me to catch you. Now you want me to include you in my private affairs as your uncle had by telling you about Molly. The accusation was a stretch. He'd never voiced such a loose motive in council chambers. If it prompted Nyx to tell him the real reason for her interest in Molly, he'd consider it a win. I'm not playing games. The pleading tone in her voice matched the look in her eyes. Aren't you? Anton held his breath, waiting for Nyx's response, and praying she told the truth. If she could look him in the eye and lie, they had a long way to go before he ever told her about their connection. Nyx glanced down. She licked her lips. The telltale signs of her anxiety betrayed her stance. She didn't want to lie. The knowledge soothed him. Would she, though? Damn it. He could sense the battle going on within Nyx. Whatever led her to him carried serious consequences. For her. He doubted it had anything to do with this male she was supposed to mate either. A man like Boris would use Nyx as a bargaining chip to secure his family's future. Nyx. He waited until she looked at him. Are you playing games with me? Trying to see how much private information I'll divulge? Not about this. Nyx gripped his shoulders and stood on her tiptoes. What happened to put that cold look in Molly's eyes? I need to know. So does my jaguar. We want to hunt down whoever hurt her. Then torture them. Make them beg for mercy. But we'll have none, you understand? Only their death will appease us. Hearing her violent plans for those who'd experimented on Molly, turning the single shifter child into an immortal pride leader, satisfied him on a level he hadn't expected. You suffer from the curse of a dominant. Nyx leaned in. The scent of moonflowers surrounded him, tempted him. Then don't let me suffer with the nightmares. They'll haunt my dreams again tonight, I know it. My mind will torment me with possibilities. I'll go mad not knowing. Anton considered his choices. He couldn't tell Nyx the truth. He also couldn't let her suffer the unknown. For the first time in his life, he didn't know what to say. Nyx shoved away and turned her back on him. She gripped her biceps, hugging herself. I shouldn't have clicked on that email. Why did you? Curiosity. It stuck out, and I wanted to know... Nyx's words trailed off. You wanted to know what? Who Molly was, Nyx shrugged. Why she was important to you. I figured she had to be. Why else would her name be in the subject line? If she was a case or something, her case number would be in the subject line. At least that's how Boris emails are sent. Seeing a female's name meant she was personal. I just hadn't expected Molly to be a child. Who did you expect her to be? A lover, maybe? Nyx laughed, but the sound didn't convey amusement. Bitterness tainted it. Honestly, I don't know. I just had to find out why you saved that email. About a female. It was months old. And you're not supposed to have close females in your life. Nyx might have blamed her curiosity, but the slight change in her scent spoke of another motivation. Jealousy had spurred Nyx. It had nothing to do with her spying on him, at least not in this instance. He went to her and laid a hand on her shoulder. She glanced at him. The turmoil in her expression hurt to see. Her reaction toward him confused her. He didn't need Nyx to tell him that. Her eyes acted as a gateway to her soul. I'm allowed to keep lovers. As a council member, he just couldn't mate any of them, or else he'd risk dying with her when his enemies targeted his mate. And they would. There was no doubt in his mind. Killing a mate wasn't against their code of conduct. But you don't have lovers. Nyx studied him intently. Her brows pulled together, and the jealousy twisting her scent grew stronger. Or do you? He rested his free hand on her hip. Had Nyx been simply a secretary, he never would have touched her so boldly. Then again, had Nix only been his secretary, she wouldn't be asking about his sex life. They'd be discussing work, exclusively. That had been the extent of his conversations with Bianca. It's been decades since a female has tempted me. Anton slid his hand from her hip to her stomach. But I think it's soon time to give in to my hungers, before they consume me. Decades? Nix turned in his embrace. She laid her palms on his chest but didn't push him away. The corner of her lip trembled as she obviously fought a smile. Will you even know what to do with a woman once you get her naked? Images flashed before him. The things he wanted to do to Nix tightened his body and left his chest aching. Anton couldn't decide which fantasies appealed to him more, seeing a restrained Nix shudder and moan as she came apart around his cock, or feeling Nix's breath on his skin as she slept with her head pillowed on his chest. Anton moved his hands to Nix's lower back and pulled her closer. Her eyes widened, likely from the feel of his hard dick pressed into her stomach. He enjoyed seeing the shocked look on her face. He couldn't help but wonder if inexperience added to her widened eyes. Although only 25, most females Nix's age would have slept with several men by now, maybe dozens. Maturing, especially for their women, left them crazed with their surging hormones and the drive to mate. They'd welcome any relief a man could give them. Most shifter males knew this and exploited their females. Anton couldn't imagine Boris allowing Nix to be taken advantage of that way, however. Or at all. Some males would pay a lot for a virgin mate. The delicate slope of Nix's shoulder drew Anton's eye. His jaw ached as his fangs slid into place. If one of the other council members caught a glimpse of his fangs or picked up on the slur to his voice, they'd suspect his connection to Nix. Never before had he reacted to a woman in such an animalistic way. Good thing there wasn't anyone close. All I have to do is allow my instincts to direct me. He bent his head and brushed his lips from Nix's shoulder to her ear. What about you, Nix? Do you know what to do with a man? Or will you fumble with inexperience and disappoint him? How dare you? Nix pushed against him. He eased back despite the urges demanding he hold her close. She narrowed her eyes. That's none of your business. Anger burned in Nix's eyes. She wasn't going to tell him anything else. He wanted to demand the truth or call her a hypocrite. She'd asked him about his ability to satisfy a lover. He was merely bouncing the question back on her. Doing so would extend this fight. He'd rather take the victory. By focusing on Nix, he'd avoided sharing anything about Molly. That was a good thing. Just the notion of lying to Nix bothered him on an elemental level. Besides, she'd learn of his deception once he tied their souls together for all time. Actually, Nix would know everything about him, including his lifelong hope that he never meet his true mate. Chapter 7. The stone-faced man sitting across from Nix hadn't spoken a word to her in hours. Granted, the reserved atmosphere of the library didn't encourage conversation, but the glower Anton had worn since they'd stepped foot in this building had to be forced. No man could look as pissed off and as cold as Anton did for this long. She couldn't take it anymore. Her jaguar's anxious pacing in response to Anton's mood drove Nix nuts. No amount of soothing words or comforting caresses calmed the big cat. Her jaguar's bared teeth and deep snarl had let Nix know she'd be in for a fight if she tried to force her primal side deep. The middle of the library with Anton mere feet from her wasn't the right place to take on her inner cat. She couldn't guarantee she'd win. Nix rolled her shoulders, a failed attempt to ease the stiffness tightening her body, then scanned the aisles, noting the many men around them. Not all belonged on the council. A few she recognized as ordinary shifters who'd visited her uncles over the years. They didn't acknowledge her presence. Actually, nobody looked directly at her. She could have been invisible. Everyone had responded to Anton, however, not in a warm way either. Every single shifter in this room had nodded in his direction, then gave their table a wide berth. She slid her gaze back to Anton, the man her Uncle Boris deemed a cold-blooded murderer. For months, Nix had listened to the evidence Boris spouted to support his conclusion. Not only did Anton have the opportunity, he had a reason to kill Bianca. Revenge. Each founding member on the council had contributed to the laws governing their species by penning a book detailing whatever aspect of the law they defined. All those first law books were safely locked away in this library. Except one. The book written by the first Alexander. Anton had spent his life searching for it. Bianca had stolen it right out from under Anton's nose, then sold it to Nix's uncle. Nobody knew that little detail, though. If Anton had, he would have stolen it back. Nix had believed her uncle's theory about Anton killing Bianca out of revenge. Boris's claim made perfect sense. After meeting Anton, however, Nix couldn't help but question her uncle's insistence that Anton had murdered Bianca. Anton didn't feel like a killer. Nix didn't know how else to sum up her instincts. She simply didn't fear for her life in this man's presence. Nix leaned across the table, ignoring Anton's stiff body and hard glare. After seeing his smile and the warmth in his eyes less than an hour ago, his sullenness now didn't strike her as genuine, especially when her jaguar kept feeding her images of how it wanted to run with Anton's cats. If her jaguar didn't fear Anton, even with the glower he wore, Nix couldn't work up the energy to do so. She lowered her voice to a mere breath of sound. "What types of books are kept here?" The frown on Anton's face deepened into a scowl that should have made her cower. Instead, Anton's focus on her stopped the relentless pacing of her jaguar. The big cat turned its attention to him, then laid down, resting its head on its paws. Books written by shifters. There's even a small fiction section in the back. Anton's condescending tone came off as fake as a scowl. Nix fought a smile. "I mean, how is it broken up? I know there are books written by various council members and even some respected alphas that have been used to argue for and against issues the Founding Fathers' books don't cover. But how are they sorted? By author, subject? How does anyone find the book they need in this place? There are thousands of books in here." "There are even more below the library." The man couldn't answer a straight question to save his life. Nix dipped her head, hoping to hide the annoyance in her expression. Anton's evasiveness made her want to scream. But she couldn't drop this topic. She needed a lead-in to talk about the first Alexander's book Bianca stole from Anton. "Really?" Nix studied the nearby shelves. Small pieces of artwork and sculptures were tucked between sections of books. They added a nice touch to this space, but they took up valuable room. If things were rearranged, there'd be plenty of spots for more books. "Restricted books, Nix." "What kind of restricted books?" "The ones that are controlled. They're not books anyone could pull off the shelf and read." Nix stared at Anton for a minute, while his words stirred 101 questions. "Why? What's in them that the average shifter can't know about?" Anton closed his eyes and breathed slowly, as if counting to 10, then focused on her. "Nothing is being kept from our species. Each book in this room has been painstakingly transcribed by hand. It's tedious work even for a shifter, but it's necessary. Some of the originals are extremely fragile. They were written on parchment stolen from the heavens. They're old. Very, very old." Nix studied the open book in front of her. A mix of glyphs and swooping lines covered the yellowed and brittle page. Simply opening the book had sped Nix's pulse for fear it would crumble under her fingertips. "This isn't the original, then?" "No. That particular book is a copy of a copy given to the library as a gift. Since it's only a journal, it hasn't been recopied into a book that can be checked out. Unfortunate, but that's how it is. The ancient language isn't exactly easy to convert to mass-market production, and even if it was, these books aren't meant to be out in circulation." "And the originals are kept below the library?" "Of those we have, yes." "Even the Founding Fathers' books? The ones that define the laws all shifters must abide by?" "Yes, in heavily guarded chambers." "Because one of them was stolen years ago, right?" "Before it was copied," Anton nodded. "And while we have a general idea what topics it covered, we have nothing to point to and say, this is the law that must be followed." "What topics?" Nix asked, even though she knew the answer. "Women's rights and other socially responsible bullshit stuff." Boris had never gone into detail about the so-called bullshit stuff, as he only cared about her becoming the first female on the council. "Women's rights, our responsibility to the humans, rules governing how we should deal with prisoners." Anton gave her a pointed look. "All the topics that caused discontent among the Founding Fathers in the first place." "And conveniently, that book went missing, right?" Anton smirked. "Exactly. And in the absence of solid laws, the Council and various alphas over the years have written their own." "Has anyone tried to find this missing book?" Nix held her breath. Would Anton lie to her, or would this moment give her the evidence to destroy him? My pride's founding father wrote it, Nix. I've been obsessed with finding the first Alexander's book my entire life. I have hired many trackers and investigators over the years. About a year ago, one of my men found it. The pencil in Anton's hand snapped. Tendons stood out in his neck. And I lost it again. The sound of approaching footsteps straightened Nix's spine and stopped her from asking more questions. She didn't need to look at the man coming their way. She'd noticed the huge royal feline shifter the moment she'd walked in the door. Or more accurately, her jaguar had spotted him, then urged Nix to slowly back away. Anton didn't flinch with the royal shifter's approach. He didn't relax either. The angry look intensified. His knuckles turned white. You're early. Time means little to me, you know that. The other shifter faced her. Have you finished? The feline shifter's black eyes pierced her. It was that condescending look men gave when they wanted you to know they found you inferior. She fought the desire to tell him where to stick his attitude. Instead, she smiled sweetly. Finished what? Nix used the most innocent voice she could muster. This pompous new man Nix wouldn't mind knocking on his ass crossed his arms over his chest. Transcribing that text? Nearly. She turned her attention to the page and copied the last 2 sentences. Grinning, she leaned back in her chair. There. Done. The other shifter grunted and faced Anton. You were right, as always. She's perfect. Of course I am. The words were out of her mouth before she could stop them. Damn it. Her confidence would be her downfall. How many times had Boris said that to her over the years? I like her. The haughty look in the feline shifter's eyes faded, replaced by amusement. She'll fit in well here. No, she won't. Anton's hard tone drew Nix's gaze to his face. Fire burned in his eyes. His nostrils flared. Short golden hairs pushed through the skin over his knuckles. He looked ready to kill. She tightened her grip on her pen and flicked her gaze between the 2 men. Something had set Anton off. For the life of her, she didn't know what. The other shifter's words had been harmless. Working in this library requires a sense of humor. This is boring work. The royal feline motioned to her. The female obviously has a good temperament to have dealt with you all morning. She'll do fine handling the rest of the surly councilmen when they come in looking for books. Nix tipped her head to the side and studied the other shifter. Although she'd heard his words, they didn't make sense. I won't be working for the library. I've just hired you as a favor to Anton. The feline shifter motioned to the large counter near the back of the room. Paperwork is in my office for you to sign. Nix flicked her gaze to Anton. Hired me? As a favor? What is he talking about? Anton smacked the book he'd been reading closed and stood. His chair toppled backward, slamming into the floor. Gather your stuff. We're leaving. Wait, what? The other man dropped a big palm on her purse. You asked me to take her off your hands. I'm doing that. I changed my mind. Anton wrapped his claw-tipped hand around the other man's wrist. Now locate the book I requested to see, and I'll be back to look at it soon. Can't say I blame you. The royal shifter flicked Anton's hand off, then skimmed a finger over the sentences she'd copied. This is phenomenal. She managed to duplicate the style of writing as well as the text. Practicing all night had helped. She grinned. Maybe if she kept trying, she could bake cookies, too. Exactly. Anton grabbed her purse and the notebook she'd been writing in. Let's go. Without waiting, he strode for the door. She hurried after Anton. Once outside, she snagged his arm. You asked him to give me a job? Anton jerked his arm free. Yes, I did. Why? Hollowness spread through her chest. She didn't understand why she was upset. She wasn't supposed to care what Anton thought of her, but knowing he'd wanted to get rid of her hurt. You told me you needed a job. I didn't think you'd fit my needs, but I knew the library would hire you if I asked them. So I did. But then you changed your mind. Yes. Shoulders squared, Nix raised her chin in the haughtiest stance she could manage. Well, I'm glad you realized my worth before you lost me. You will soon learn I have one goal in life. Today I realized you'll be the one to help me achieve it. I'd be a fool to let you slip through my fingers." Anton studied her a moment, then slid his cool gaze behind her. "You'll be staying on. Permanently." "Permanently?" Nix knew repeating Anton's words made her sound foolish. She couldn't help it. His actions since catching her in his room yesterday morning made little sense. "Possession is 9/10 of the law, Nix." Anton said her name but didn't look at her. His harsh glare remained focused behind her. "It gives a shifter the right to kill anyone who dares take what belongs to him. Did you know that?" Nix slowly turned her head instead of answering. Anton's primitive response wasn't meant for her. If it had been, he would have directed his demanding gaze on her. Two of the line shifters from inside the library stood in the open doorway. Councilmen. She recognized them. They'd visited Boris a couple of years ago. One of the councilmen openly ogled her. He licked his lips and met her eyes. A smirk twisted his mouth. She didn't like the way he looked at her. It was a sick kind of fascination, not the appreciative interest men usually showed in her. A chill ran through her, stirring her jaguar. The big cat stepped forward, pushing at the barrier between them. It didn't like the line shifter's gawking either. Her cat wanted to make him stop. Anton stepped in front of her, blocking her view of the other councilman, and lifted her chin. His touch countered the iciness slithering through her veins and stilled her jaguar. "Did you know a shifter has the right to fight for his possessions?" She licked her lips. "Yes." "As an unmated shifter female, you belong to your guardian until he relinquishes you to another male. Boris did so when he asked me to hire you." Ownership flared in Anton's exotic eyes. Angled the way they were, only she experienced the force behind his gaze. "You are now mine, Nix." "Yours?" Nix barely got the word out. Her throat felt tight, her mouth dry. "Yes." Anton brushed his thumb over her lower lip, pulling it down slightly before dropping his hand. "At least, until you've outlived your usefulness." Anton held her purse out to her. The moment she took the strap, he walked away from her. "Let's go. We have much left to do today." Nix studied his retreating back. She'd secured the first part of her plan. If she didn't have intimate access to Anton's house and his life, she'd never uncover the evidence on Anton to take him down. His parting words left her uneasy, though. What would he do with her once she no longer fit his needs? Would she meet the same fate as Bianca? The urging of her jaguar to follow Anton made her choice. She hurried after him. If she didn't, she'd never secure her spot on the Shifter Council. She had to claim it. Female shifters, including little girls like Molly, needed someone who'd fight for them. She was that someone, and nobody would stop her from being their advocate. Not Anton, not Harvey, and certainly not Boris. Once he outlived his usefulness, she'd sever his control over her life. Permanently. Chapter 8. The woman would be his downfall. Anton snuck a quick glance at Nix. Although he walked at a brisk pace, not shortening his strides for her as he'd done before, she kept pace with him. Well, she jogged. If the scowl on her face was any indication, she wasn't happy about it. Or maybe her annoyed expression stemmed from the scene back at the library. His irritation certainly did. His reaction to Czar, the head librarian, offering Nix a job had been childish. His territorial claim on Nix he'd made in front of the councilman outside the library had been worse. He hadn't been able to stop either primitive response. Cracking his jaw, Anton quickened his pace. He needed the privacy of his tower to regain control and think. His instincts had to be reined in before someone suspected Nix's true value to him. If he was lucky, his fellow councilman would attribute the possessiveness to his normal behavior. He did vehemently protect what belonged to him, and Nix was his secretary. Considering he couldn't keep any help for long, his behavior was plausible. He hoped. Nix grabbed his arm. "Slow down." He didn't want to. He wanted to get as far from Nix as he could. She unhinged him. 1,000 years of discipline down the drain. At the first hint of losing Nix, he transformed into a male driven by his animalistic urges. How would he ever be able to let her go? Or watch her die as old age claimed her body? Single shifters might live a few hundred years, but eventually they died. When Nix did, he'd be alone. Anton! She tugged hard on his sleeve. Slow down! Her tight grip pulled the collar of his shirt partially down his shoulder. She wasn't letting go. If he kept walking, he'd drag her along with him. She'd fall. He stopped and faced her. Can't you keep up? A feminine sound of frustration accompanied her shove to his chest. I'm in high heels. They're not made for jogging. My feet are killing me. The black-heeled boots she wore belonged in a porn video. The knee-length skirt and jacket did not. They fit the image of a modest woman. Together, the boots and clothes lent Nyx a sexy, sophisticated aura. The confident air matched her perfectly. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how a short miniskirt and halter top would look with those boots. Better yet if she paired them with lingerie. Swallowing hard, he forced his gaze from the boots that hugged her calves as if molded to her body, and met her eyes. Then walk at your own pace. I'm confident you can find your way back to the house. Why are you running away from me? I'm not! Damn it. He couldn't lie to his true mate. The moment he joined their souls, if he joined their souls, she'd have access to his memories. If she focused on this one moment in time, she'd know he'd wanted to get away from her. Her warm brown eyes cooled, then narrowed. You are too running. Not running. I'm walking briskly. I have things to do. Technically true. So do I. Nyx crossed her arms over her chest. And you're preventing me from doing them. I'm preventing you? Anton laughed, surprising himself. He'd been irritated seconds ago. How do you figure? I have to apologize to you. I can't do that if you keep Nyx closed her eyes on a deep breath as if she was counting to 10. I can't do that if you're walking briskly away from me. Apologize to me? For what? Nyx peeked at him through cracked eyelids. He got the impression she was judging him, or trying to understand him. For putting you on the spot. About? You never officially hired me, yet I acted offended that you dare not want me. That wasn't right. I put you on the spot, in front of other councilmen. Nyx studied his face. That's why you said the things you did, right? About Boris surrendering his role as my guardian, and you taking his place? It was an act. Boris wouldn't just relinquish control over me. I'm the only Mercer female. I'm important to him. You're right. He won't relinquish control over your future, but he did say he no longer wants responsibility for your safety. You'd have to secure your own if you don't want the mate he chose for you. Protect me? Boris never protected me. He ordered me never to leave our property. A good security system would do the same. That's why you need a job on council grounds, only, Anton corrected Nyx. What are you talking about? Anton rubbed his finger over Nyx's downturned brows. This campus is heavily guarded. This is the only place you would be safe from your chosen mate. Safe? Nyx laughed. He wouldn't hurt me. Unwilling arranged matings are no longer allowed. My interpretation of the law ensures Boris must respect your decision to refuse the male he picked. It doesn't mean your chosen mate has to abide by your choice. Knowing this, Boris asked me to consider hiring you. Anton's voice hardened. My stance on forcing females into matings is no secret. People know what your father did to your mother? She looked at him, as if he'd betrayed her. No, they don't. As I said, my track record is clear on this issue. Keeping his rage in check grew harder the longer he spoke. He hated the loophole that allowed males to avoid punishment for forcing women into a lifetime bond. No matter how many ways he argued against it, primal law overruled him. For now. Come next month, that would change with or without the lost First Alexander's book outlining their women's rights. As eldest councilman, he'd simply make a new law that trumped the previous one, then make sure it passed one way or another. The signature of the eldest councilman trumped everyone's. Boris thinks he'd... Nyx took a step back. Boris thinks Harvey would mate me against my will? Is that what you're telling me? Anton filed the name away. He didn't know any single Jaguar shifters with that name, but soon he'd learn everything about the male who'd almost stolen Anton's true mate. Yes, That's exactly what Boris suspects. Forced matings are a reality all unmated, mature females face. And since Boris no longer lives at your childhood home, he can't guarantee you'd be safe there. The council grounds are heavily guarded, though. I agree with him. Here you're safe. Anton motioned to the woods. Guards patrol the fence line, plus all visitors must register before being allowed on the campus. Violent things still happen here? Nix twisted her fingers together. I heard about Brock Kane. Brock didn't die on campus. The murder of a councilman on campus grounds is illegal. Anton glanced at her. And while your safety isn't guaranteed on these grounds as you're not a member of the council, you can still benefit from the additional security living here offers. And killing a councilman off campus isn't illegal. That's why council members rarely leave these grounds, right? Nick spoke as if she knew the details of the councilman's code of conduct. It wouldn't be all that surprising if she did. Her uncle was a councilman. It's one reason, not the only one. Taking a vacation was selfish. Too many cases sat open waiting for a council member to address their species' needs. Nix tilted her head as if judging him. Brock died in a fight, right? That's what I heard, anyway. Brock didn't die in a simple fight. Anton flexed his free hand, cracking his knuckles. Rage gripped him as completely as it had the day he'd learned of Brock's death. Anton might not have agreed with Brock on many things, but the ancient male didn't deserve what happened to him. Brock was betrayed, assassinated, targeted by a bunch of cowardly males who ganged up on an ancient male. Nix's inquisitive gaze mapped his face. Rumor also has it Brock's assassination was planned by another council member. Anton had heard the same rumor. He believed it, too. Once he learned who'd ordered Brock's death, Anton would be able to eliminate another betrayer to the council. Hopefully the last one. It wouldn't surprise me. There have been a number of members who chose to betray their vow to the council in recent years. They've been removed from service. Do you think it could have been one of them? I'd imagine they'd be bitter after losing their title and being kicked off council grounds. Anton tipped his head and studied Nix as she had done to him moments ago. A council member signs on for life. Death is the only way off the council. The creases in Nix's forehead deepened. But I've read articles where council members have been put on trial for things like assault, shifter trafficking, and even theft. Yes. Anton nodded slowly. Any councilman accused of a crime is given the opportunity to prove himself not guilty, but if convicted, he dies. There is no other sentence. Dies? The color drained from Nix's face. Her chest rose and fell as if she'd run a marathon. I thought they'd be banned or sent to prison. I guess I thought a death sentence would be reserved for something horrendous, like serial killers or something. That's what humans do. I've studied human law. Boris had many books on the human's judicial system in the library at our house, case studies, history books. He even had some non-fiction ones detailing true crimes. They were fascinating. And fair. Humans don't just kill anyone guilty of crime. And I thought the council signed an agreement with the humans to abide by their laws. How can the council just kill their own members? Wouldn't that be a violation of the agreement the council signed? That's not right. Nix was rambling. He could taste her fear on his tongue. Anton carefully approached her and stroked his free hand down her arm, settling his fingers over her cold ones. We agreed to follow human law in the presence of humans. We never agreed to change our interpretation of the laws the founding shifters wrote, or the ones the council devised in the absence of the first shifter's guidance. Laws that would allow Harvey to force me into a mating if he got his hands on me? You didn't know that was a possibility, did you? Nix glanced down. No, I did. Sort of. Boris explained it was too dangerous for me to leave our family's property. He even explained why. I just didn't realize it was legal. We have some shifter law books in our library at home, not all. I don't know everything. How could I? Boris never let me leave our property. Anton wanted to promise her forcing a female into a mating wouldn't be legal for long. He couldn't. While many members of the council suspected he'd give their women equal rights, Anton didn't need to confirm those plans. Damn it. If Bianca hadn't betrayed him, He wouldn't have to worry about passing a new law. He'd be able to point to the first Alexander's book and say, "This is how our women must be treated." Anton couldn't do that, though. Bianca had sold the book, then disappeared. Obsessing over the fact he'd been betrayed wouldn't help. Focusing on the path lying ahead of him would guide him. He'd have to convince the council to pass a new law. If that failed, he'd overrule them. Molly was counting on him. She'd never be allowed to remain a Pride leader otherwise. He moved his hand to Nyx's lower back and urged her to walk with him. "When we get back to the house, I'll call the security guards and ask them to alert me before allowing your chosen mate on these grounds. Though I suspect Boris has probably already placed Harvey on the banned list." Nyx nodded and fell into step with him. This time their strides matched, and Nyx's skirt brushed against his leg. "I honestly don't fear Harvey, neither does my Jaguar. If he tried to force us, we'd stop him. Of that I have no doubt." He wanted to ask why she didn't fear him. The sound of breaking twigs stopped him. Another shifter was near, probably enjoying a run in the woods. Anton dropped his hand and eased away from Nyx. He couldn't tell who'd decided to enter the area near his house. There were many scents lingering on the breeze, but it didn't much matter who was close. Nobody could see him touching Nyx. He straightened his spine. "I'm assuming you'll be staying on as my secretary." Nyx glanced at him before quickly looking away. "Since you made it clear to the librarian I won't be working there, I'd assumed the same." The tension in Anton's muscles eased. He hadn't expected to experience the anxiety over her answer. "Good. Take the afternoon off and unpack. I have some private calls to make. Over dinner we can discuss my plans for you." Nyx stiffened and pointed toward his house, visible between the trees in front of them. "Didn't we shut the door before we left?" Anton turned his attention to the front door. At first glance it gave the appearance of being shut, but it wasn't. The latch hadn't caught. He too remembered pulling it closed. He held an arm out, stopping Nyx from moving closer, then mouthed, "Wait," before surveying the house and grounds around it. Something about the open door bothered him, as if whoever had entered hadn't wanted Anton to know they were in the house. Each time the door closed, the camera in the foyer turned on. The angle captured the visitor's features and recorded the time of entry. If the door didn't close, the camera didn't turn on. The feature was standard in all councilmen's homes. Damn it. He should have installed a second camera to record continuously. A small tug to his sleeve drew his gaze to Nyx. Her widened eyes held fear. "Harvey's here. I smell him." A haze slipped over his vision, stealing colors and reducing the world to the sharpened gray his cats experienced when they controlled his body. Tiny golden hairs pushed through his skin. Anton fought the lion, but he had no hope of stopping it. Primal law ruled him. His lion's victorious roar echoed in his head. Its huge clawed paw raked across the barrier between their souls, shattering it with one swipe. The snarls of his jaguar and tiger added to his lion's demands for blood. They wanted out. Now. It couldn't happen with Nyx next to him. He wasn't in complete control when his cats took over. On a growl, he dropped the notebook and ran forward. His back hunched and shoulders widened, splitting his shirt. His thicker thighs ripped his pants. Furred, deformed claws replaced his hands. Feline fangs filled his mouth. Most importantly, the power of 3 dominant predators flooded him as the half-man, half-beast form he embraced during his famous fits of rage claimed him. There'd be only one outcome to this. He'd walk away with blood on his hands. Chapter 9. A blast of energy washed over Nyx. She'd thought she'd understood what it meant for a shifter to be considered powerful. The sight of Anton in his werecat form obliterated her definition. He became the standard she'd compare all men against. No one would ever take the bar from him. She knew it in her soul. The moment he slipped through the front door, the energy dancing over her skin faded. Goosebumps covered her arms. Her teeth chattered. Fear, or the loss of Anton's presence? Nyx couldn't tell. Nor did it matter. She had to act. If she didn't, Harvey would get his ass handed to him. His injured self-esteem would turn him into even more of an asshole. Nyx grabbed the notebook Anton had dropped, then ran. She bumped her shoulder into the door. It banged against the wall with an ominous thump. No sounds of fighting greeted her. Maybe the sight of Anton as half man, half beast stopped Harvey from causing a scene, leaving him as speechless and frozen in place as she'd been. She stepped inside and set the notebook on her suitcases. None of her things appeared disturbed, but Harvey had definitely been here. His scent lingered in the open foyer. Inhaling, she stepped forward and let his smell guide her. The farther she walked, the more her pulse sped. He'd gone directly to the service corridors where she'd spent the night. There was no denying it. He'd come for her. Why? Because she hadn't gone to him the night she matured as she was supposed to? Her butler had driven her from their home in upstate California to this secluded section of Ohio. It had taken them days to make the trip. She'd never had more fun in her life, eating at human restaurants and seeing the world beyond their family's private land. The tone of the messages Harvey had left on her phone over the week had grown darker. He'd promised to punish her for disgracing him. She'd rolled her eyes with each threatening text. He was too pathetic to be worried about. Besides, Boris had promised her she'd never have to mate anyone, which was true. Sort of. Boris couldn't force her to mate anyone. It was against the law. But he could arrange for Harvey to get his hands on her. And if Harvey got her alone... No. Nix wouldn't think about that fate. This was some sort of controlling stunt. Somehow Boris must have guessed how her feelings toward Anton confused her. Boris wanted to make sure she followed through with their plan. Anton off the council and her in a spot. A game, that was all it was. Harvey hadn't actually meant to hurt her. He likely wanted to yell at her for not following through with their mating plans. He'd make a scene, she'd throw him out, it'd be over. Nix rushed down the hall. The first whiff of blood reached her. Her heart raced. Not a game. This was not a game. She ran faster. The door at the end of the hall, her room, stood open. Anton's back blocked the view to the space beyond. Tattered clothes hung from his normal human form. Blood dripped from his human fingers. She stopped and braced her body with a hand planted against the wall. Her mind supplied her with the other details she didn't want to see but couldn't deny. A black and amber tail was visible near Anton's feet. It didn't move. No sign of blood, but she smelled it, a lot of it. Something rancid tainted the scent of blood. She couldn't place the smell. Her jaguar understood its significance, however. Death hung in the air. "Stay back, Nix." Barely decipherable, Anton's growled voice demanded obedience. Nix felt the strength of his command in his tone. It skipped over her skin as if his voice had a physical force. She stepped forward anyway. Anger drove her. "You killed him." Anton glanced over his shoulder. "As was my right." Nix focused on the unmoving tail by Anton's feet. "He didn't do anything to deserve death." "He was trespassing. Only my constituents are allowed on my property. This male isn't one of mine." Anton crouched and picked up something from the floor. She couldn't see what. His back blocked her view. "And he meant to hurt a female under my protection. I was completely within my right to end his life." "Hurt me?" Muscles tense, Nix curled her hands. "That's ridiculous. Even if Harvey got his hands on me, he'd be focused on sex." "And you'd allow the sex?" The deep growl to Anton's voice made him sound as if he was personally enraged by the possibility. She snorted. Killing a man had fed Anton's primitive side, turning him into a beast. She should be running for her life. Too bad she couldn't work up the fear to do so. "No. Harvey couldn't have overpowered me. I might be smaller than most shifter females, but I'm quick and feisty." That was what Boris had always said anyway. "I'd say Harvey knew that too. He'd prepared for it." "What are you talking about? Harvey was
prepared to force you into a mating."
Closing the door behind him, Anton faced her. Between his bloody fingers he held a C-shaped piece of metal.
"He would have succeeded, too."
She studied the shiny silver metal, too big for a bracelet and too small for a belt. She'd never seen anything like it. "What is that?" Anton approached her. Gaze focused on the metal object he held, Nix backed up until the wall stopped her retreat. She didn't want that thing he held anywhere near her. It scared her. She couldn't explain why. There was nowhere to go, though. Her only other option was running. The predatory look in Anton's eyes overcame the instinctual urge to flee. He'd chase her. She locked her knees as he closed the distance between them. Other than the blood on his hands, she saw no other sign of a fight. Likely there hadn't been one. She'd witnessed how fast Anton could move in his werecat form. Harvey hadn't stood a chance. Nix pressed her back into the wall as Anton stepped in front of her, crowding her. The scent of blood clung to him. Her stomach flipped. Her heart beat faster. Anton held the open circle in front of her face.
Do you know what this is?
From this distance, the clasps on the ends were visible. No, not exactly. It looks like it forms a circle. With a loud snap, Anton locked the ends together. Dozens of metal prongs emerged from the previously smooth interior of the circle. Anton eased the metal circlet away from her face as clear liquid oozed from the tips of the prongs.
Do you know what this is?
Anton repeated, in a dangerously low voice. She swallowed past her tight throat. No.
Kick off your shoes, Nix.
What? No doubt her expression matched the confusion in her voice.
Do it now!
Without bending, she kicked off her shoes. Anton crouched, never taking his gaze off her, and snagged them.
Hold your shoes by the heels and press the soles against the metal prongs.
He handed her shoes to her but didn't release them.
But keep your fingers out of the ring, Nix.
The seriousness in Anton's tone stopped her from questioning him. Her hands shook, but she did as he commanded, and gently pressed the soles of her expensive shoes to the prongs. Nothing happened.
Now, push the soles against the points.
Swallowing hard, she followed Anton's direction. The metal prongs expanded with a whoosh, slicing the toes off her shoes. She yelped and dropped the mangled shoes. Her body trembled along with her hands. She held them behind her to hide how much Anton's little show and tell had affected her.
It's best known as a death collar. If you took your jaguar form while wearing this collar, these prongs would have severed your jaguar's neck. It's thicker than yours.
Anton swiped his finger over the flat edge of one of the expanded prongs. Liquid coated his finger. He held it in front of her eyes.
But you never would have gotten the chance to take your own life. This smells like a popular sedative used in our prisons. Had this entered your bloodstream, you'd either be too dopey to comprehend what was happening, or possibly knocked unconscious in seconds.
Anton wiped his finger on his shirt, then tossed the metal ring with its interlaced prongs that would no doubt have severed her neck as easily as it had sliced her shoes.
That male, lying dead on your bedroom floor, intended to rape you or mate you against your will. He deserved to die.
Nix looked from the death collar on the hallway floor to her bedroom's closed door. She could no longer see Harvey's unmoving body, but the scent of death remained. Anton had saved her from a horrible fate. She should be happy about that. Avoiding mating Harvey had been one of her motives for coming here. Not the only one. Anton was too dangerous to lead the council. She'd make a better council person. That was what Boris had said. The proof lay just beyond her bedroom door. Anton was dangerous. He had no issue with murder. She inched her way down the hall, keeping her back to the wall until several feet separated her from Anton.
You killed him. To save you. He meant to hurt you.
Did he even get the chance to defend himself?
The moment he shifted, the death collar fell from his hands. His reason for coming here was clear. There was no reason to fight. He sealed his fate.
Sealed his fate? She repeated Anton's words. No other response came to her. Anton had killed a man to protect her. Anton crossed his arms over his chest, assuming a haughty stance of superiority.
Do you think I lied when I said I'd kill to protect what belonged to me?
I'm just your secretary. Anton dropped his arms and walked toward her. She matched his steps backward. With his hands fisted and hanging loosely at his sides, he stopped.
You're mine. Don't question it. Accept it.
Yes, I accepted the job.
You're mine, Nix.
Anton's voice boomed, echoing in the confined space of the hallway.
Mine to protect, mine to kill for. mine to hold close. Her thoughts from yesterday morning returned. She'd blamed her irrational fear. It hadn't been a foolish response. Her instincts had tried to warn her. Anton did mean to keep her. Why? Had he said the same things to Bianca? You killed for me, Anton. That makes no sense. I'm just your secretary. You can fire me tomorrow or I can quit and that'll end our obligation to each other. Anton worked his jaw, an obvious sign of discomfort. Or maybe he was buying time, trying to figure out what to say. All she knew was that her statement bothered Anton. Good. The fact that he claimed she belonged to him bothered her. You won't leave me that easily. I'm sure I can convince you to stay. What if I don't want to stay? She held her breath, waiting on his answer. I'm a royal feline shifter. My instincts and drives are enhanced by not just one animal, but 3. Anton flexed his hands. The tips of modified claws replaced his human fingernails. My cats are stubborn, and my lion especially is intensely protective of his pride mates. Since mine are hundreds of miles away, he has been known to direct his protectiveness elsewhere. I can't help feeling this way, but I swear to you, I'd convince you to stay of your own free will. I'm resourceful. Nyx motioned to her bedroom, Bianca's old room. Did your lion want to keep Bianca, too? Anton pulled a phone from his rear pocket that hadn't fallen out despite the seams of his pants splitting down the sides. I need to report this incident to security and have the intruder's body removed. Nyx licked her lips. I think it's best if Boris picks me up while you handle this. You should keep yourself busy while you're waiting for me. Eat, rest, explore the main part of the house, whatever you want. But do not go into my tower, and do not leave. We'll talk more later. What if I don't want to stay in this house with you or work for a killer? The hard snap of Anton's teeth made her flinch. Don't test me. Not about this. If you try to leave, I will bring you back. He focused on her. Then convince you to stay. Willingly. Of your own free will. The stony look was back on Anton's face. There'd be no arguing with him. He meant his words. She didn't doubt him. Nyx nodded sharply and turned away. She had much to think about. Nothing was as clear as it had been yesterday. Not Anton, not his actions. Not Boris's reasoning for wanting to remove Anton from the council. Not even her own thoughts. Anton had killed to protect her. Promised she'd never leave him. That she belonged to him. She should think him barbaric or crazed. She didn't. She liked knowing a nobody like her had triggered Anton's primitive instincts. Now she just had to decide how to leverage them to serve her best interests, and his. She never wanted this man to die. That realization should make her feel guilty. It didn't. It triggered every primitive instinct she possessed. Chapter 10. Clouds had rolled in over the course of the day, blocking the warmth from the sun. But the atrium off the library still appealed to Nyx. Maybe the exotic plants and flowers in this space relaxed her, or the sound of the water bubbling in the fountain calmed her. Heck, it could be the lingering scent of Anton that settled her nerves. Nyx couldn't pinpoint the reason, but she valued the peace she found here. She needed it. Especially for this conversation. Nyx took a seat on the bench opposite her uncle Boris. The man who'd raised her looked no older than 30, but the signs of his age showed in his jaded eyes. At nearly 400 years old, her uncle had lived through several human wars and the advancement of technology. His experiences didn't mean he'd grown as a person. They just helped him manipulate the world around him, including her. You lied to me. Boris raised a brow. About what? At the moment, she feared nothing he'd ever said held any truth. That was the problem with liars. Once you caught someone in the act, you questioned everything about them. Harvey, for starters. I was under no legal obligation to mate him, yet you made it seem like I was. Did Anton tell you that? Yes. He explained how it's illegal for you to force me into a mating. And it was quite convenient Boris didn't have any books pertaining to this aspect of mating law in his library at their family home. An arranged mating, niece. Let's be clear about this law you seem intent on acknowledging. According to the law, I can't force you into an arranged mating if it's not something you want. An amused smirk twisted Boris's mouth. I can, however, continue to introduce you to men I find acceptable. In fact, depending on how successful you are in securing evidence against Anton, I'll have no choice but to find you a mate. You can't stay here working as a secretary forever. That's demeaning. You'd be better off raising some babies. Nix gripped the edge of the stone bench. Arranging for me to meet potential mates alone, right? Now that I'm mature, I'm basically free for the taking. Not free? The price on your head is very high. There aren't many jaguar-breeding females left. If I allowed you to run free, men would be fighting over you. Asshole! Nick spat the word. Now. It's not nice to call your guardian names. Boris gave her a chiding look. I did feed, clothe, and protect you for a quarter-century. Somebody had to since your parents got themselves killed. It's simply time I recoup my investment. Unless I earn my keep. He'd said that once. Her intelligence and innocent aura were dangerous weapons to be exploited. Nobody would view her as a threat, especially not the most powerful men of their species. She could wrap the councilman around her little finger if she wanted. Or had Boris lied about her worth? Maybe he did see her as nothing more than a female to sell to the highest bidder. Enough! All trace of Boris's amusement faded, leaving the calculating expression she knew so well from the many heated discussions he'd gotten into with her other uncles. How is your assignment going? Have you found any evidence to link Anton to murder? Sure. Nix motioned in the general direction of the service corridor. There's a dead body in my bedroom. Anton might still be there with security. You can take him into custody along with the evidence at his feet. Harvey doesn't count. He deserved death for what he planned to do to you. Nix leaned forward and lowered her voice. A plan you encouraged. Don't deny it. Harvey wouldn't have known I was here otherwise. Boris matched her stance. Of course I did. I even supplied him with the death collar. What? Nix sat back. You admit to it? Yes. Boris rubbed at the back of his neck and focused on her shoes. It might not have been the best plan, I admit that. There were a lot of unpredictable factors involved. I had even considered calling the stunt off, but I'm glad I didn't. This worked out better than I had hoped. Nix stared at her uncle, the man she'd looked up to all her life, and didn't know what to say. The sense of betrayal choked her. Don't look so shocked, Nix. I didn't get where I am today by playing by the rules. Harvey outlived his purpose. He needed to die, and Anton's instincts needed to be triggered. I accomplished both with a couple of phone calls. What purpose did Harvey serve? As I said, my sweet niece, unmated female jaguar shifters are in high demand. Everybody and their damn brother was standing in line for a shot at claiming you, as if your only value stemmed from the spot between your legs. Rage contorted Boris's features, making her question her uncle's true opinion of her. Did he see her as expendable, or a chance to make history? She couldn't tell. I never knew there were males waiting to mate me. Of course not. Boris stretched his legs out and crossed his arms over his chest. I couldn't take the chance you'd meet one you liked and let your hormones cloud your brain. That's what happened to your mother. She met some chump with no money and a worthless family name at a grocery store in town. His only redeeming quality was his strength. So you picked a man you knew I'd never consider. Yes. By picking Harvey, I guaranteed your safety until you matured. It didn't hurt that you found the little weasel repulsive. The possibility of mating him helped convince you to follow the path I've chosen for you. Nix spread her fingers on her bent thighs and concentrated on keeping her breathing even. You didn't have to convince me. I want to be the first female on the council. Have dreamed about it ever since you suggested it. Then you need to make sure there's a seat to claim, because you're not getting mine. I'm not old enough to die. I have too much left to accomplish. Boris pressed his palms into the cushion of his seat and leaned forward, which brings me back to my question. Have you uncovered any evidence against Anton? I'm not so sure there is any to find. Nix studied her wrists. No marks showed from when Anton had held them firmly above her head yesterday morning. He could have lost his temper and hurt her. She had been snooping where she didn't belong, but he hadn't. He had remained calm in the face of her hysteria. He hadn't even complained that she broke his sifter. Perhaps the rumor about him killing Bianca is just that. A rumor, nothing more. Anton had the opportunity and the motive. Nick sighed. I know. It's just that Anton killed Bianca because she betrayed him. He learned she found the Founder's book directly from the head librarian. The same day, she went missing. You can't possibly tell me that's a coincidence. What happened to the book, then? Nix raised a hand, compelling her uncle to let her finish. I mean, how did Anton not know she had it? They shared the same house. Bianca never physically touched it. She took the call from the agent Anton had hired and arranged for the book to be delivered to me instead of Anton. Why? Boris stared at her for so long she didn't think he'd answer. Finally, his shoulders slumped. Bianca had secrets. I knew one of them. A very damning one. In exchange for my silence, she entrusted me with the book's safekeeping. What secret? Smiling, Boris shook his head. Sorry, niece. I made a promise to the young woman. I can't betray it. You let Anton think the book was lost. How is that right? As I said, I didn't get where I am today by playing by the rules. Thanks for the reminder, Uncle. I almost forgot to question the rest of your reasoning for sending Harvey to his death. Nix narrowed her eyes. Why did you want to trigger Anton's instincts? You need to trust me. I want to see you become the first female on the council. I want you to stand among my peers and make them listen to you, like you made me do when you were little. I was always proud of you for that. Boris beamed at her, as he'd often done when she was little. I looked at you then and saw a leader. I still do. You've got balls, my sweet niece. Answer me. The growl to her voice betrayed her loss of control. She'd had about enough of her uncle's games. His praise wouldn't deter her. Boris grinned, looking pleased with her outburst. If you haven't noticed, Anton's a cold-blooded bastard. You needed help getting past his barriers. Triggering his protective instincts gives you that in. Now use it, and find out how he got Bianca's body off the campus grounds. That's the last piece of the case I need. Triggering his protective instincts. Nix growled the words. How about his possessive ones? Were you hoping to trigger those too? Because if you did, you succeeded. Anton refuses to let me go. I'm now his secretary. Nix made air quotes around the word his, even though she no doubt looked childish doing so. Anton's behavior certainly counted as juvenile. I'm pretty sure he thinks of me as his possession now, not just his employee. Good. He was about to kick you out of his house. I heard about how he begged to get you a job at the library. Good? Nick stood, then looked around the room, half expecting Anton to come running in to see why she'd raised her voice. After a moment, where nothing moved, she took her seat. How is that good? The man is unhinged with mood swings even I can't comprehend. 1 minute he's... What? Boris prompted her. Looking at her, as if Anton wanted to undress her, loving her until she careened into a mind-blowing orgasm. Nix couldn't voice the truth. Boris might suggest she seduce Anton. Anything to succeed. He'd taught her that. She shook her head. 1 minute he's fine, or normal for Anton, I guess. Grumpy and off-putting. The next he's flipping out. Exactly. Boris dropped his elbows on his knees and steepled his fingers. He's unstable. That's not the sort of man we can just allow to step into the most powerful role in shifter culture. Eldest on the council is supposed to be the oldest and wisest councilman. The eldest acts as the mediator. He adds the insight of his long life to the issues discussed in chambers. In rare cases, he overrules the council in order to ensure the ancient laws are interpreted the way the founding fathers intended. Boris pushed to his feet and moved to the glass door leading into the library. After a moment, he faced Nix. Anton won't be content with those limitations. He'll push the boundaries of the position, forcing through the policies he supports and rewording the laws he doesn't agree with. He'll make all the decisions affecting our society, not the assembled councilmen. Anton will redefine our very existence. He'll topple our values, replace them with his. Nix looked past Boris's lean frame. Still no sign of Anton. He had told her it'd be hours until the incident in her bedroom was closed. Pictures had to be taken, reports filed, calls made. Anton knew the protocol of disposing of a dead body by heart.
She turned her attention to Boris. What policies are those? Boris linked his hands behind his back and walked to the opposite side of the room. He studied the garden as intently as he'd surveyed the library, before once again turning his back on the full-length windows. Anton believes there is a disproportionate number of single shifters to royals on the council, which in turn favors the single shifters. Boris had already mentioned this fact numerous times. Nyx took a deep breath and willed herself to remain calm. The spell this room wove slipped through her. The tightness in her chest eased. What else? Isn't that enough? Anton wants to kick single shifters from the council, smothering our voice. Or he wants to make things fair, giving equal votes to both royals and single shifters. It depends on how you look at it, I suppose. Boris made an annoyed sound. There are an equal number of seats on the council for royals and singles. The royals have passed on the opportunity to fill them. Rather than allow their seats to remain unoccupied, singles have claimed them. It shouldn't be our fault the royals don't care enough about the council to ensure their voice is heard. Why? Why don't they fill those spots? At her nod, Boris smiled. They're romantic fools, that's why. Romantic fools? How so? They're immortals. Boris looked at her as if that fact explained everything. After a long moment of her staring at him, Boris shook his head. And they believe in true mates. Many royal males avoid mating for centuries, hoping they'll one day cross paths with the female chosen by the goddesses to bring them peace. Boris shook his head on a bitter laugh. It's a damn unhealthy fixation if you ask me. But finding their true mate seems to be their reason for living. And if there's even a chance they might find her, they won't serve the council. Men like Anton who don't care about love are forced to represent dozens of groups beyond his own pride. Because councilmen can't mate. Nyx hadn't considered the implications of the rule. Not can't. Don't. Any foolish member that does take a mate condemns her to death. Why? The single word meant so much. Why condemn mates to death? Why avoid them in the first place? Why had Anton chosen to serve on the council instead of waiting for his true mate? Mates are a weakness to exploit. Boris held up his hands in a pacifying gesture. I'm not saying it's right, but we're predators. Exploiting weaknesses is what we do. There was no point arguing. Boris could argue all night. She didn't have time to do so. Sooner or later, Anton would come looking for her. She wanted Boris gone long before then. What else does Anton want to change? Because there had to be more. We're shifters. Boris raised a hand again. I know, I'm stating the obvious. But I'm trying to make a point. We're not human. We're primitive beings driven as much by our instincts as we are by our humanity. We must be allowed to act on those primal demands. If Anton becomes eldest, he'll make doing so illegal. Boris returned to the bench opposite her. Do you understand the significance of what I'm saying to you? Anton wants to force shifters to ignore our very basic instincts. We can't do that and still be shifters. I'm not sure I understand. How can one man stop shifters from embracing our shifter nature? Anton is fascinated with human law. Boris motioned to the library. Trust me when I say he has hundreds of books on the matter. The pitiful collection we had in our home is nothing in comparison. Boris tilted his head and studied her. Did you know he was one of the shifters who'd first approached the humans? Anton personally drew up the agreement both sides signed. He is the reason we follow human law in the presence of humans. If he becomes eldest, shifters will follow human law in the privacy of our own homes. The structure of our society will crumble. Our children will run rampant like theirs do. They'll get in trouble, causing fights and endangering our secret lives. Soon, everyone will know what we are. Nyx licked her dry lips. You're connecting a lot of loosely related dots, Uncle. You don't know what would happen any more than I do. We are animals. Boris closed the distance between them and wrapped his fingers around her neck. If you even think to deny it, remember what happened today in your bedroom. Anton's reaction to Harvey had everything to do with his animalistic nature. Anton killed for you. I guarantee he feels no guilt over it either. In his mind, Harvey deserved to die. If I'd been in the same position, I would have killed Harvey too. Nyx slipped her fingers between Boris's hand and her throat. While he didn't hurt her, she didn't like the sense of vulnerability. So you plan on rewarding him for protecting me by accusing him of Bianca's murder? Boris dropped his hand. Anton killed Bianca in a fit of rage. I believe that. He's not stable or fit to be eldest. He needs to be removed from the council. Beheaded, you mean? Of course. That's the only guaranteed way to kill a royal. Even their hearts will regrow if a tiny section remains. Nyx forced herself to meet Boris's gaze when all she wanted to do was escape. The idea of Anton dying because of her didn't sit well. What he planned for the council might not be right, but did he deserve death for his radical views? What if I don't find any evidence to justify destroying Anton? She couldn't say kill. Something primal within her screamed denial at the very thought of Anton's death. Boris waved off her question. I'd rather have hard proof, but evidence can be manufactured. And you can plant it. Don't worry about the details just yet. Honestly, though, I don't think it'll come to that. Anton killed Bianca, I'm sure of it. The head librarian saw them arguing as they left the library, and Anton was the last person seen with her. My room. Nyx wrapped her arms around her belly. When I opened the door to Bianca's old room, it looked as if she'd just left for the day. The sheets were mussed, and her dirty clothes had been left on the floor of the bathroom, along with the towel she'd used. The room had been like that for almost a year. Even washing Bianca's belongings hadn't gotten rid of her scent completely. Only leaving the windows open all night and burning scented candles had erased Bianca's lingering smell. Go through her things. Maybe you'll find a clue. Then snoop through Anton's stuff. Boris headed toward the door. Let me know what you find tomorrow night. If you don't find anything, we'll move on to Plan B. Do you plan on coming back out here? No. Boris gripped the decorative door handle. We're having a dinner and memorial service for Brock Kane. Oh. She'd like to see how the other council members interacted with Anton in a more formal setting. Would they avoid him there, too? I'm glad I packed some nicer outfits. Wear that red dress if you brought it. Boris opened the door. I want you to make a good first impression on Colin Lynch. Nyx tensed. She knew that family name. They were powerful. Very powerful. The next in line to be Alpha? And the male who's been guarding the first Alexander's book for us. He'll also be the man fathering your babies if you fail to secure yourself a spot on the council. Boris sounded entirely too amused with this topic. I have a very nice-sized check sitting on my desk right now from Colin's father. He wants his son settled with a mate before the summer. Your unexpected availability is perfect timing. You can't force me. I can arrange a private meeting between you and Colin. Don't forget that, my sweet niece. The door swung soundlessly closed behind her uncle, leaving Nyx in the quiet room that had brought her peace not long ago. She didn't feel at ease any longer. Boris had played her, was still playing her. He knew she wanted to be the first female on the council. Claiming the life she deserved at the cost of Anton's life left her feeling hollow and defeated. Anton might very well be a murderer. Nyx wasn't, though. There had to be another way. Chapter 11. Snow-laden clouds hid the sun, but the animals knew the time of day. The cold temperatures and the approaching storm didn't affect their routine. If anything, the threat of bad weather prompted them into action. Anton understood the desire to hunker down somewhere safe with a full belly, and those important to you. It was a primal drive he too experienced on nights like this. Until Nyx showed up uninvited to his home, he'd had nobody to curl up with in front of the fire or snuggle with under the blankets. Of course, he still didn't have anyone to hold close. Nyx had looked at him as if he was a cold-blooded murderer, not a man who'd killed to protect her. Even explaining the danger she'd been in hadn't appeased her. Suspicion had slid into her eyes. Anton dropped his elbows on the stone ledge surrounding the open tower room above his bedroom, and fought the urge to go to Nyx. After the events of the past few days, he understood where the drive to seek her out stemmed from. Nyx was his female, his true mate. He wasn't supposed to meet her, but he had. She'd sought him out. Now he didn't know what to do with her. On a curse, he dug out his phone and dialed. Before Kate Alexander, His younger cousin and the leader of Anton's pride could speak. Anton demanded, "Are you alone?" "Anton? Isn't that what your caller ID says?" Anton didn't have time for games. He needed help. Or for somebody to turn back time and stop Nix before she decided to apply for his ad. Too bad the latter was impossible. "Yes, but you haven't called since the summer. Is everything okay?" The concern in Cade's voice chastised Anton. Many months had passed since he'd called home. The updates he'd gotten on Pride happenings had come through email or text. Those were about as impersonal as you could get. They'd focused on facts, not emotions. Not the kind of support Pride members provided for each other. No matter what role he held in the council, Anton would always be a member of the Alexander Pride, and Cade would be his leader. Anton dropped his gaze to the ground. The regret settling over him was new. Was this Nix's doing? Had her mere presence awakened more than his lust and possessiveness? Maybe. Hell, probably. Nix made him yearn for a connection that went beyond the council grounds, and a future that didn't revolve around his work. "Anton, answer me. Is everything okay?" Cade's voice rang with the force of a Pride leader. Despite the distance between them, Anton felt the compulsion to respond to Cade's demand. Anton grinned. It was good to know he wouldn't be as unstoppable and all-powerful as some of the other council members feared once he officially became the eldest member. He'd still bow down to his Pride leader, as his shifter nature demanded, at least when Anton called home. He cleared his throat. The lump there annoyed him. "Depends on..." In the absence of the first Alexander's book, Zara has been working tirelessly, compiling the ancient text I've selected to support the upcoming changes to the Council's laws. Once I presented the evidence that our current stance on female rights isn't what our founding fathers intended, I don't foresee any valid arguments that can counter the changes I plan on making. And if there is resistance, you plan on overruling everyone, don't you?" "Yes." That was his right as eldest on the council. The new moon couldn't come soon enough. "I'll feel no guilt about it either. The first shifters never intended for our women's rights to be suppressed. No, they didn't. But they were also very vocal about protecting our women. Many of our kind will argue that's more important. Better to take extra precautions to ensure our female safety than to risk losing them, even if those precautions restrict a woman's rights." With Nix in his life, Anton finally realized the lengths a man would go to in order to keep a woman, his female, safe. Locking Nix in his bedroom sounded like a damn fine idea. It wasn't right, though. He pressed the heel of his palm to the bridge of his nose. Not against her will. That's the point we must make our kind understand. If a woman says no, we must respect that, even if that means our job as the protector is harder. Harder? Cade made a disgusted sound. Try freaking impossible, especially if you no longer have your woman here to protect because you did respect the word no and gave her space. More guilt added to the weight on Anton's shoulders. Last time he talked to Cade, his younger cousin mentioned a female he'd claimed as a beloved human, a revered status that guaranteed a shifter could protect the human as vehemently as they protected a mate. Few humans held such titles. It ended up being too traumatic for the shifter. Despite their many abilities, shifters couldn't save humans from death, unless they soul-bonded to them. No word on Zoe? Anton already knew the answer. If she'd been found, Cade would have sent an email to every member of the Alexander Pride, telling them to call off the search for her. But Anton didn't know what else to say to Cade. He should have called to check on how things were going at home. Not even a peep. The damn woman has dropped off the face of the earth. With my car. My favorite car. Which meant nothing. Cade had plenty of money. He could buy another. Is there anything I can do? Other than placing a missing person notice on the common shifter boards, there isn't much left to try. That would likely put her in more danger than she is now. The less honorable of their kind would see Cade's desperation as an opportunity to make money, or a way to hurt the Alexander Pride's powerful leader. I don't even know if she's in danger. She might be perfectly fine, living whatever kind of life humans enjoy. Cade sighed. The truth is, only our enemies would hurt Zoe. My scent claim on her is strong enough to deter any other shifter from going near her. Cade's scent claim wouldn't stop a human from hurting her, however. Anton didn't bother mentioning that. No doubt his younger cousin had considered the possibility. Cade had probably lost sleep over it, too.
She'll turn up, or you'll get a lead on her. I wouldn't be too concerned yet. It's only been a few months. And Zoe has survived on her own for several years. The growl in Cade's voice spoke of his irritation. Yes, I know this. Then give Zoe the space she— Why have you called, cousin? Cade cut Anton off. It's not like you to pick up the phone to shoot the breeze, or whatever it is we're doing. I need to ask you a favor. Then do it. I want you to guard a female for me. A female? Curiosity bled through Cade's voice. I'm assuming she's important to you? Very. Anton studied the fingers of his free hand. Blood no longer coated them, but the animalistic drives that had pushed him to take Harvey's life were still fresh in Anton's mind. She's my true mate. Shit. That was my first thought, too. And a second, maybe his third. Hell, he still cursed his fate even as he relished the peace he found in Nix's presence. What are you going to do about her? The careful tone Cade used was likely meant to be neutral, but Anton picked up on Cade's unspoken displeasure. I don't know. Voicing the truth left him anxious. As a shifter who'd lived for 1,000 years and represented several royal prides on the council, he should know how to handle his own life. He didn't. Every path he took would lead him to misery. She's a single shifter. She's also young. She matured last full moon. I can't take the chance another male will steal her before I decide what I'm going to do about her. A long moment of silence stretched between them before Cade sighed. Do I need to remind you that mates aren't protected by the same code of conduct councilmen adhere to? You mate this female and she'll become an easy target for your enemies. There's a chance that might change if we ever get our hands on the first Alexander's Lost Book. It supposedly contained clauses relating to true mates in addition to our females' rights. Possibly one of those can be exploited, so that a councilman's mate can be protected by our code of conduct too. Cade sighed a second time. You need to accept the facts, cousin. The first Alexander's contribution to our founding laws is gone. Bianca's greed destroyed any hope of bringing his wisdom to light. It was Anton's turn to sigh. He'd never expected Bianca to betray him. He'd never know why she had either. She disappeared before he could question her. Bianca directed the investigator to deliver the book to a P.O. box. We have a video of the human who removed it from that box. It's only a matter of time before we retrieve it again. How long ago was that? Close to a year, right? Yes. That should have been plenty of time for our investigator to locate the book a second time. The fact that he hasn't is telling. The book is gone, likely destroyed by those who fear what it contains. Some say the Founder's books can't be destroyed. They are made from materials stolen from the heavens. Those were the rumors Anton had always heard. Of course, nobody could deny the books were slowly deteriorating either. Some say it's impossible to extend immortality to a single shifter too. Molly is proof that nothing is impossible. Then, if it is gone, we will do what we've always done when we don't have the guidance of our founding fathers. We will write laws to fill the gaps. Anton looked over his shoulder at the stairwell door. The pull to Nix was powerful. He didn't know if he'd be able to ignore it for long, or revise our current ones to fit the changing needs of our kind. I know what you're thinking, Anton. Penning a new law isn't going to save your woman from death. Kill her, kill you. And don't even tell me you'll be able to resist soul bonding to her. It's a powerful drive. Once you're gone, any laws you wrote can be overturned. Anton rolled his neck. He understood the risks. For soul-bonded mates, one partner's death ensured the others. There was no warning either. He'd seen females topple over dead the moment their mate lost his head. I'm not sure I have a choice. The longer I'm with Nix, the more attached I get to her. Then let her go, simple. She goes on with her life, you continue living the one you chose. Anton hung his head. Our connection is strong. Very strong. I feel her jaguar, Cade. It reaches for me when I'm with her. Impossible. I'm not imagining it. I felt the brush of its fur along my soul when I shared air with Nix. Her cat knows exactly what it wants. The comfort of a true mate. Yes. My cats want Nyx's jaguar too. I've been bombarded with images of them curled around Nyx's jaguar and licking its black fur. Anton rubbed at his eyes as his cats showed him another picture of Nyx's cat. This one depicted Nyx in her jaguar form leaning against his side while he was in his human form. And I know her jaguar will have black fur, with slightly darker rosettes you'd have to get close to pick out. Her eyes will be green and her growl will be fierce to match her inherently protective instincts. Keep your mating a secret, then. She can live here with me in West Virginia. You can visit her on your weekends off. I know it's not ideal, but... And risk death every time I leave the campus? The code of conduct only guarantees a councilman's safety on campus. We'd have someone meet you each time you left, and act as your guard while you're off campus. You'll be fine. And how long do you think I'd be able to keep our mating a secret? She'll smell like me. Only if you lick her mate bite. It's not necessary. Hell, let the mating bite heal completely, then nobody will know she's mated. Anton shoved away from the window ledge and paced. Secrets have a way of coming out. Don't you think the other council members would start to question my odd behavior? I haven't left the campus grounds since the council moved here. If I suddenly start slipping away, people will talk and rumors will spread. You can make up some sort of excuse. Maybe use Molly as your reason for visiting. The council will want regular updates on her once the truth about her being a pride leader comes out. That won't happen for years. We agreed it'd be best if she learns how to control her moods first. About that. About what? Anton gripped the phone tighter. We agreed. Molly's tired of hiding. She wants to stand before the council and announce herself as a pride leader. It's too dangerous. Without the first Alexander's book, Molly is a pride leader. She wants to meet any threat head on. I can't blame her. I'd want to do the same. Pride leader or not, Molly is still a child. Tell her no. Maybe. I'm considering my options. In the meantime, the answer to your favor is yes. I'll make sure your true mate is escorted to West Virginia before the week is out. Try to keep your instincts in check until then. Damn it. Anton wanted to argue about Molly. With her current laws as a female, she couldn't be a pride leader. Debating the issue was pointless. Cade was as stubborn as the cats he housed. Anton would have to broach the subject another time. Thank you, Cade. There's no need to thank me. Your pride. Protecting each other's loved ones is what pride mates do for each other. And if there's anything I can do for Zoe, let me know. I'll make it happen. Zoe doesn't count. She's a human I extended my protection to out of necessity. She's not a loved one, not even a female I would have chosen to talk to if I'd had the choice. That makes her my problem only. Really? Anton couldn't mask his disbelief. They might not have spoken in months, but it didn't take a genius to guess at the reason for Cade's intense desire to get Zoe back. You're going to tell me Zoe is not important to you? Zoe is a troublesome female who obviously wants nothing to do with me. Leave it at that. Cade exhaled loudly. Let me know if you need anything else. The call ended. Anton slid the phone into his rear pocket and made his way to the stairs. Although he'd secured Nyx's safety for tonight, he had to get his little Jaguar shifter to agree to be shipped off and stay with people she didn't know. Somehow, Anton suspected winning that argument would be more difficult than convincing the council to grant their females equal rights. Chapter 12. For a man who claimed to work constantly, sun up to sundown, Anton owned a surprisingly large number of fiction books. Nyx skimmed her fingers over the bumpy spines of classic literature. She'd read many of the same stories. Without a television in her family home, tales such as these served as her entertainment. Nyx selected a random title and opened the cover, confirming it was indeed a classic book of fiction. Where were the law books Boris had mentioned? Did they even exist? Or had he lied to her about that fact too? Do you like to read? Anton's deep voice slipped through Nyx, warming her as easily as his touch had. The memory of being held under his body, at his mercy, returned. She could almost feel his breath on her skin. The spot where her shoulder met her neck tingled still. Nyx closed her eyes and willed her traitorous body to behave. No matter how many times she reminded herself not to lust after the enemy, or supposed enemy, she couldn't stop her naughty thoughts from taking over her mind.
Going by the collection you have here, you must. Most older shifters are avid readers. Technology is quite new, relatively speaking. And books, letters, journals, those things were important ways for our species to communicate. Humans couldn't read the old language. We could safely discuss the issues affecting our species and not worry about some human learning something they shouldn't know. She couldn't imagine the life Anton had lived. Even the stories Boris had told about his youth left her both in awe and glad she'd been born in this century. You must have felt cut off from the world. I never did, even though I didn't leave our property. We had a phone and computers. I can't imagine life without instant communication. The distance between packs and prides must have made it difficult to contain threats or rogue shifters before having them. Yes and no. Nix faced Anton, dressed in another pair of chinos, black this time, and a white button-down dress shirt with the sleeves loosely rolled. Anton looked as casual and deliciously hot as he had the first night she'd laid eyes on him. The urge to go to him was just as strong as it had been then. Even knowing he'd killed the man Boris had used as a pawn in his manipulations didn't dim her craving. In a way, Anton's actions today intensified her yearning for his touch. He'd protected her, killed for her. Anton's violent response appealed to her primitive side. Her shifter nature loved knowing a powerful male had fought for her. That was the type of behavior her jaguar looked for in a partner. He'd do the same for their children, too. Of course, she and Anton would never have children. Only mated couples could reproduce, and Anton would never mate her. She blinked at him, refocusing her thoughts. What do you mean? Most shifter groups lived under the very strict hand of their alpha leader. Any internal issues were handled swiftly and forcefully, much as they are today. External ones, the rogue shifters or dangerous human. Anton nodded, his features grim. Those were of great concern to all groups, especially as we didn't have shifter affairs to come clean up our messes. What did you do then? Whatever was necessary to contain those threats. Oftentimes that involved soliciting the help of the angels of death. The assassins of our kind were revered years ago. When an angel walked onto a shifter group's lands, they were treated as royalty. Anton smirked. It was said that if you looked death in the eye, you would live another day. Because assassins will make the kill before most people realize they're in danger. Boris had explained that. He had several deep friendships with assassins. Anton inclined his head slightly. And they have few to no scruples. They live by a code the rest of us would never be able to uphold. And for the most part, our society has turned a blind eye to their activities. An ignorance is bliss sort of thing. Not so much anymore, right? Boris had warned her not to mention the visits of the assassins to the other shifters she chatted with on the heavily encrypted computer networks that connected shifters around the world. Their numbers are dwindling, but it's a reflection of our species' growth and involvement with the humans. Shifter Affairs handles many of the same issues the assassins had, but in a more ethical manner. Do you think that's a good change or a bad one? Boris had been convinced it would be devastating. Someday they'd need a heartless killer to sweep in and destroy, not worry about the emotions of those left behind. It's neither good nor bad. It simply is. Anton tapped the spine of the book in her hands. You didn't answer my question. Do you like to read? Yes. I love all types of books. Fiction, non-fiction, biographies, and even boring law books. Actually, those are my favorite. I'm fascinated by the law, both human and shifter varieties. Boring law books are your favorite? The disbelief in Anton's voice was clear. Yes. You wouldn't happen to have any law books here, do you? Of course. I've dedicated my life to the law. My personal collection is kept in my study. Not here? This is the room where I accept visitors. Anton's voice hardened. During the occasional times people visit me. I'd love to read them. Would you show me where they are? She hadn't seen any room that looked like a study in her explorations of this house. Anton leaned a shoulder against the wall a few feet from where she stood and crossed his arms over his chest. Then he stared at her for a long minute, as if trying to decide why she wanted to see his private collection. Another day. It's well past midnight. Please, I've nothing else to do. My laptop is in my room and my phone is dead.
You can get your laptop and whatever else you need from your room. The body has been removed. Anton cleared his throat. You won't be able to sleep there tonight, however.
Why not?
Blood got on the bed. I had it removed along with the rug. The stench of death lingers for a long time if you don't clean up properly.
Nix pressed the book she still held to her chest. Anton knew quite a bit about cleaning up after a dead body. I wouldn't have thought about that.
Anton shrugged. I'm very sensitive to scents. I can't not think about things like that.
Because you're a royal. 3 cats intensify your senses.
Yes.
And having 3 predators sharing your body and soul spikes your instincts and makes you stronger too, right? Anton inclined his head slowly. His careful gaze never left her eyes. She licked her lips. The intensity in his stare unnerved her. She could have sworn he suspected her of something, maybe trying to get information out of him. In that case, he'd be right. At least this part of her goal for coming here hadn't changed. She had to find out what happened to Bianca. What Nix would do with the truth once she learned it was still up in the air. Destroying the life of the man who'd protected her didn't sit well with her, but protecting a man who'd killed a woman for betraying him didn't either. It was all about motive, protection versus rage. I guess I always knew royals were superior to single shifters. I mean, everyone told me that growing up. Dropping her gaze, Nix gave a half shrug and smiled. Hopefully the demure look appeared genuine. I was never really around royals, though. Sure, some came to see Boris from time to time, but none of them ever felt like you did earlier today. Anton, grabbing the book she held, tore a startled gasp from her. She yanked her gaze to his face. He watched her. From inches away, the intensity of his stare stripped her bare. She felt as if he could touch her soul. It was a crazy thought. Such a thing was impossible. The way her jaguar reached for Anton made her feel incredibly exposed, however. The book left her hands. Anton slid it into the vacant spot on the bookshelf. How did I feel? Many descriptions came to mind. The naughtier ones weren't appropriate to share. Powerful. Anton lifted her chin slightly. His thumb caressed her skin. Warmth spread from where he held her to her neck and shoulders. In my werecat form, or as I am now? Both? The truth came out. Like this, with his gaze locked on hers, she couldn't bring herself to lie or skirt the truth. Does that make you feel safe with me? Or are you afraid of me? Still holding her chin, Anton used his other hand to trace her nose, then her cheekbones. Because I can't tell. You're trembling. She hadn't realized that. Nix pressed a hand against Anton's chest, using him to steady herself. Can't you tell from my scent? You do have 3 cats enhancing your senses. A slow, wicked smile spread over Anton's face. If I based all my actions on what my primitive side tells me, I'd be inside you right now, fucking you, tearing your restraint to shreds, and you'd be begging me to make you mine. Anton's words and his tone flipped a switch inside Nix. She hungered, more than she had when she first walked into this house. Lust left her ravenous. Only Anton could satisfy her needs. Nix trailed her fingers down Anton's hard stomach, stopping her exploration at his waistband. I thought I already belonged to you. Isn't that what you told me? I'm your secretary? Yes, you are. Anton traced the curve of her mouth. She couldn't see the teasing stroke, but she felt it, deep inside her, where only a man could touch. But if I gave in to the primal drives we both feel, you'd be more. The images her jaguar kept feeding her danced across her mind. While some had tried to encourage her to get Anton naked, others had focused on the impossible. Her jaguar, running with Anton's cats and snuggling with them. Only soul-bond mates could walk through each other's souls. Her heart beat faster as her confusion spiked. Nix tipped her head back slightly. Anton's hold on her chin firmed, stopping her from easing any farther away from him. Lust can't make me important to you. Shifters lust over each other all the time. Sex is sex. It doesn't mean anything, not really. Anton pressed his leg against her, turning her, then stepped forward, essentially trapping her body between his and the bookshelf at her back. If sex meant so little to me, why do you think I've avoided it for so long? Rumor has it you're too cold and too focused on your work to be bothered with women. With the fingers that had mapped her face, Anton gripped the edge of her skirt. His knuckles brushed her bare thigh. The trembling in her limbs returned. Holding on to Anton didn't stop it this time. She was shaken to the core. The problem with rumors is that most are based on fear and ignorance, not truth, not reality. Anton dragged her skirt higher. He didn't reach underneath, didn't skim his fingertips along her inner thigh, didn't so much as expose her panties. His simple action, however, left her anxious, waiting on his next move. And believing rumors can be dangerous, Nix. Very dangerous. I'd recommend you don't fall into that habit. When you have nothing else to base your opinions on, rumors are better than nothing. Anton released his tight grip on her skirt and slid his hand to her ass. Her panty-covered ass. The hip-hugging silk covered her bottom, saving her from feeling the heat of Anton's touch on her skin. But the firm press of his palm on her ass cheeks built a dangerous sense of anticipation within her. She wanted more than just his hand on her ass. So much more. No. Anton flexed his fingers. The bite of his fingertips in her bottom added to her growing eagerness. Silence is best, until you uncover the truth. Silence can be dangerous too. Sometimes you can't sit back quietly and wait for the truth to drop in your lap. You have to uncover it, any way you can. I agree. Anton spoke the words softly into her ear. So ask me why I haven't been with a lover in decades. How many decades? 2, 3, I've lost track. Anton bit her earlobe just enough that her eyelids drifted closed. My patience isn't endless. Ask me. She heard the warning in his tone, felt it in the possessive way he touched her. He was ready to make his earlier fantasy a reality. Why haven't you taken a lover? Women would beg for a chance to be with you, to feel your lips against theirs, to taste you, just once. Would you? Anton's breath warmed a path to her mouth. Beg me for a kiss? She dipped her chin in response, then waited for the pressure of Anton's mouth on hers, for his tongue to slip past her lips, for his taste to drug her. Say it. His command compelled her to obey. Please, kiss me, Anton. Just once. Nix. Anton whispered her name. Then he was kissing her. There was nothing gentle about the way he took her mouth, nothing sweet, nothing that made her want to sigh with the romanticism of this moment. Anton dominated her, took from her. With a firm tug, he yanked her against his body. Her back arched as he leaned over her. His kiss was bruising, demanding. He didn't give her a chance to match his passion. He pulled her in. She had no choice but to submit to him. His sharper fangs descended, nicking her tongue and his. The taste of heavenly chocolate flooded her mouth. She twined her tongue with Anton's. More of the rich flavor drugged her. She couldn't get enough. Digging her nails into his biceps, she clung to him. Her legs felt too shaky to hold herself up. Her head spun. Her hands shook. Every breath she took intensified the feeling. Anton. She managed to get his name out, but didn't know what she meant by saying it. She simply needed. More. Please, more. An animalistic sound rumbled in Anton's chest. He lifted her with the hand under her ass. She automatically hooked her ankles at the base of his spine and linked her hands behind his neck. Her shoulders met the bookshelf, and the hard outline of Anton's cock pressed into her groin. Kissing her harder as if he was trying to crawl inside her, he rocked into her. Sparks ignited within her. She moaned and clutched at his shoulders. Lust built.
This kiss they shared did nothing to quench it. She needed more. She needed Anton inside her. She reached between their bodies. Her fingers trembled, but she managed to pull down his zipper. Silky boxers covered Anton's penis. She stroked him through the thin layer of his boxers. His long, thick shaft would stretch her, filling her completely. She wanted that. Wanted him to be the first man to love her. The only one. Anton broke their kiss. Panting, he stared at her. Hunger burned in his eyes to match hers. He dragged his tongue over her lower lip. You know what the word stop means, don't you? A small sound slipped from her throat. Almost a whimper, maybe a moan, she couldn't decide. But the feminine noise excited her more. Anton was giving her control. Over him. The knowledge made her feel powerful. She nodded. Good. Remember it. Anton grabbed her calf and urged her to release him. Use it, if you have to. She unhooked her legs and leaned against the bookshelf at her back, using it to support her. Her knees felt weak. Too weak. She wanted Anton's arms around her. She reached for him, but he pressed his palm against her chest, stopping her from getting closer to him. A brutal glint slid into his eyes, turning the hungry look into something animalistic. Hold up your skirt. I want you to watch me. Her heart beat harder. She wasn't ready for a man like Anton. She wasn't experienced enough. He'd destroy her, shatter her into a million pieces. She'd never be the same. Anton reached under her skirt and curled his fingers around the crotch of her panties. His knuckles brushed against her wet lower lips. Her inner muscles tightened. The anticipation of holding a piece of Anton inside her left her crazed. Are you trying to remember how to say the word stop? Or trying to remember how to move? Anton dragged her underwear partially down her thighs. Decide, because I won't give you what you want if you don't follow my commands. He was a bastard. He'd make her beg at every opportunity. She should tell him to go screw himself. She didn't beg men for anything. Anton wasn't simply a man, though. He was more. Power in its rawest form. Pure perfection. An addiction she never knew she had. Her fingers shook, but Nix managed to grip the hem of her skirt and lift it up. Cooler air hit her lower belly, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable, but not afraid. She trembled in anticipation of what Anton would do to her. He held her gaze as he pulled her undies to her knees. Then he skimmed his fingers up her inner thigh. His thumb found her clit. He circled the hard nub, with just enough pressure to skip tingling energy through her womb. Her breaths came faster. Nix had touched herself enough to know she could orgasm from rubbing her clit. It didn't take much. A few flicks while imagining what a man could do to her, and she careened into release. Needing the relief, she rocked against Anton's hand. His thumb slid through her arousal and parted her lower lips. Squirming, she pulled her skirt higher. She couldn't see with the bunched fabric in her way. Anton lifted his thumb from her achy clit and moved his hands to her thighs. She jerked her gaze to his face. Satisfaction added to the brutal glint in his eyes. He had her right where he wanted her. Watch me, not what I'm doing to you. Anton used his hold on her thighs to spread her legs wider. The waistband of her panties tightened around her knees. Do you understand? I want you to watch me and remember what I can do to you. Her earlier thought returned. Anton would destroy her. Not in the way a lover could bring her pleasure. He'd shatter her expectations. No other lover would satisfy her the same way. She should stop this before it was too late. Anton had given her an out. She only had to say one little word. She couldn't bring herself to utter it. This might damn her. Not knowing the pleasure Anton could bring would be worse. She'd always wonder what she'd missed out on. Regret would destroy her too. Never taking her gaze off Anton, Nix gripped her skirt in one hand, then dipped her middle and ring fingers into her pussy, pushing against her swollen and tight inner muscles. Anton didn't watch her finger herself. There was no misinterpreting what she was doing. The sound of her fingers moving in and out of her wet body was unmistakable. Anton's nostrils flared. His lips parted in a deep breath. He was tasting her arousal on his tongue. The primitive response belonged to the big cats who shared his body and soul. She triggered his primal side. The knowledge gave her power. She could make him remember her, too. For eternity. Nyx pulled her fingers from her body and held them in front of Anton's lips. Holding her gaze, he leaned closer and licked her fingers before drawing them into his mouth and sucking. The tug connected to her womb. The emptiness inside her had her squirming as Anton curled his tongue around each finger. She wanted his cock inside her body, or her mouth. Anton. She sucked on her lower lip, wishing it was his. Please. A small smile curved his mouth. Then he tugged on her underwear, pulling her body forward. She squeaked and gripped the shelf behind her, but she was in no danger of falling. Anton's other hand moved to her ass. He held her still while he buried his face against her pussy. Anton licked her, swiping his tongue from her opening to her clit, but not lingering anywhere. His slow lapping wasn't meant to bring her pleasure, at least not intentionally. This was for him. He was savoring the taste of her arousal. She didn't need him to tell her that. His low groans did it for him. More of her arousal flowed for him. She couldn't stop it. She wanted him to crave her. Anton. She moved her free hand to his hair and gripped the strands. Please. His low moan answered her. He tilted her bottom, giving himself better access to her body, and forcing her to tighten her hold on his hair. He growled against her cleft. Shivers raced through her. Then he thrust his tongue inside her. Nyx gasped. Her eyelids lowered as Anton curled his tongue, stroking her inner walls and teasing her body. She didn't dare close her eyes. Anton had ordered her to watch him. She couldn't see his mouth working her body, but the muscles in his forearms bulged as he flexed his fingers over her bottom. His cheeks drew in as he sucked on her pussy. His throat worked as he ate her out, and the sounds he made as he took his pleasure from her let her see what her eyes couldn't. Her body tightened and her clit thumped. She lifted her bottom, pushing her swollen cleft against the stubble on his face. Shivers raced over her skin and settled deep inside her. She was going to come. His fingers replaced his tongue. He curled them, teasing and stroking her as he had done with his tongue. His fingers touched her deeper than his tongue could, though. They brushed over a spot that tightened her muscles. She moaned as he stroked that spot over and over. Her body coiled, leaving her tight, edgy. Anton licked her clit while his fingers kept moving inside her. His eyes closed. The sight of the dark swoop of his eyelashes against his tan skin did crazy things to her heart. Waves spread from her womb outward. Her body trembled as she orgasmed, but she couldn't tear her gaze from the sweeping arc of his lashes. They were beautiful. He was beautiful. Nyx. Anton stood and took her mouth in another fierce kiss. Her desire flavored the kiss. She didn't shy away from it. Maybe she should. Good girls shouldn't enjoy such things, but she never pretended to be good. She argued with men, held on to her convictions, fought for what she wanted, and believed in herself. She could make a difference. She deserved to sit among the most powerful leaders in their species. She'd never expected to meet one like Anton, though. Free my cock. Anton spoke the words against her lips. Now, Nyx. I want your pussy strangling my dick, fighting to pull my seed free. Yes. The word didn't come close to expressing what she wanted, or how she needed to feel the hot splash of his release inside her body, how she craved it, craved him. Nyx shoved at Anton's boxers until his length bumped her hand. She fisted his penis, then stroked him. His erection grew in her hand, thickening into a powerful cock she'd have to work at getting inside her. She whimpered, Please, Anton. He angled his body so his cock slid along her cleft, then froze with the head of his penis at her opening. He smacked his hand against the bookshelf at her back, shaking the books and knocking something off the shelf a couple of feet to her left. She froze. Had she done something wrong? Anton?
He shook his head and pulled up her panties before he set her away from him. With his back to her, he zipped his pants, then ran a hand through his hair. Anton glanced over his shoulder. Lust hazed his eyes. For the briefest of moments, no white was visible. He blinked, and the desire warming them receded. This shouldn't have happened. She touched a finger to her swollen mouth. Her lips tingled. Did I do something wrong? No. We have company. Who? The door to the library opened. A man wearing jeans and a t-shirt with a black widow spider on the front stepped into the room. His short, honey-blonde hair, golden brown eyes, and tan skin gave him the appearance of an easygoing, relaxed man. At least at first glance. Power and anger radiated from him. Where Anton came off as miserable, this man looked pissed at the world. My pride leader, Cade Alexander. Anton motioned to the other shifter with a small tilt of his head. And a man who obviously has nothing better to do with his life than meddle in mine. Chapter 13. Knowing full well she smelled like sex, despite not getting the chance to hold Anton inside her, Nix approached Cade and held out a hand. Anything else would be rude. It's nice to meet you. I'm Nix Mercer, Anton's secretary. Instead of responding, Cade glanced from her outstretched hand to Anton. Nothing better to do than meddle in your life? There was no reason for you to come here, hours after I called. More like half a day. What did you do? Leave as soon as I hung up? Nostrils flaring, Cade tilted his head. You asked for someone to pick. I assumed you'd sent someone else. Anton cut his pride leader off. My twin, maybe. Not you. Aaron hasn't seen me in ages anyway. Aaron is busy. So are the rest of our pride mates. They have women or jobs. I have nothing, so I came. Anton worked his jaw. Who's protecting you? As pride leader, you shouldn't be outside our pride lands without protection. For a man who hasn't visited his pride in centuries, you've no right to talk about protection or what should be happening in the pride. Flexing his hands, Cade stepped forward. Start acting like a pride member, and then you can offer your opinions on how I lead our pride. Oh no. She wasn't going to stand here and let these two men ignore her, or fight. They'd both regret it. Men usually did once their emotions cooled. Nix stepped between Anton and Cade and held out her hand. You must not have heard me. I'm Nix Mercer, Anton's secretary. It's nice to meet you. Cade studied her, then narrowed his eyes. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to get between fighting men? Didn't anyone ever tell you it's rude to ignore someone who's talking to you? Yes. A woman did once. Maybe I should have listened to her. Cade wrapped his fingers around hers and drew her close. His other hand settled at her lower back. A deep, low growl echoed from behind them. She tensed, waiting for Anton to yank her away. Instead, Cade bent close and rubbed his cheek against hers. He was scent-marking her, like a cat. Nix tensed, but Cade's firm hold on her didn't allow her the chance to pull away. He pressed his lips to her forehead. Welcome, Nix. I've waited a long time to meet you. What do you mean? She jerked back, breaking Cade's grip on her. I haven't worked for Anton long. Cade straightened and met Anton's eyes. They stared at each other for a long moment, as if they were having some secret conversation. Finally, Cade inclined his head, then looked at her. No, but my pride members and I had a little bet going on. I won it. What kind of bet? Her eyes narrowed on Cade. That eventually a shifter would be brave enough to apply for Anton's open position? Cade smiled, looking pleased with himself. Enough small talk. Anton settled his hands on her hips and drew her away from Cade. Let me get a room set up for you tonight. Then I'll arrange for some guards to escort you and Cade tomorrow morning. Perfect. I'm sure Nix will appreciate the rest before we head out. Head out where? She had no idea what they were talking about. She needed to spend the morning with Anton, learning every detail about the night Bianca disappeared. West Virginia, of course. Cade grinned. On Anton's order. She spun and glared at Anton. What? Why are you sending me to West Virginia? Anton worked his jaw, then ran a hand over his hair, but didn't speak. She poked a finger into his chest. "Answer me! Why were you planning on sending me to West Virginia? I don't know anyone there. I've never even been there." "You'll be safer there." "Safer?" She studied Anton, trying to discern the meaning behind his words from his expression and failing miserably. His stoic look didn't give anything away. "Safe from who? Or what?" Anton moved to the desk. Nothing of significance lay there. She'd gone through everything out in the open in this room. He flipped over the papers anyway. "In less than a week, I'll officially become eldest on the council. There are those who wish to stop me. I worry they'll use you to make sure I never step into my rightful role." Nix bit the lip Anton had sucked on not long ago. Here was the perfect opening to uncover Anton's motives and plans for the council, if he took her bait. "Why do you think so? I'm just a secretary." "You're my secretary." Anton glanced over his shoulder. "And the last time some members of the council feared my actions, my previous secretary went missing, and people started whispering behind my back about how I'd murdered her. Their accusations were baseless, and nobody had the guts to officially accuse me of the crime. But the damage was done. The council voted against the motion I was lobbying to get approved." Nix debated how to proceed. She wanted to ask more about Bianca and the murder accusation. The rest of Anton's statement sparked her curiosity, however. "What motion were you trying to get passed?" Anton moved to the liquor cabinet on the other side of the library. He set 3 shot glasses on the table, poured 2, then glanced at her, raising the bottle in silent question. She shook her head, and he put the decanter back before carrying the drink to his pride leader. "Under our current law, any shifter deemed feral is either put down or locked away immediately." Her uncle had often talked about feral shifters and what to do about them. Boris always came back to one conclusion. "It's horrible to talk about, but isn't it the best for everyone if they're restrained or eliminated? Feral shifters are a danger." Never breaking her gaze, Anton sipped his drink. "Even 6-year-old little girls?" Nix inhaled sharply. "Molly." "Yes, Molly." Cade stepped into view. "The only reason that Molly is still alive is because she's a damn good actor." Nix looked between the 2 royal shifters. Both wore grim expressions. "Molly, the child whose picture I saw. She's feral?" Cade downed his drink, then poured another. "Technically, I'd say no. She can control her instincts and actions, but she can come across as not quite sane." Anton finished Cade's statement. "And because of her history, labeling her feral is the easier choice." The image of Molly's cold eyes returned. Nix hugged herself. "What happened to her?" "She was experimented on by a group who wants to extend a royal's immortality and strength to the single shifters." Anton responded, finally giving her the answer she'd sought the other day. Part of her wished he hadn't. Nix rubbed her hands over her cold arms. If Cade wasn't here, she could have gone to Anton. Even if he didn't touch her, she felt warmer near him. Generally better, as if being close to him was enough to soothe her soul. "She's just a little girl." "Who is trying to adjust to her new life outside the facility where she was born." Anton set his drink down and walked close to her. He squeezed her forearm in a comforting gesture. "And my motion was meant to impose the minimum age for shifters to be labeled as feral at maturity. Right now there's no age limit." "She's just a little girl." Nix was repeating herself. She couldn't help it. The anger growing inside her needed an outlet. She didn't have one. All she had was the suffocating sense of helplessness. Anton wrapped his arms around her and rested his cheek on the top of her head. "And once I become eldest on the council, I'll make sure she's safe from anyone who might think to hurt her." He wouldn't have the chance if Boris had his way. A hollow sensation spread through her chest. "And once you assume your role as eldest, Nix can come back. Until then, she'll be safer with me." Cade poured himself another drink. Nix pushed out of Anton's arms and faced his pride leader. "No, I am not leaving." "It's only a few days. We can—" "No!" She cut Cade off. They'd have to drag her kicking and screaming out of this house. She wasn't leaving until she learned the truth about Bianca's death, and the reason behind her reaction to Anton. Because lust wasn't a good enough excuse to make her want to take on the council and her uncle in order to ensure Anton was still breathing this time next week. Or to justify walking away from her lifelong dream of sitting among powerful men and having them listen to her. Really listen to her, like Boris had done all her life. Pivoting on her heel, she faced Anton, raised her chin, and readied herself for a fight. "I'm staying, and we're going to find out what really happened to Bianca. Once the rumors about you killing her are finally buried, you can bring your motion back for another vote. I'm sure it'll pass this time." "How do you plan on doing that? It's been close to a year since Bianca disappeared. There's been no sign of her anywhere. There's a missing persons notice for her on the community boards. If she was out there somewhere, she'd be found already." There was general curiosity in Anton's voice. She gave a half shrug. "I don't know yet, but I'm pretty resourceful. I'll find something." Anton focused on her eyes, staring into them as if he could look into her soul. "A lot has happened. I think it's best we both consider what the next steps should be for us before we commit to something we'll both regret." "My answer will be the same in the morning." Nothing would stop her from seeing this out. She needed the truth for her own sanity. This man who made her body sing and her heart ache could not be a cold-blooded killer. He was a protector. "We'll see." "Yes, we will." Nix nodded absently, never taking her eyes off Anton. "Where do you keep the extra sheets and blankets? I'd like to sleep near the fire tonight if I don't have a bed to use." Anton shook his head. "You'll sleep in mine." The prospect of sleeping with him sounded tempting but unexpected. Sharing a bed for sleep was a lot different from sex. It left a person vulnerable, physically and emotionally. "Wouldn't that be a little inappropriate?" "I am just your secretary." "I won't be joining you." "Oh." The slap of rejection hurt. She hadn't expected being turned down, especially not after what they'd shared. "I haven't seen my pride leader in centuries." Anton brushed her hair from her shoulders. "We have much to catch up on." "Yup. We'll probably talk all night long because that's the kind of relationship we have. You know, loving and supportive. We might even hug," Cade snorted. "Or beat each other into bloody pulps. You never know." It was more than she had with her family. Nix wasn't even sure she could trust Boris with any intimate details about her life, especially the ones involving Anton. Yes, those were most definitely off limits. Boris would use them for his benefit, maybe start another rumor. A crazy one like she was Anton's true mate or something. And if people believed such a wild rumor, it would be her death sentence. Chapter 14. "You always have to question me in front of others, don't you, cousin?" Cade's voice held an equal amount of spite and frustration. "But when we needed a new pride leader, you didn't step up. Nobody did. Not even after I practically begged you to take my place. You chose to join the council instead. I was left with a damn job. So don't get on your high and mighty horse now and tell me what I should and should not do as pride leader." Anton pinched the bridge of his nose. Arguing with his younger cousin never turned out well. Cade liked to fight. So did Anton. Neither of them should. They were supposed to be the calm, stable members of the Pride, the ones others came to when there were issues. "Aren't you going to answer?" Cade lowered his voice to a threatening growl. "Or do you need to be reminded about your obligation to obey your Pride leader?" "I'm not questioning you. I'm worried about you." Anton let the concern show in his expression. It was genuine. "Attacks on alphas have been increasing at an alarming rate. Those who bonded Molly's soul to that of the Leon Pride spirit will want to repeat their experiment now that they know they were able to successfully extend a royal's immortality to a single shifter. And there's only one way to do that." Cade inclined his head, a blasé response to the fact he might be the next leader to die in order to supply the royal spirit used in the next experiment. "I know this." "Then why aren't you acting like it?" Anton pleaded. "Living with protection is not a reflection of your strength or ability to fight. It's our reality. If we lose you to those who are willing to play God, the Alexander Pride is lost too." That was the other dangerous aspect of the experiments. Every member of their pride shared a bond with Cade. If Cade died, and the spirit of their pride he housed was trapped and prevented from merging with another royal shifter, Every Alexander Pride member died. Once they did, the spirit could be forced into an unnatural bond with a single shifter chosen by those who ran these experiments. I can't ignore my responsibility to my pride mates. Cade walked to the sitting area near the bookshelves and stared at where Nix's purse and jacket had been tossed. You need me. I felt the change in you. The quietness, the peace, the despair. Frankly, the misery clouding your soul disturbed me. It reminded me too much of my own. I never expected to meet my true mate. I'm dealing with the consequences of doing so. It's normal. His situation was far from normal. Most sitting councilmen had joined the council after their breeding partners died. The rest prayed never to meet their true mate for the exact reason Anton had. Love had no place in politics. What are you going to do about Nix? Anton rubbed his eyes. They burned. He'd been up too long. Being a shifter didn't erase his need for sleep. Crawling in bed with Nix sounded like a damn good idea. They'd eventually fall asleep, after he loved her into exhaustion. I already told you. Right, you don't know. Cade held Nix's jacket to his nose for a moment, then dropped it on top of her purse. But I do know you'll be back to being fucking miserable again once she's gone. But hey, we can start a club. Everyone tells me how miserable I am. Nix isn't leaving me permanently. I'm only sending her to West Virginia for a short time. Dead, Anton. Cade made a slicing motion over his neck. As a single shifter, she's going to die, whether you keep her as a lover or not. That's a fact. You think I don't know that? Anton fought the dark emotions swirling within him. The same ones that consumed him earlier when he'd realized what Nix's promised mate had planned for her. Anton had saved her from that fate. He couldn't save her from death. Unless he tied their souls together. Do you want another fact? Cade fingered the edge of Nix's jacket. Shifters who meet, then lose their true mate are more likely to take their own lives. They report feeling lost without the other half of their soul, and death becomes the only thing they look forward to. They crave it, and will seek it out at any opportunity. Anton focused on the mechanics of breathing. He would not allow Cade's words to push him over the edge. Nix is strong, mentally, emotionally. I sense it. She won't be tempted to take her own life. I'm not talking about Nix. She'll be mated and knocked up before those desolate feelings can ever consume her. Cade smirked. I'm talking about you. You're going to crack without Nix. You don't know that. As your pride leader, I feel you, Anton. All I have to do is reach for your soul to know. You'll crack without Nix. Let her go, now, before your bond deepens more. Hell, if you want, I can find her a good single shifter mate. Then you'll know exactly who's fucking your woman. Rage surged at the notion of Nix with another man. Red slid over his vision. Anton embraced the anger. Better Cade feel his wrath than Nix. Fuck you! Anton charged his pride leader. Cade sidestepped, avoiding the direct hit. His arrogant laugh echoed in the library. Nix might even hear it from the tower. Anton would be damned if his true mate's opinion of him dimmed any more. A vulgar curse fell from Anton's lips. He dropped, planting his hands on the floor, and swung his leg out, toppling his stockier pride mate. Muscles didn't always make a man stronger. Speed and willpower counted too. The second Cade's back hit the floor, Anton landed on top of him and pummeled his face. His pride leader snarled, baring his deadly feline teeth, then flipped Anton. Punches connected with Anton's cheek. An elbow rammed into his ribs, snapping bones. Pain exploded in his chest. Blood filled his mouth. Anton drew his knees up and knocked his cousin off him. The arm of a high-back wooden chair crunched under the weight of Cade's falling body. Not giving Cade a chance to stand, Anton jumped on his back and yanked one of Cade's arms, bending it at an odd angle. The bone cracked. Cade cursed, then hunched forward, flipping Anton over his back. Anton landed on his feet and grabbed for Cade's other arm. Cade spun out of reach. Enough! Cade held up his good hand. Nice to see you haven't grown soft living in this mansion. The weak become fodder here. Tingling warmth spread through Anton's chest as his broken ribs mended. He rolled his shoulders and twisted his torso, easing the tightness in his chest. Quick healing hurt more than the injury itself.
I can't allow myself to be preyed on that way. Too many shifters are relying on me to make things right for them. That's going to have to change. Cade shook the arm Anton had broken, proving he too experienced the tingling pins and needles sensation of healing, then grabbed Anton's bicep. There's only one shifter's fate that should matter to you anymore, and she's upstairs in your bed. Anton glanced at the closed door of the library. Every instinct demanded he follow Nix upstairs and finish what they started. Their kiss left him hungry. He wanted to feast on his true mate. He couldn't. Nix matters. That's why I'm sending her to West Virginia. She'll be safer on Alexander Pride lands. Safer? Yes. Happier? No. It's only for a short time, until I decide what's best for us. It doesn't matter how long. Now that she's met her true mate, she'll never be content. You know that, right? Even a few weeks or months without you will be hard. He did know that. Neither of them would be complete anymore. They were pieces of a puzzle meant to fit together. The knowledge didn't make this any easier. I should never have met Nix. The odds of us crossing paths when I never leave the council grounds are astronomical. I thought I was safe from my instincts. Luck had nothing to do with it. Our goddesses have decided to take a renewed interest in our species. The number of royals and single shifters who've soul-bonded in recent months is unprecedented. A chain of events has led to those matings. Don't start attributing them to the handiwork of our goddesses. A chain of events initiated by our goddesses. If we hadn't gotten a phone call from the human government about a shifter child living with a human, the events of the past year wouldn't have happened. Anton shook his head. The last time his pride leader had talked about the goddesses, Cade had denied their power, calling them weak and unimportant. Of course, that had been before Cade became pride leader and talked to one. That phone call was the work of mortals, not the heavens. I know what you're doing. I made the same excuses for centuries. It doesn't change anything. Our true mates were chosen for us before we were born, and so are the events leading to our matings. Denying our path is pointless. Cade moved to the windows. With his arms crossed, he studied the darkened landscape. And cruel. Look at Mira. She would have been miserable had I mated her. Hell, I would have too. I knew all along she wasn't my true mate. Anton's shoulders drooped. He stared at the floor as his chest grew heavy. Never before had the guilt over not interacting with his pride mates been as strong. How is Mira? Freaking huge, Cade laughed. But beautiful, happy. She says the babies are healthy and strong too. So is she. Her human mate is taking good care of her. The full impact of the prophecy surrounding Mira's children wasn't completely understood, but it promised to change their world, exactly as the goddess foretold. Already Mira's pregnancy had rocked shifter beliefs. Everyone knew humans and shifters couldn't breed. That was a biological fact. Not once in the long history of shifters had half-breed babies ever been conceived, until Josh mated Mira and rewrote the rules. Anton joined Cade at the window. And how are you, now that you no longer feel obligated to mate a woman you don't love? I love Mira. Always have, always will. She was just never meant to be mine. Cade braced against the glass and angled his head to look out the window. My true mate is waiting for me, somewhere. I just have to find her. Do you expect to find her in the trees? Anton matched Cade's pose. The moon showed through a break in the clouds. Or on the moon? You never know, Cade snorted. Enough about me. We need to decide what you should do about Nix. We? Anton leaned against the window. Since when did you get a say in my life? Since I accepted the spirit of the Alexander Pride into my soul. Cade laid a splayed hand against the glass. The pride comes first. Always. Anton focused on Cade's hand. You're also a member of the Pride, Cade. Maybe you should focus on your own life for a change, and let the rest of us deal with ours. The Pride is my life. Cade righted the chair and dropped the broken pieces of wood on the seat. I'm obligated to ensure my pride mates are happy, safe, and secure. Then go do that. Take Nix back with you to West Virginia. I'll be in touch once I've had a chance to consider my options. What options? As long as you're on the council, it'll never be safe for the two of you. You said it yourself. You'll never be able to keep your mating a secret. Best you can hope for is to disappear with Nix and hope you're not found. That's not possible. If I disappear, who will fight for our pride? For the other feline royals I represent? Anton paced, making a loop from the sitting area to his desk, then to the bar area in the rear section of the room near the atrium. Who will make sure Molly's safe? As a councilman, you are endangering any mate you take. Have you forgotten that? As soon as I'm eldest, I can lobby to change that rule. Cade stepped into his path. That's not a rule you can change. The Founding Fathers were very, very clear on that point. It's not negotiable. Yet, the first Alexander talked about the rights of true mates and women. There are letters that refer to his beliefs and accounts of conversations he'd had with his children. If I can use them, maybe I can pass a provision that'll allow our mates to be protected by the same code. The first Alexander's contribution to the founding laws is lost. Without our forefathers' book, you'll never be able to pass a law that appears to contradict the one already in place. Cade leaned close. A derisive glint showed in his eyes. Or have you decided to betray all shifters and turn the council into a dictatorship? Not a dictatorship. The eldest has the right to overrule the council. That is a law clearly written in the books. For the good of the species, Cade shoved him, not for the good of one man. Anton turned his back on Cade. Another fight wouldn't help. You don't have to mate her. Keep her as a lover. Cade spoke the word softly, almost reluctantly. You don't understand how powerful mating instincts are. Anton grabbed fistfuls of his hair. I'm insanely possessive of Nix, and I've only known her a short time. In a few centuries I'll be crazed. I won't be able to let her die. Then you need to disappear. Cade laid a hand on his shoulder. I can help. Hiding isn't the answer. Eventually we'd be found. You could always go to the moon. Anton laughed, despite the squeezing sensation in his chest at the thought of losing Nix. You've been watching too many television shows. Have I? Cade pulled out his phone and tapped the screen. A basic internet search screen popped up. I never thought I'd have the world at my fingertips either, but I do now. Who knows what'll be possible in the future? True, but I don't have the luxury of waiting for technological advancements. My future is upstairs. Anton motioned to the ceiling. Changing the law isn't the answer. The other council members will kill you or Nix, then change it back. Don't even pretend like that's not a possibility. Then what do you suggest? Disappear. Anton held his head in his hands. I can't. I have an obligation to our species, to Mira's unborn babies, to Molly, to countless others who rely on me to fight for them. Cade's sigh matched what Anton felt. He didn't have any other options. It was change the law or fail all those shifters who needed him, because what he'd told Cade was the truth. If Anton spent much more time with Nix, he'd end up mating her. But how was he supposed to let her go? Just the thought of Nix with another man left him enraged, and the notion of never seeing Nix in his kitchen with flour on her cheek, or in his library with a book in her hand, or even walking next to him in a pair of high-heeled boots, left him with an ache in his chest. They were such simple moments, but each one had made him feel alive. If he lost Nix, he'd never live again. He'd exist, nothing more. Does Nix know your true mates? Cade asked. No. Anton was fairly certain she didn't. Her jaguar, on the other hand, likely did. If Nix had been a little older or more in tune with her primitive side, she'd understand what the urges she was experiencing meant. Then let her go now, before you get any more attached to her. If Boris has his way, she'll be mated off soon. Once she is, you'll be free to serve out your commitment to the council, and Nix will be safe. Maybe not happy, but safe. Once she has a kid, the lure of death won't tempt her as much either. She'll have her babies to live for. Hands fisted, Anton fought the anger twisting through him. He wanted to hurt Cade for suggesting he let Nix go. Only knowing Cade meant well stopped Anton from picking up their fight where they'd left off. If you're not willing to run with Nix, it's the best solution for both of you. Cade rested his hand on Anton's shoulder. I'll leave with her tonight. You won't ever have to see her again. No.
Anton growled the word. He closed his eyes and fought to stay calm. Cade meant well. If Anton kept repeating that, he might convince himself. There's a celebration tomorrow for Brock. Boris mentioned on his way out that he plans on introducing Nix to the other council members. Nix leaving before then would seem suspicious. And after that? Anton walked to where Nix's jacket had been tossed. He ran his fingers over the rough, woven material. His shoulders slumped. No matter how he looked at it, there was only one fate for Nix. Anything else would cheat her out of the life she deserved. I'll make her hate me. She'll run, find another man, make some babies. Then I'll make sure she never gets near me again. The roar of his lion echoed in his mind. The snarl of his tiger came next. Anton slammed the metaphysical door, blocking him from his cats before his jaguar could attack him for threatening to send their mate away. He exhaled roughly. He was in for a battle of wills, but he had no choice. Once Nix left him, he'd throw himself into work. As long as someone needed him, he'd continue living. The council came first. Always. Chapter 15. Even after showering, Nix could smell Anton on her skin. Anyone who came near her would think she really did belong to him in a very primitive way. It would make for an awkward evening, not to mention an uncomfortable introduction to a new potential mate. It couldn't be helped. Everything she'd touched this morning had belonged to Anton. Now she walked so close to him their sides touched. She couldn't bring herself to put space between them. After being surrounded by his scent all night, she craved him. Besides, loose gravel covered this section of the path leading to the main part of the campus. The heels she'd chosen for tonight's dinner weren't made for uneven surfaces. If she stumbled, Anton could catch her. Why are we leaving so early? Nix adjusted her shawl, covering her bare arms. Good girls didn't show so much skin this early in the day. It's barely mid-afternoon. I need to stop at the library. Working even on your day off? She grinned. The man was dedicated. She had to give him that. I don't get days off. There's too much to do. Her smile dimmed. The stoic Anton was back. She much preferred the man who'd kissed her as if he couldn't get enough of her taste. Maybe the sexy Anton would return before the night was over. His moods did change frequently. I thought today would be an exception. This is supposed to be a day of remembrance for Brock. The best way I can honor Brock is to work. You wouldn't expect anything less. She glanced at Anton. He'd worn a dinner jacket and dress slacks. Even his shoes shone. He appeared ready for a night out. Are we still going to the dinner, or did you change your mind? We're expected at the dinner. You don't skip events like this. I just need to stop at the library first. Anton looked over at her. One eyebrow rose slightly. You don't mind, do you? No, I was just curious. Anton nodded, then turned his attention to the path ahead of them. Nix waited a moment for Anton to say more. Maybe tell her why they were going to the library. Minutes passed. He didn't so much as look at her again. Apparently small talk didn't fit his mood today. Fine by her. They had more important matters to discuss. Nix opened herself to her jaguar, drawing on her cat's senses. No shifters walked in the woods around them. This would likely be the most privacy they'd share all evening. I was hoping we'd be able to sit down and talk about Bianca. Nix studied Anton's profile, watching for any signs of emotion. If we're going to find out what happened to her, I need to know what she was to you, if you got along, what you talked about. Bianca was my secretary. We got along, mostly, and we talked about work. His expression didn't change. The word mostly triggered her instincts, however. She narrowed her eyes. Mostly? What do you mean, mostly? I mean, mostly. When she showed up for work, she was the perfect secretary. Quiet, respectful, hard-working, and she anticipated my needs. I never had a better secretary. Better than me? The question was out of her mouth before she could stop it. The jealousy Anton's praise sparked couldn't be denied, however. Of course, she had no reason to be jealous. Must be her ego. She did like to be the best in everything she did. Anton exhaled slowly, dramatically. This is our 4th day on the job.
We haven't even had a chance to work together. Had it only been 4 days? She'd felt as if she'd known Anton forever. Despite his moods, they clicked. Sure we have, at the library. You copied text from a book. I read from another. That's not working together. That was sharing the same table while doing 2 separate tasks. His words cut her, but she couldn't argue. They had worked on 2 different things, in silence, much like they shared today. Perhaps clicking was a bit of an exaggeration. Still, she felt comfortable with Anton. That counted. True, but now we have a common goal, Bianca. So let's talk about her. How could she skip work when she lived in the same house as you? She lived in my house, but I didn't control her. Once we finished working for the day, she did her own thing. I did mine. Some days she'd leave and not come back until late the next morning, or the following day. That's why I wasn't concerned when she didn't show up that last time. It never even crossed my mind she'd disappeared or was in trouble. When did you finally question it? Brow raised in a mocking glare, Anton glanced at her. Didn't the rumors mention that? Nyx clenched her jaw. Rumors are dangerous. Didn't you preach about that last night? Yes, I did. I'm glad you listened. Anton's mouth quivered as if he was fighting a grin. On the 4th no-show morning, I called security and asked them to find Bianca so I could fire her. Because she didn't show up for work? The slight grin on Anton's mouth disappeared. His lips thinned. A tick formed on his jaw. While she'd been gone, I learned she betrayed me. I'd planned to fire her, then charge her with theft. Nyx considered her options. No matter how much she wanted to believe Anton was one of the good guys, she'd only known him 4 days. She stole from you? Nyx used the most appalled voice she could muster. What did she take? Anton glanced at her before facing the path ahead of them. Obviously, you're not paying enough attention to the rumor mill, if you have to ask. God. Nyx bit her lip. You warned me not to believe everything I heard. So you'd rather test me to see if my version matches the rumors? Nyx focused on the path before her. The pebbles had ended. Asphalt covered the path. They were getting closer to the main part of the campus. She stopped. She didn't want to risk running into someone before she and Anton finished this conversation. I want to help you, Anton. I do. But you made a very good point a few minutes ago. We've only known each other a few days. Anton used the edge of his hand to lift her head. Every founding father wrote a contributing book to serve as our first laws. The one written by the first Alexander went missing before the first council meeting could be held. I've spent years searching for that book. Nearly my entire life. My investigator found it a year ago and followed the instructions Bianca gave him. Instructions I didn't approve of or know about until it was too late. Instead of telling me the book was found, she diverted it to a buyer, who has since disappeared with it again. No anger tinged his words or twisted his expression. He could have been telling her the weather forecast for the coming week. She didn't buy his calm demeanor. And that didn't anger you? Of course it angered me. I didn't understand why she'd betrayed me. Anton dropped his hand. I'd planned to ask her, but I never got the chance. Security searched but didn't find her, anywhere. How could she just have disappeared? Nyx scanned the woods. The campus is large, but aren't the borders patrolled, and the main gates? My driver had to jump through hoops to gain access even though I'm Boris's niece. An electric fence runs the perimeter of the campus with cameras monitoring it, and the gates leaving here require a badge along with a retinal scan to open. The guards search the cars and all baggage. There's also a record of everyone who leaves, just as there's a record of who enters. Bianca never left the campus. If she didn't leave and isn't hiding somewhere on campus, then she had to have been murdered. Nyx frowned. Her conclusion was the only one she could come to, but it didn't make sense. But where's her body? With the number of shifters living here, there's no way to hide it. The stench of death would give its location away. She glanced at Anton, who watched her with a carefully neutral expression. I'm assuming there wasn't any sign of the ground being disturbed either. Correct. Security combed the campus. no evidence of a burial or murder. Anton dipped his head on another long sigh. But we can't assume she wasn't murdered.
What do you mean? Death leaves its mark. You told me that.
Yes. The solemn tone he used drew her gaze to him. Uneasiness tensed his features. But there's a drug available to royals that'll eliminate scents. Depending on the dose given, the scent associated with our animals can be nullified or all scents can be masked. It's possible Bianca might have been injected with this drug, then killed.
How does this drug work?
She'd never heard of such a thing before. Molecular modification and magic. Anton smirked. Modern-day witches work for the human government. Some are extremely intelligent. In this case, royals have benefited greatly from their discovery. Our women and children need the obscurity this drug offers. They're often targeted in trafficking rings or outright killed by our enemies to hurt their mates and fathers. A tiny sliver of doubt worked its way through Nyx. Was she wrong to trust Anton? She focused on his eyes. Nothing showed in them. After a millennium of life, no doubt he could lie easily. Her uncle was an expert after living half that time. But then why had Anton told her about this drug in the first place?
And as a royal, you would have access to this drug?
Yes. I have some in my bedroom, actually.
Anton rolled his shoulders. Nyx turned away. She couldn't look at Anton. When she did, she wanted to go to him and step into his embrace. The power he held over her swayed her. She couldn't help but wonder if it was blinding her from the truth, too. The softest rustle of clothes warned her of Anton's approach. She didn't move or tense as he stepped behind her. Instead, the tension in her muscles eased. He settled a hand on her shoulder.
I didn't kill Bianca.
She glanced over her shoulder. It doesn't look good.
I know.
Can anyone confirm seeing you the night she disappeared?
Anton shook his head in answer. Nobody visits me. There was hurt in his eyes.
His comments to his pride leader about Cade not visiting him made sense now. So did his reaction over the possibility of her quitting and moving out. The most feared member of the council was lonely. She covered her face and took slow breaths. The clutch bag hanging off her wrist banged into her chest. She didn't care if the metal clasp bit into her skin. She was a wreck. The emotions swirling within her left her agitated. Her heart believed Anton. Her mind, however, questioned the gaps and coincidences. Anton turned her body and slid one hand to cradle the back of her head and settle the other at the base of her spine.
I've never killed or hurt an innocent.
Bianca wasn't innocent.
True, but I didn't learn the truth until after she disappeared. Before that night, she never gave me a reason to doubt her.
He bent close and brushed his lips over her cheek to her ear.
Unlike you.
Her heart beat harder. She couldn't stop the telltale sign of guilt. She hadn't been expecting Anton to accuse her of anything now.
What game are you playing, Nyx?
The words wouldn't come out. This wasn't a game, never had been a game. But that didn't mean Anton wouldn't have lost.
You are.
Anton flexed his hand on her backside.
Don't lie to me.
I'm flustered. I'm not accustomed to men holding me like this, or kissing me the way you did last night. Which was true. Anton was unlike any man she'd ever met.
Did you enjoy kissing me?
Yes.
Nyx slipped her fingers between the buttons of Anton's jacket and rested her fingertips on his stomach.
A shiver of awareness ran down her spine. The man was sleek and powerful. Naked, he'd be a sight to behold. I'm attracted to you. It's messing with me. But it was the softer emotions, the ones that wanted to ease Anton's loneliness, that ripped her heart open and made her question everything. Anton tipped her head back and brushed his lips over hers. She sighed with the gentleness of his touch, and he slipped his tongue past her lips. His sensual kiss warmed her belly and her heart. Nyx closed her eyes and arched into him, letting him support her completely. It was instinctual. The way he held her urged her to give herself to him. She wanted to. Every inch of her body screamed for his possession. She'd never felt anything like this. as if Anton held her in his thrall. He could do anything to her. She'd welcome it, too. As long as he touched her, she'd be content, at peace. A small whimper escaped her. She stood on her tiptoes, needing to be closer to him, never letting him go. On a low groan, Anton pulled her flesh and deepened the kiss. Their tongues twined in a slow, rolling dance that left her trembling inside. It was beautiful and sweet. She felt treasured. It wasn't enough. She tried to quicken the kiss, urging him to devour her like he had last night. Anton nipped at her bottom lip, tearing a squeak from her. In the next heartbeat, he sucked on the lip he bit, soothing the small sting. Each pull of his mouth connected with her lower belly. Need spiraled. She squirmed. "Anton." She managed to get his name out. He took her mouth again, asserting his lead. He would be in charge, not her. She sensed his intent with every move he made. Stroking his hands over her back, he worshipped her mouth as if he wanted to savor her taste. The tenderness was too much. She couldn't resist Anton. Nyx clasped her shaky hands behind his neck and pulled herself higher. The moment she did, Anton eased back. No, she wasn't ready. She'd crawl inside him if she could. Then he'd never be lonely. She'd be with him always. His firm hands on her hips stopped her from trying to steal another kiss. "Our attraction is messing with your head, because you came here with the intention of betraying me. Now that you realize I'm not the brute everyone says I am, you feel guilty." Not a question. Anton phrased it as a statement. He knew. She licked her lips. Anton's flavor left her lightheaded. "I'm not going to betray you." "You were planning on it, though, weren't you?" She sighed and glanced away. He turned her head back to face him. "Weren't you? You came here under the guise of wanting to be my secretary so you could betray me." "Yes, I did." Anton clenched his jaw. Tendons stood out in his neck. His hold on her hips never tightened, however. His thumb brushed against her skin in a soothing caress. "Boris ordered you to do it." Had Boris ordered her? Or had he merely presented her with a series of reasons why Anton should lose his seat on the council? She wasn't sure. She only knew she'd jumped at the chance to come here. "Boris wants you removed from duty before you can become the eldest council member." Anton shoved away from her. Without his warm body pressed to hers, the cool air chilled her immediately. A shiver ran through her. She didn't bother warming her core temperature. It'd be better if Anton associated her trembling to the cold instead of the loss of him. "But I won't help Boris. Not any longer. I didn't realize what the lifetime rules meant for you." Unable to look into Anton's eyes, she glanced at the ground. "I didn't realize a lot of things." "Like you didn't realize Boris would send a male to his death." Anton lifted her chin. "Because he did. Boris knew exactly what would happen if I stepped into a situation where a female, any female, was being threatened or hurt. Killing to protect an innocent isn't murder. What I did to Harvey isn't murder. If it was, I would have been arrested already. I didn't hide what I did. I called security immediately." She stared into Anton's eyes and didn't know what to say. He was right. She hadn't realized her uncle would do such a thing. They'd also already talked about this. "I was honest with you. I didn't have to tell you about Boris. You know that, right?" She waited until he nodded. "But I did. Now, if we have any hope of finding out what happened to Bianca and clearing you of suspicion, I need you to do the same with me." "I have." Anton slid his hand down her arm to her wrist. "I am." He drew her close and nuzzled against the spot where a mate bite might one day mark her as a claimed woman. Yearning took hold. She wanted to feel Anton's fangs breaking her skin and scraping her bones. She wanted to welcome him into her soul and walk through his. Her jaguar wanted to run with Anton's cats. Just once. Too bad it couldn't happen. She'd end up forever alone, even if she ended up mating someone. Because she wouldn't mate Anton. Love had no place in politics. "Why are you doing this, Nyx?" "Because it's the right thing to do. Because Boris helped spread the rumor about you killing Bianca. Because..." She grabbed fistfuls of his hair.
I don't want you to die because of me." For a long time, Anton didn't speak. He held her, while his exhales warmed her skin, and her muscles relaxed. "You're as dangerous to me as you are tempting." She chuckled. "Dangerous? I'm a petite shifter female. I'm not dangerous." "Death isn't the only way to destroy a man." He stepped back. "Come on, we're wasting time, and I have much research to do before the dinner tonight." Nyx gripped her clutch bag instead of reaching for Anton. "Okay, what are we looking up?" "Not we. Me." Anton walked away from her. "I have research to do on a private matter, and I don't require or want your help with it." "Oh." Nyx stared at Anton's back, then hurried to catch up to him. "What should I do while you're working?" "Whatever you want. Stay at the library and read, head over to the dinner hall, visit your uncle. It doesn't much matter to me. I don't control you any more than I did Bianca." Anton slid his gaze to her. "You're just my secretary." Nyx looked away. She had to. Anton's words hurt. After the kisses they'd shared, she'd thought she was more. Then again, it was better this way. She liked being in Anton's arms entirely too much. Chapter 16. Each step Anton took away from Nyx built tension in his chest. There was no physical reason for it. She was safe inside the walls of the main library. Instinct demanded he keep Nyx close, however. He wanted to give in to the powerful drive. Before talking to Cade, he would have. He would have twisted the law, ignored his honor, and invited death. He'd be foolish to think the other council members wouldn't join forces to oust him from the top spot. Their unanimous vote against his attempt to protect immature feral shifters proved fear could drive them to unite. Anton couldn't take that chance. Death for a royal or any female soul bonded to a royal was permanent. No rebirth. No second chances. No hope. Anton couldn't do that to Nyx. The alternative wasn't any better. He didn't know if he could let her go, even if it was for the best. Heck, he wasn't sure she would go. The woman chosen to be his appeared determined to fight for him. Damn if that didn't make him feel as if he was a king. There had to be a third option. Anton jogged down the winding stairs leading into the dungeon. Technically, the term dungeon didn't match the network of natural caves and man-made tunnels hidden deep below the campus, but somewhere along the line someone had coined the term. It stuck. 2 royal feline shifters stood at the entrance to the dungeon. They crossed their shafts over the heavy metal door. The 6 brothers, along with Tsar, had guarded the dungeon for centuries. The familiarity with Anton didn't change their routine. They'd been charged with the safekeeping of their treasure by the goddesses themselves. They took their task very seriously. "Tsar is expecting me." Anton stopped in front of the brothers. After a moment, both shifters stepped to the side, allowing Anton entrance. He strode through. He had no patience for small talk or pleasantries today. Nyx waited upstairs. The hard punch of incense greeted him. His eyes watered. They always did when he entered this room. He never complained. The ritualistic and magical concoction helped preserve the treasures contained within the dungeon. Anton scanned the main room. There were many important pieces here, including slabs of stone with rudimentary artwork that dated from before the first shifters to exquisite jewelry worn by the goddesses. It'd be easy to get lost among the treasures, studying and admiring them. Not today. There was only one artifact he wanted to see. Tsar kept it locked away. Somewhere. Nobody else knew its secret hiding spot in the maze of tunnels and chambers in the dungeon. Multiple doors led from this room. Some went to smaller treasure rooms, others opened to hallways that led to the Urin's private chambers. Anton hadn't seen them all. Tsar had, though. The dungeon belonged to him. He lived here. Tsar walked through one of the doors with a large metal box in his arms. He glanced from Anton to the main entrance. "Here alone?" "Of course." The only other person who would have accompanied him into the dungeon was likely dead. Bianca had loved coming here. Tsar set the box on a wide table, then stared at Anton. "Is that the book I requested?" Anton motioned to the metal box. "Yes." Tsar crossed his arms over his chest. "And I'm not happy about bringing it out of storage again so soon. There are plenty of copies of it. There's one upstairs. Hell, you have one in your personal library. I don't know why I need to keep proving to you, Councilman, that it's been transcribed correctly. Again? Anton tensed. Who else requested to see the original? Brock. Tsar turned his attention to the combination lock on the box. While not high-tech, the lock was a step up from the leather knots that had been in use when Anton had first joined the council. He inspected several of the original books, but this one fascinated him. Or it could be he was drawn to it because his ancestor wrote it. Who knows? He irritated the crap out of me, though. These books shouldn't be handled. The parchment they're written on has been out of the heavens too long. But Brock spent hours staring at the text in this book. I finally had to kick him out. What section? The book contained only 2. One detailed the structure of the council, and the other spelled out the code of conduct for council members. Tsar looked up. Maybe once you see the condition of these books, you'll understand why I'm against moving this campus. I don't care how much safer we'd be in that godforsaken section of Alaska. These books detail our beginnings. They're precious. It was bad enough we had to bring them over from Europe. I was a freaking mess during those months we spent on boats. All I could think about was what would happen if we sank. Everything we'd based our culture on would be gone. If Anton had his way, they wouldn't be moving either. Isolating the council wasn't the answer. They had to be accessible to those who needed them, even if his constituents didn't visit. Other councilmen regularly met with those they represented. Their treasures, though? Oh yeah, they'd be moving above ground. One earthquake or flooding in the dungeon could wipe out their history. Don't worry about moving to Alaska, Tsar. We're looking at other options, including updating the security here on campus. Tsar's eyes narrowed. Yeah? I thought it was set in stone at this point. They did already break ground on the facility in Alaska. I'm sure we could find some use for those buildings. And if Anton had his way, the high-security complex would house shifters whose lives were in danger. Their abused women and children deserved protection from the culture that had abandoned them. Perhaps, but many of the councilmen are looking forward to moving into state-of-the-art homes. Councilmen already get a generous stipend. They can upgrade their homes here. They'll vote against doing so. Majority rules on the council. Anton didn't have time for this, but Tsar's worry bled through his words. The library and these artifacts were his life. As you said, moving these pieces across country is dangerous. That fact can be used to overrule the other councilmen. Plus, I have plans sitting on my laptop right now for a high-security building here on campus. We'll bring the pieces above ground, and we'll have Shifter Affairs conduct forensics on them before putting them into long-time storage. Forensics? Tsar slammed his hands on the table. I refuse to allow anyone to take samples of our treasures. They're old, precious, I've already shared with you what Shifter Affairs would do. Anton spread his fingers on the table to avoid shoving Tsar back. His posture screamed aggression and dominance. Only the fact that Anton wanted to read this book and get back to Nix stopped him from putting Tsar in his place. They take pictures, scan with technology that doesn't disturb the pieces. And if they take samples, they'd be so minute you'd never be able to tell. Brock didn't believe such a thing was necessary. We know the history of these pieces. Tsar waved his hand to encompass the room. I collected many of them from the original shifters themselves. I am that old. I remember sitting by the fire with the first urine, my grandfather. I remember the vow I took when I joined the council. Preserve our history, uphold our teachings, honor our beginnings. Anton matched Tsar's position and leaned close, so they were inches apart. My fellow council members will be reminded of this vow during our next meeting. I've quite a few motions to put up for a vote. Moving the artifacts contained in the dungeon to a high-security storage unit is one of them. They'll vote you down just as they did the last time you brought this up. If they do, the eldest on the council can overrule them. And now that Brock is dead, that's me. Anton took a seat. Now, what section did Brock stare at? Tsar donned white gloves and lifted a book wrapped in linens from the box. With the utmost care, he unfolded the fabric. A trace of herbs and spices wafted from each layer. Anton blinked rapidly, but he couldn't tear his gaze away despite his watery, burning eyes. The book Tsar was about to reveal would either damn Anton or offer him a loophole to exploit. A whiff of moonflower clung to the last cloth. Tsar folded it back, exposing the book written by the first Cain Alpha.
An animal hide with patches of dark gray fur served as the cover. Inside, uneven pieces of parchment were bound with thin loops of leather. Czar handed a set of gloves to Anton, then turned the pages. Brock studied the Councilman's Code of Conduct and its lifetime rule of service. I think he was looking for a way out of the commitment he made, so he could hunt for his alpha. Brock had been obsessed with finding Gabriel. The alpha of the Kane pack had been missing for decades. Maybe, Czar shrugged. I think his reason was more personal. How so? There are, or were, I should say, 3 members of the Kane pack. Brock, his alpha Gabriel, and Brock's twin, Ilan. That was it. If Gabriel ends up getting himself killed, another Kane would have to step up and accept the spirit of the Kane pack. As a council member, Brock wasn't eligible. The spirit would have to go to someone else. The only someone else in their pack is Ilan. Czar looked pointedly at Anton and smirked. And as an assassin, Ilan is not the type of man who should become the alpha of a royal wolf pack. I've met Ilan. Anton pulled on his gloves and leaned over the faded script. Like most assassins, he's not evil. He does the job others can't. I'm sure if he had to, he'd make a fine alpha. Brock didn't think so. Czar laughed. He'd commented once that he feared his twin would turn their pack into a league of assassins trained from childhood to be killers. Apparently, Ilan is known for selecting young shifters to take under his wing. Really? Anton carefully turned the page, looking for the clause specifically referring to the councilman's code, and whether it extended to their possessions. Under their current laws, mates were considered possessions. He could exploit that. If calling Nyx his possession protected her, he'd tattoo his initials on her ass. I hadn't known that. Czar's deep laugh drew Anton's gaze to the other man. You don't pay much attention to your own pride then, do you? Cade's accusation echoed in Anton's mind. Anton rarely called home, or knew the intimate details of his Pride members' lives. Hell, he hadn't even met the females who'd recently made it into the Alexander Pride, or any of their youngest members, including Molly. No wonder his pride didn't visit him. They didn't know him. They tell me the important things. Czar held up a hand. You're right. Technically, Dante is only an honorary member of your pride, but you must agree he's a formidable assassin. Ilan is quite proud of his protege and spoke about training more young shifters. There are no rules against breeding or training assassins. If Ilan wanted to do that with his pack, then it's not our place to say no. Anton glanced up. As long as their actions didn't threaten our species or the humans, of course. We've long accepted the need for assassins in our culture. Well, Brock didn't like the idea, at all. Brock didn't have a choice. You're right, but with Gabriel missing, Ilan is the only breeding male left in the Kane pack. Czar tapped the open page, which is why Brock spent so much time staring at this text outlining the lifetime rule, hoping there was a word translated wrong or something. He wanted to justify leaving his role so he could be in a position to become alpha. Did Brock say that? Anton couldn't fathom his fellow councilman contemplating leaving the council. No. Czar walked to the door he'd entered through moments before. Just my guess. After you've lived as long as I have, you have a good insight into people. Brock's motives were personal, just as I'm betting yours are. I'd be careful making assumptions, Czar. That's how rumors are started. Czar opened the door. You're right. And you better be careful you don't start any. Some rumors can have deadly consequences. The warning tone in Czar's voice drew Anton's baser's side to the surface. Anton focused on the other man, using his cat's instincts to judge him. What rumors would I be starting? Lots of people have been talking about the little scene yesterday in front of the library with your new secretary. Then you go and kill off her promised mate. Czar grinned. He looked from the book on the table to Anton's face. Now you're here studying the page that pertains to the lifetime rule. Put all those things together, and you've got a juicy rumor in the making. I extended my protection to a female in my employment. Then I killed a coward who planned to use a death collar on the same female. Anton glanced from Czar's face to the book, then back. Now I'm reading the text you opened this book to, not the page I selected. Those are the facts. Twisting them into anything else would be a lie, and I know you wouldn't stoop so low as to make up shit that has no basis in facts.
Would you, Tsar? I don't spread rumors or make them, but I hear them, Councilman Alexander. And I'm telling you what I just described will be the next one flying around. Someone just needs to connect the dots, and someone will. I guarantee it. The door closed, blocking Tsar from view, and leaving Anton with the truth. It stared at him from the faded text on the page in front of him. He was screwed. Chapter 17. Nix tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and moved to the back of the large ballroom. From here she had a perfect view of the many powerful shifters who'd come to honor a man she'd never met. If the number of people in attendance was any indication, Brock Kane had been a well-respected member of the council. If the conversations she'd overheard could be believed, he'd been just as loved. Unlike Anton. Her gaze drifted to him. Anton stood talking to his pride leader, alone. There could have been an invisible barrier around them that kept everyone else out. Boris stepped next to her. Have you learned anything of use yet? Yes, Anton chose that moment to glance in her direction. There was no way he could have heard her uncle's words or hers. The huge ballroom was filled with hundreds of people. Even a royal shifter wouldn't be able to pick out one particular conversation among the many going on in this room. At least, she didn't think it was possible. Better she not take the chance. Yes, I've learned I'm excellent at transcription. I do need to work on my research skills, however. Not to mention her baking skills. I'm having trouble distinguishing fake news from real news. No games, Nix. You know what I mean. She did, and she wasn't having any of it. No way was she being used as a pawn in Boris's plan to behead Anton. Nix pivoted and glared at her uncle. I've been working for Anton for 4 days. One of them was basically lost to dealing with the death of my promised mate. She took a step closer to Boris. A man who is no longer on this earth because you, knowingly and intentionally, sent him to his death. You're being dramatic. Harvey, are you denying you gave Harvey a death collar to use on me? Several nearby shifters turned to look at them. The volume of the nearby conversations dimmed. All eyes were on her. She felt the stares on her back. They empowered her. She straightened her spine. Well, Councilman Mercer, are you denying you gave my promised mate a death collar to use on me? Boris's nostrils flared. The look he gave her promised retaliation. He'd make her pay for this, or try to. She had a feeling Anton wouldn't allow it to happen, just as she wouldn't allow him to be accused of a crime he didn't commit. If you wish to air our family's dirty laundry in public, then I'll oblige you. Boris spoke in the most condescending tone she'd ever heard him use. As we both know, Harvey was weak, but he was rich, which is why I chose him. I did worry I'd chosen poorly, though. Even being as petite as you are, you could have won any physical confrontation the two of you had. I warned Harvey if he stood any chance of earning your respect, he'd have to force you to submit to him when he mated you. Then often, once you were mated, until you understood your place. Boris was giving her a much different take on what happened than he'd given when they were alone. This one angered her just as much. Force me? Rage twisted her words. That's the way of shifters, my ignorant niece. Boris raised his voice. It's obvious I've sheltered you for too long if you think you deserve any respect from your breeding partner. You have to earn it. Nix licked her lips and fought to stay calm. This wasn't the way she'd wanted this conversation to play out. She'd underestimated her uncle. He'd done the same, however. You didn't answer my question, Uncle. Did you give Harvey a death collar to use on me? You could have heard a pin drop in the room. Even the music had been muted. I showed Harvey where I kept my set of training collars. They shock the wearer. I suggested he borrow them when it came time to mate you. Boris fought a smile. Perhaps he took a death collar by mistake. I do keep those in the same room for when I assist in interrogating betrayers to our species. The two collars do look similar, and we both know Harvey wasn't the smartest of males. Which is why you told Harvey where I was staying, and when to get into the house. You sent him to his death knowing Anton would kill an intruder, especially one who intended to hurt a female under his protection. You also know it was completely within his right to do so. Warmth radiated along her back.
the scent of heaven wrapped around her. Anton. He'd come to her rescue. The knowledge made butterflies take flight in her belly. It also disturbed her. He was giving away their relationship. Then again, they didn't have one. She was only his secretary. He'd made that perfectly clear. Anton stepped next to her, blocking her view of most of the people in the room. The band is waiting on the two of you to start. Will you be talking much longer? No, I think it's best if my young niece cools her tongue before this becomes any more embarrassing for her. We'll talk later, Nix. Boris turned and walked away. Thankful she'd checked her clutch bag at the coat room, Nix fisted her hands and stormed forward. She wanted both hands free to fight. Anton grasped her upper arm. Come on, the dance is starting. Inhaling sharply, Nix faced Anton. The dance? Yes. Anton led her toward the dance floor. That's what people do at a celebration such as this. It's not all mourning and regret. Life goes on after all. She fell into step with him. But Boris, as a councilman, you've basically accused of a crime. Anton cut her a sharp look. Unless you want to bring your accusation in front of the council once we meet in a few days, you likely should discuss your family's issues in the privacy of your own home. I don't have a home. Almost everything I own is sitting in the foyer of your place. Then my house will have to be yours. Anton scanned the room, obviously looking for someone before meeting her gaze. For the time being, at least. Who are you looking for? My pride leader, so he can dance with you. Nix stopped walking just as the music started. You plan on having Cade dance with me? Not you? I did. Anton surveyed the room a second time. Apparently he had to step out for a moment. Nix moved in front of Anton. She pressed a hand to his chest and stood on her toes. Then I guess you're stuck dancing with me. She grinned and spoke a little louder so those around them could hear. Unless you don't know what to do with a woman once you have her in your arms. Anton's eyes narrowed, his tone hardened. Don't challenge me. Don't disappoint me. Without waiting for his response, Nix turned her back on the councilman she'd once planned to destroy and walked to the farthest corner of the dance floor. A popular rock song played. Verse after verse passed without Anton taking her in his arms. The other dancing couples cast glances at her. She was the only one on the dance floor without a partner. She stood out. Fine by her. She liked being the center of attention. Nix dropped her shawl on a nearby chair, then glided to the little section of the dance floor everyone ignored. She smiled at the men watching her, ignoring the dirty looks from the women in their arms, and swayed to the music. Her skin warmed the longer those men followed her moves. Too bad they weren't hanging on her every word, but she'd take this. If they watched her enough, they might want to hear her speak. Once they did, she'd point out the hypocrisy of their actions and laws. Anton's scent grew stronger. Her eyes closed on a deep inhale. He tempted her on a visceral level while intriguing her on every other. Had he been any other man, she'd focus on making him a committed lover, one who'd warm her bed for years to come. He wasn't just any man, though. He was Anton Alexander, the most misunderstood member of the Shifter Council. And she was only his secretary. A firm hand settled on her shoulder, stopping her dance. Heat spread along her skin, adding to the tingling warmth the other councilman's attention spurred within her. You're drawing attention to yourself. Anton's deep voice surrounded her. And shaming you, Nix laughed. Now everyone here knows the truth about you. Anton stepped behind her. The solid weight of his body pressed along her back. He rested his free hand on her hip. What truth would that be? The most feared member of the Shifter Council is afraid. She bit the corner of her lower lip to stop her smile from widening. Of a woman. Yeah? Anton chuckled. How do you figure? Because I challenged you in front of your peers, she shrugged. You didn't deliver. Anton slid his hand across her lower belly and pulled her closer. Sorry, Nix. You don't know me well enough to jump to such a conclusion. My peers do. And they understand why I let you walk away. Nix brushed her hair back and leaned her head against Anton. Do you plan on enlightening me? I was giving them a chance to save you. Why? She didn't bother hiding her smirk. Are you that bad a dancer? Maybe. It has been centuries since I last danced. Anton bent close but didn't brush his lips against her skin, as he'd done many times before. But I'm a quick learner. Hadn't she said the same thing to him once? Then there's no need to save me from your bad dance moves, is there? That's not what I want them to save you from. Then what? I want them to save you from me. His words sounded innocent, but his tone promised more. A carnal experience that would transform her. She swallowed against the dryness in her throat. Don't tease me, Anton. What are you talking about? Every male in this room knows the real reason I abstain from taking lovers, and it has nothing to do with me not liking women. She exhaled a shaky breath. Then why? I've been known to shatter my lovers to the point where they kneel at my feet, begging me for another night in my bed. Anton turned her in his arms, then wrapped his fingers around her throat. But I never give in. I never so much as look at them again. And if they don't take the hint, I ban them from ever stepping foot on this campus. Her heart rate quickened. Instead of scaring her, Anton's words excited her. She wanted to break apart in Anton's arms, then build herself up around him. Why do you turn them away? Council members are allowed to keep regular lovers. No female has ever been able to satisfy me. Anton stroked his thumb over the pounding vein in her throat. But I'm not a cruel man, not really. Instead of telling them how inadequate they are, I chose silence. It's kinder. Nyx smiled in an attempt to hide her self-doubt. And orgasming at your lover's hands doesn't count as being satisfied? It hasn't yet. Anton bent close and pressed his lips to her ear. Take your uncle's advice. Some things should not be discussed in public. The sound of a man clearing his throat tore a gasp from Nyx's throat. She jerked away from Anton and spun. The tall, black-haired, green-eyed jaguar shifter standing a couple feet away matched the pictures she'd seen of Colin Lynch, next in line to be the alpha leader of the Lynch family. Colin dragged his gaze over Nyx, then focused on Anton. I hope I'm not interrupting something important. Not at all. I was teaching my secretary how her words and actions can land herself in situations that'll ruin her. I agree. Colin studied her for a long moment, then faced Anton. I'm specifically looking for an innocent mate. A night in your bed will ruin her. I'm not so sure I'd want her after you're done with her. She stiffened. Both men talked about her as if she wasn't right here in front of them. Excuse me. No man will ever define my worth. I'm a mercer. We stand alone. Not your worth. Colin grasped her hand and drew her away from Anton. Her first instinct demanded she resist. She didn't want to leave Anton. The people watching them stopped her from fighting Colin. She stepped closer to the second man Boris had chosen to use as a tool to manipulate her. Then what? Your devotion. Colin traced her lips. I don't want a female who secretly longs for a man who only used her to get off. Nyx glanced at Anton. He wasn't coming to her rescue as he had minutes ago with Boris. Anton stood impassively, watching them. Anton focused on Colin. And I'm in no mood to get off. I'd rather keep Nyx as a secretary than use her as a toss-away toy. Of course, if she keeps teasing me, she'll become one, despite my wants. Toss-away toy? Jaw clenched, she took a step forward. How dare Anton refer to her as something dispensable? She was trying to save his reputation and his life. Colin hooked an arm around her belly, stopping her. I appreciate your restraint, and I'd appreciate it if you would walk Nyx home when you're done with her. I've wasted enough time tonight. I've work to do. Anton turned cold eyes on her. Alone. Of course. Colin drew her close. Nyx will be safe with me. Since you're a shifter affairs agent, I'd hope so. Anton turned his back on them and walked across the dance floor. The dancing couples moved out of his way without prompting. Through the opening in the crowd, Nyx caught a glimpse of Cade's blonde hair near the entrance to the dining hall. A moment later, both Anton and his pride leader disappeared. Nix's jaguar stirred. Her cat's low growl reverberated within her. It didn't like being in the arms of a stranger. Neither did she. She wanted to be in Anton's embrace. He'd ruined her already. She knew it. The soul-deep awareness couldn't be denied, and she hadn't even gotten the chance to experience a night of passion in his bed. There was only one difference from Anton's warning. She wouldn't beg for another chance to feel Anton's arms around her. She'd fight for her right to be there, to the death if that was what it took. Anton was hers. Chapter 18. The moment the music ended, Nix slipped from Colin's arms and made her way to the edge of the dance floor. Her stomach rolled. She couldn't fake her mood a second longer. Nix weaved through the tables. The coat room beckoned her. She'd check out her purse, then leave. She didn't care where she left her shawl. She had others. Normally people excuse themselves from situations that make them uncomfortable. Colin laid a hand on her shoulder. Running makes you look desperate. Nix froze. The realization of what she'd done registered. She shrugged off Colin's hand in her embarrassment. His opinion of her didn't matter. Didn't I say I was leaving? Lifting her hair out of the way, Colin draped her shawl over her shoulders. No. Nix crossed the edges of her shawl over her chest. Anton's scent wafted to her from the fabric. She lifted a section to her face. Instead of calming her, the reminder of the man who left her here intensified her edginess. I must have only thought it then. Without looking at Colin, she approached the shifter behind the counter. I'm ready to leave. The woman bent and retrieved Nix's purse. Colin snatched it from the other shifter's hand. He tucked it under his arm, then motioned to the door. Let's go, then. I can find my way. And I promise to walk you home. Colin pressed his hand to the base of her spine and urged her forward. Once in the hallway, Colin crowded her against the wall. He bent close and lowered his voice. Besides, you need to be my witness. Aware of the other shifters around them, Nix fisted Colin's shirt instead of shoving at his chest. Her bald hand worked the same to keep a slight distance between their bodies. A witness to what? A delivery. I'm completing my assignment. The first Alexander's book. Nix turned her head to look into Colin's eyes. Hunger didn't warm them the way Anton's did sometimes, but Colin's eyes were beautiful. They could have been gemstones. The perfect cut to his jaw and his straight nose gave him a model-worthy appearance. No doubt he had women falling at his feet. She never would. He didn't do a thing for her, besides make her skin crawl. Where is it? Surely he hadn't brought it here. There were shifters on the council who'd make sure it was destroyed permanently. They feared what was written inside. That was why Boris had kept it hidden until now, until she was ready to claim her destiny. Only she wasn't ready. There wasn't a seat for her to claim. She'd have to wait until a feline councilman died of old age. No matter. The book was safe for her here, locked away in the library where it belonged. In my car. Nix lowered her voice. Your car? Colin nodded, then handed her purse back to her. They slipped through the main doorway and jogged to where a handful of cars were parked behind the dining hall. Nix tightened her grip on Colin's hand. The foolishness of his actions left her enraged. Anyone could have broken the windows on his car and stolen the book. The rumbling growl of an engine starting carried through the night. She focused on the black sports car with its dark windows. The passenger window rolled down. Colin led her toward it. She caught a glimpse of blonde hair and red lipstick, but no indication of what shifter animal the female driving the car possessed. Had this woman taken the drug Anton had mentioned to mask her scent? My human partner, Sam. We're not romantically involved, Colin offered, as if he'd anticipated her question. His response stoked her curiosity, but not enough to urge her to ask more. Nix couldn't care less what this human was to Colin. She's guarding? Yes. Colin cut her off, then reached through the open window and retrieved a burlap-wrapped package. She is. The human female didn't speak, but she did give Nix a disappointed look, as if she found Nix lacking in some way. As if Nix cared. She raised her chin. The window closed, the car pulled out. Nix stared at the retreating taillights. She didn't say a word. Sam thinks we're going to fuck. Colin led Nix toward the path leading to the library. It pisses her off. I'm going to get the silent treatment for days. Why? Aren't you allowed to have lovers?
Sam thinks I'm a man whore. She doesn't understand why I keep screwing every woman who'll spread her thighs for me when I know I'm going to be taking a mate soon.
Because you should be saving yourself for your future mate? The concept was sweet but impractical. Shifters needed to fuck. Abstinence left them edgy and grumpy. Maybe that was Anton's problem. He needed a good, hard fuck.
I guess.
Colin punched a code into the keypad on the library door, then pushed it open.
She'll get over it. She always does.
Nix cut a sideways glance at Colin but didn't respond. She didn't know much about human females, but she understood how silence acted as a weapon. Anton had been wielding it since she'd moved into his house, or trying to. So far, she'd been able to counter his reluctance to interact with her.
Come on, I want to get back to the dance. Boris is waiting for me to give an update.
Okay. She followed Colin across the library and slipped through a door behind the desk. Before she knew it, a darkened, winding stairwell leading to the basement of the library loomed before Nix. Near the deepest turn in the stairs, flickering light danced along the walls. The candles did little to brighten the path, or counter the ominous mood this place gave off. The airy library above was nicer. Are you sure we should be here? Nix didn't think the massive royal feline shifter who'd wanted to offer her a job would be pleased knowing they'd snuck down here after hours.
Councilman Urine is expecting me.
Colin adjusted the wrapped package he carried, then grasped her elbow and nudged her forward.
And we shouldn't keep him waiting. He's been dying to get his hands on this book ever since I told him what I found.
Councilman Urine? Her Uncle Boris had never mentioned a councilman by that name. She blocked Colin's path. Nobody besides Shifter Affairs and the Mercer family is supposed to know this book has been located.
Your Uncle Boris arranged this. He wants Tsar to copy the book before it's presented at the next council meeting.
Colin looked pointedly at her, just in case something happens to it. Nix glanced at the large, flat, burlap-covered object. Rough twine secured the fabric, but it didn't seal in the moldy scent clinging to the package. The book Colin carried was old, older than what the humans would consider the beginning of the civilized age. He carried a piece of history. Do you think that's really a possibility? The book has survived this long without anyone destroying it? Nix ran a finger over the rough material covering the first Alexander's book. Boris thinks fear of the goddess's retribution was what kept this book intact.
Times have changed. There's a growing number of shifters who no longer believe in the goddesses or the stories of our origins. They think shifters are the superior result of evolution, not the consequence of the meddling of the gods and goddesses in humans' lives.
Yes, but to destroy history? Nix couldn't fathom such a thing. Books and all the other treasures collected over the years marked their beginnings. How were people supposed to meet the challenges of the future if they didn't understand where they came from, or why they did the things they did? Colin didn't speak for a long moment. When he did, the growl to his voice twisted his tone.
Exploiting females is profitable, Nix. It's also a power rush for those shifters who never learned healthy ways to deal with their animalistic drive to dominate and control. And those males will fear losing their victims.
And giving women equal rights gives them a voice.
Exactly. That's why Boris wants a copy made of this book. He wants to ensure the first Alexander's radical beliefs become law.
Colin focused on her. For you. Nix wasn't so sure Boris's motives centered on her. More likely Boris wanted to be remembered as the man who was responsible for giving women equal rights.
And I want to ensure the book is treated with the respect it deserves.
The rough voice of the feline shifter who'd wanted to hire her echoed in the stairwell.
Tsar Urine.
Colin bowed, a sign of respect reserved for the eldest of their kind. Nix inhaled sharply. She'd obviously misjudged the head librarian's age and his position. Her cheeks warmed. She quickly curtsied.
Colin Lynch, future leader of the Lynch family.
Tsar inclined his head at him, then smiled at her.
And the lovely Miss Mercer. Thank you both for bringing the package over tonight. I've been waiting thousands of years to get my hands on the first Alexander's book. It's my duty and honor, Councilman Urine. This book ultimately belongs in your safekeeping anyway. I've only acted as a temporary host,
Colin responded. Nix swallowed against the embarrassment tightening her throat. She dipped her head. I apologize, Elder Tsar. We were never properly introduced. Had I known you were an elder, I would have shown the proper respect before.
You should scold Anton for his faux pas, then.
Tsar took her hand and led her toward another metal door at the end of the hall. 2 more royal feline shifters stood there, holding spears decorated with jewels. No. She smiled and hoped it came across as natural and not forced. Her embarrassment acted as a noose around her throat. I'm sure it was an honest mistake, though I must admit I'm a tad confused. Anton mentioned he would be stepping into the role of eldest on the council, but you seem... Older? Well, you'd be right. I'm the grandson of a goddess, but I can't hold both the title of eldest on the council and eldest guardian of our treasures. Zar motioned around them at the damp stone walls. This is where I belong. I understand this world. The one Anton and the others rule over is foreign to me. Too many things have changed out there. I have no place voting on the laws governing it, so I refrain from attending meetings or leaving the library. Ah, so you work from sunrise until you retreat to your home at night too? Of course. Without a mate, she could see herself doing the same thing. She couldn't imagine Anton wanting to sleep over at her house every night. He'd need his alone time too, if she succeeded in winning the right to be in his bed. You misunderstand. I don't leave the library ever. Zar nodded toward the other royal shifters guarding the door. Neither do my brothers. This is our home. You don't leave even to shift and run? Nick studied the silent shifters near the door. One of the guards glanced her way. Her breath caught. One blue eye and one green eye focused on her. His mismatched eyes held a warning she didn't understand. It sent a shiver down her spine. In the next breath, he faced ahead, ending the spell. No, Zar snorted. There's plenty of room to run down here in the dungeon. The dungeon? Colin touched her arm, drawing her attention to him. That's what this basement in the network of tunnels and chambers is called. It's not technically a dungeon. More like a vault for our most precious possessions, Zar added. Can anyone come down here and see them? She'd love to spend some time here after she cleared Anton's name. Zar laughed. No, absolutely not. Only councilmen, their designees, or their guests can access the dungeon. Do designees include secretaries? If so, she'd beg Anton for permission to come here. Yes. Zar dipped his head once. Bianca came here often. Did she know how to read the old language? Nix had never considered wanting to learn their old language before stepping foot into the library upstairs. So many things had happened since then. So many truths had been revealed. So many unexpected desires had been awakened. She wanted them all. Yes, I taught her. She was an exceptional student, too. Had she not already been working for Anton, I would have offered her a job in the library. Pride shone in Zar's eyes. Apparently Zar had been trying to steal away Anton's secretaries for a while. She moved closer to the royal shifter. Would you teach me, too? I'd love to be able to translate the text I'm transcribing for Anton. Zar smiled widely. Of course. Maybe I'll convince you to join me after all. Maybe. She matched Zar's grin. He had no hope of swaying her from abandoning Anton or her dreams, but Zar's enthusiasm was contagious. Can I start immediately? Chuckling, Zar shook his head. He motioned them forward. The 2 shifters guarding the door stepped aside, allowing them access to the room beyond. Zar ushered first Colin, then her inside. The doors clanged shut behind them. I can give you private lessons if need be, but you seem talented. With the cheat sheet I made for Bianca, you should pick up the old language as easily as she had. Nix heard Zar's words, but couldn't bring herself to respond. Her first glimpse of the room guarded by the royal shifters left her speechless. An array of armor, weapons, and paintings decorated the walls. On marble pedestals, busts of beautiful women and powerful men stared at her with unmoving jeweled eyes. Leather purses and slings, along with cloaks and shimmering gowns, were displayed on stands. Dozens of scrolls were stored on racks, while books lined the shelves on the farthest wall. She focused on the bookshelf situated between 2 doors at the far end of the room. There were other doors, but Nix didn't care to open any of them. Yet. There was too much to explore here. Beautiful. Her gaze locked on the books. She took several steps into the room. Lightheadedness gripped her. She swayed. Zar steadied her with a hand on her arm. The essences in the dungeon are potent. They take a bit to get used to. Nix drew in a shallow breath. A hard punch of sense invaded her lungs. She locked her knees,
I didn't notice them. Too blinded by your curiosity, Zar commented. Must be why you get along so well with Anton. You don't notice how miserable he is as long as you have something to distract you. Nix narrowed her eyes. Elder or not, she didn't like Zar's insinuation. I'm not flighty. No. All traces of amusement faded from Zar's face. A calculating look replaced the jovial one. You're focused. You ignore the world around you, waiting for the right opportunity to secure your prize. Once you get it, you strike, just like the cat you house. She forced a small chuckle. I'm not exactly sure where you're going with this. Why Anton? Zar's question echoed, repeating the demand Anton had made of her. Colin stepped between them, taking her hand and leading her to a large table near another door. Because he had a job opening. Nix needed one. Now, if you don't mind, let's finish this. I've had a damn miserable few days locked in my car with a silent woman. He set the wrapped book on the tabletop with the utmost care, then went to work on the knots binding the package. Zar pushed Colin out of the way and cut the cords with a flick of his sharpened, elongated nail. As carefully as Colin had set it down, Zar unwrapped the package. A golden hide, covered in patches of fur, bound the book. It's in remarkable condition. Zar skimmed his fingers over the cover. Nix wrinkled her nose. It doesn't smell like it. This animal died thousands of years ago. What do you expect? Zar shrugged. Once I put it into storage, the deterioration will slow considerably. Zar opened the cover and stared at the script, an odd combination of glyphs and swooping swirls. Minutes passed while he turned the pages and silently read. Nix glanced at Colin, who stood on the opposite side of the royal shifter. Colin shrugged. I don't read the ancient language either. Nix touched Zar's sleeve. He whipped his head toward her and raised his lips on a low snarl. No sense of humanity showed in Zar's eyes. A predator watched her. Heart-pounding hard, she eased her hand away. She swallowed hard and fought to maintain her composure. Predators liked fear. Do you have the cheat sheet you made for Bianca? I'd love to look at it. Zar blinked slowly. Finally, he nodded. Yes, let me get it. Zar walked to a metal desk tucked between two tall statues and picked up a smaller book and some loose sheets of paper. He handed them over to Nix. Here, and some pages to practice on, too. Great, I'm sure Nix will love learning the old language. Colin settled his hand at her lower back, tearing a growl from Nix's jaguar, and led her to the door. Thanks again for meeting with us tonight. The door slammed behind them. A lock clicked. Nix hurried to keep up with Colin. Why are we rushing? Because I like my head attached to my body. What? Nix stumbled. Colin stopped and glanced at her. Haven't you heard the rumors? Anton Alexander is not a man to fuck with. Nix clutched the book and loose sheets of paper to her chest. Anton's protective. That's not a bad trait. Colin made a disgusted sound. Anton's unstable, just like Zar is. You saw how he reacted to you disrupting his reading. Normal people don't do that. He's not mentally all there. Most of the long-term members of the council aren't. They've got no one to balance them, keep them grounded. All they have are their damn laws and the games they play once the council is in session. They don't have a choice. They're not allowed to mate. They are, technically anyway. They just don't. Colin closed the door to the basement and led Nix through the darkened library. Doesn't mean they have to freaking isolate themselves from the rest of the world or other people. They all do, though. Anton's the worst. He isolates himself in that mansion on the other side of the campus, far from where everyone else lives. Many councilmen have lovers. She chose to ignore the rest of Colin's statement. Anton did isolate himself. No wonder he was lonely. Colin snorted. And how many would care if their lovers disappeared or died? Many shifters consider females interchangeable, don't forget. Including you? Yes. I haven't met one that tempted me enough to care. Colin stopped walking. He glanced at her. Except Sam. But she's like a daughter to me. She doesn't count. My future mate does, and once I find her, I sure as hell won't let her leave my side, or go off with another man. Nix didn't care what Colin thought of her. Anton's opinion, on the other hand, meant everything. After a few days. Why? The question had been repeating in her mind since the morning he'd caught her snooping in his bedroom.
Her heart kept teasing her with an answer, but it didn't make sense. She couldn't be anything more than a steady lover to Anton. There was nothing mystical pulling them together. She was a nobody, a single shifter who'd arrived here with orders to destroy Anton, not love him. Yet here she was, wondering how to secure a spot in his life. At least, until she died. Chapter 19. Energy thrummed in Anton's veins. He flexed his hands, easing the ache in his bones. The determination of his cats to force a shift upon him had built since he'd left Kate outside the dining hall. Anton couldn't blame his feline spirits for their primal anger. The need to hunt down and eliminate his competition rode him hard, too. By the time Anton had returned to the celebration, Nix was gone, along with Colin. Shifter Affairs agent or not, Colin would suffer if he decided to do more than walk Nix home. Nix's passion was his. Anton would own it, even if he couldn't keep the rest of her. A sudden stillness settled over him. His cats stood poised in their mystical field. Eagerness radiated from them. The reaction could only mean one thing. Nix had returned. Anton retreated farther into the shadows and waited. The front door opened. Nix entered, carrying a book and some loose sheets of paper. She set them on top of her luggage that still hadn't been moved to her room, then dropped her bag and shawl over the pile before locking the door behind her. He never locked his door, on the off chance someone needed to see him. He made no move to stop her, however. It'd be best if nobody intruded tonight. Not that anyone would. With the possessiveness riding him, Anton couldn't guarantee he wouldn't react as an animal guarding his mate, instead of a man sleeping with his secretary. That was the view he needed to project. It shouldn't be too hard to convince Nix and the world of his indifference. Councilmen were adept liars. It came with a job. "Was your evening successful?" Anton stepped from the shadows. Nix glanced at him. Her attention lingered on his bare feet for a long moment, before she slowly dragged her heated perusal up his body. His cock stirred with her focus on him. She parted her lips on an exhale that relaxed her posture, leaving her looking confident and hungry. Anton had never considered the combination being sexy. He'd always enjoyed his lovers trembling and needy. Nix's demeanor shook him. It had from the first moment he'd met her. He hadn't known what to do with her then. He did now. He'd break her. She'd never leave him otherwise. "Partially." Nix walked toward him. The sway of her hips drew his eye. She slowed her approach as if she sensed how he enjoyed the view. "But not completely. I never got to dance with you." Anton stopped and took a moment to admire the woman chosen for him by the goddesses. Nix matched him in a way he never imagined a woman could. She spoke her mind one minute, then shrouded herself in a cloak of innocence the next. Both aspects of her personality intrigued him. He'd never known a woman to talk back to him or look at him the way Nix did sometimes. It wasn't lust. It was more. Not love, not affection, not companionship. Nix looked at him as if her world revolved around him. Seeing her budding devotion ripped him open, leaving him with a sick feeling in his gut. He was a bastard. Would always be a bastard. Nobody could fix him. Especially not Nix. "You still want to dance with me even after I warned you what would happen in my arms?" Anton froze, waiting on her answer. A mischievous smile spread over Nix's face. She moved closer until an arm's length separated them. "You mean, other than sore toes, you did admit it's been a long time since you danced with a woman?" "I'm not talking about dancing." "Well, I am." Nix pursed her lips in the fakest pout he'd ever seen. "I wanted to dance with you." "I still do." Anton closed the distance between them and stroked the back of his hand over her jaw. "If I take you into my arms, I guarantee you'll end up in my bed." Nix stared at him for a long moment, then dragged her tongue over her lower lip. "Are you challenging me, Anton Alexander?" "Warning you." Anton brushed his open mouth over hers. Nix tilted her head and touched the tip of her tongue to his lip, an invitation to kiss her. He eased back. "It's the only one you'll get." "One is all I need." Determination showed in her eyes. Seeing it there excited him on a level he couldn't explain. Anton stepped closer to Nyx, urging her backward until her spine pressed against the door. He planted his hands on either side of her body. Nyx tipped her head back. She didn't try to kiss him. She watched him. Her breathing quickened. He could almost feel her excitement. "Are you sure about that?" She had no idea what he planned for her, or how he meant to hurt her. Part of him wanted to tell her. The selfish side of him refused to allow it. He had one night with Nyx. He'd be damned if he'd allow it to slip through his fingers. Nyx nodded, slipped under his arm, then took a couple of backward steps. "Yes. So where will we dance?" Without looking at Nyx, Anton headed toward his tower. She'd follow. Their bond would draw them together. It was too strong. His fault. He should have sent her away the moment he'd realized what they were to each other. Instead, he'd kissed her, touched her, shared air with her, freaking dreamed about what could be. Balling his fists, Anton fought the anger. It'd do little good to rage about the injustice of their situation. He had no one to blame but himself. He'd chosen the council long before Nyx had been born. His bedroom door remained closed, exactly how he'd left it this morning. Inside, the sheets on the bed would be turned down. Wood would be stacked in the fireplace. Whiskey would be waiting in the decanter on the table. Wine would be chilling. He'd prepped the room specifically for tonight. Anton walked by the door without entering. Nyx had demanded a dance. He'd give it to her. Hopefully she'd remember it years from now, treasuring it as he would. He quickened his pace, jogging up the stairs to the open room above his bedroom. The air cooled with each step. On windy days, you couldn't stand in the open tower room without your hair being tossed or your clothes being plastered to your body. Tonight, calmness hung over the house. It wouldn't last. The approaching storm would eradicate it. For now, peace reigned. Anton strode to the middle of the room and faced the stairwell. Minutes passed. He didn't move from his spot. Nyx was coming. He felt her in his bones, as if the mystical connection they shared had a physical force. Nyx turned the corner. Barefoot, she carried her heels in one hand. Anton focused on her small feet. A dark polish covered her toes. A small silver moon dangled from a chain around her anklet. The details made Nyx appear real. The thought struck him as off. Of course she was real. He'd touched her. He didn't understand why his mind drifted to such a meaningless point, but he knew how to get rid of those confusing thoughts. "Come here." Anton held out his hand. Nyx set her heels on the floor near the wall, then approached him. Her slow steps offered him the perfect opportunity to admire her beauty. If her heavy-lidded expression was any indication, she was drinking in his image too. She reached for him. He curled his finger around her delicate hand and drew her close. Her breasts pressed against his chest. Her scent wrapped around him. He settled one hand at Nyx's lower back, the other between her shoulder blades, and rested his cheek on the top of her head. Then held her. Peace slipped through him. He wanted to stay like this forever. "There's no music playing." Nyx wrapped her arms around him. "We can't dance without music." "We'll make our own." Anton slid his hand over Nyx's back, then swayed with her, leading her in a slow dance that had nothing to do with music, and everything to do with pleasure. Nyx's sigh spoke of contentment. She turned her head and rested her cheek over his heart. They moved with each other, gliding across the floor as if they both heard the same music. Anton stroked his hands over Nyx's back, pulling her closer. She did the same. Nyx's nails scraped his back. Her hair brushed his arm. He fisted the strands and tipped her head back. Her brown eyes held a glint of victory. He didn't know what she thought she won. He couldn't allow himself to care. He took her mouth in a brutal kiss, devouring her. He couldn't get enough of Nyx. Would never get enough of Nyx. The anger he felt moments ago returned, stronger than ever. Nyx had done this to him. She'd come to his home, destroyed his perfect balance and the routine that had kept his sanity in check for centuries. The anger darkened. Rage replaced it, or hatred. He couldn't tell. On a curse, he tore the front of her dress. She gasped. He heard the sound, understood what it meant. He was losing control. "Nyx." Anton cupped her breast. The lacy bra cup covering her nipple irritated his palm. He scraped his nails over her full mound, dragging the material of her bra down. He wanted it off. "Do you remember how to speak?" "Yes." The word came out as softly as it had the first night she'd come to his house. She'd meant it then. He had to assume she meant it now. "Good." Anton jerked his hand, exposing her flesh. Reddened marks showed the path of his fingers. No blood or scratches, just the pressure mark of his fingers on her. His chest expanded. He dragged the other bra cup down. More red lines decorated her breasts. He lifted one to his mouth and traced the path with his tongue. She tasted of spices and honey. His mouth watered. He latched onto her nipple and bit the hard tip, tearing another gasp from her throat. Not enough. He wanted her writhing. Drawing her nipple into his mouth, he sucked on her flesh. Nix groaned. She tangled her fingers in his hair and pulled him closer. Her unspoken demands beat at him, demanding he meet her needs. He couldn't resist. Anton swirled his tongue around the hard tip, then flicked it. Nix's restlessness grew. Her grip tightened on his hair. The scent of her desire intensified. She'd be wet for him, he knew it. Dripping, wet, just as she'd been the last time he'd aroused her. "Are you excited for me?" Anton raised his gaze but not his head. He peered at her from under his lashes, letting her see how close to the edge she'd gotten him. Nix skimmed her fingers along his jaw. "Touch me and see." The order excited him. He was tempted to find out. It had happened on his terms only, though. He flexed his hands on her ass. "Take off your underwear." Nix bit her lip, but not soon enough to hide her grin. His command pleased her. She thought she was getting exactly what she wanted. If she thought she was in for a hard fuck, she'd be right. Anything else? Only in her dreams. Never breaking their stare, she reached under her skirt. Her panties fell to the floor. She kicked them away. "They're off." "Good." He pressed on her shoulders. "Now, on your knees." Confusion clouded her eyes. What? Did she expect to be worshipped tonight? If so, she'd made a mistake. "I said, on your knees." Anton wrapped Nix's hair around his hand and tugged, bringing her into the position he wanted. Lips parted slightly, Nix watched him, waiting on his next words. The reddened path of his fingernails no longer showed on her chest. She was too powerful for them to last long. Nothing he would do to her tonight would leave his mark on her. She'd walk away from him as if he'd never touched her, never loved her. The darkness eating away at his soul spread through him. He clenched his jaw and focused on the woman at his feet. With her breasts exposed and her bare feet tucked behind her, Nix fit his perfect fantasy. He'd play it out, savoring every detail. Tomorrow morning, he'd turn the page and move on. He covered her breast with his free hand and teased her nipple, rubbing the tip against his palm. All the while, Nix watched him, waiting for him to tell her how to please him. He saw the anticipation in her eyes. "Free my cock, Nix." A pleased smile graced her lips before she focused on his groin. With steady fingers, she undid the button on his pants and pulled the zipper. His dick stretched awkwardly to the side from the tight confines of his pants. He released Nix's breast and fisted his length. Slow strokes from base to head thickened his shaft and intensified the ache. Exhaling, he caught her gaze. "Decades, Nix. It's been decades since I've so much as jerked off." Nix searched his face, looking for something. He didn't know what. Finally, she met his eyes. "Why?" "I don't know." Truth or lie, he couldn't be certain. Didn't know if his indifference to women or sex meant anything. Maybe he'd been waiting for Nix. "But I know I'm hungry now." "So am I." Nix wrapped her fingers around his shaft. She leaned closer and touched the tip of her tongue to the head of his dick. Liquid welled at the opening, slickening the skin. She rubbed her thumb through the pre-cum. His dick jerked. His breathing quickened. He could come right now. No stimulation. Nothing more than Nix's attention on him. Not happening. He'd waited too long for this.
Tightening his grip on Nyx's hair, he tipped her head back, leaned over her, and kissed her hard, brutally. He ate at her mouth and sucked on her tongue, exploring her as if he'd never kissed her before. He devoured every sound she made, from the mewling groans to deep moans. Her passion inflamed him. His dick grew impossibly harder. Pain radiated through his shaft to his balls. Never before had he ever been this hard. Nyx. There was more than lust in his voice. He heard it. He didn't know what it meant. He knew what he felt, though. He'd waited so long for heaven. Too long. Now he'd be cast out. He wasn't worthy of it. He didn't deserve Nyx, not even for a night. He had her, though. Damn if he'd let her go. Without breaking the wild melding of their mouths, Nyx fisted his erection, squeezing hard enough to tear a groan from him. He tilted his head and deepened the kiss, taking her air and replacing it with his. All the while she stroked his rigid dick from base to head. She swiped her thumb over the slit, drawing pre-cum forth. The opening tingled, his balls grew heavy, the shaft jerked in her grip. He felt her smile against his mouth. She eased back, breaking the kiss. "You're hard for me, Anton Alexander. Very hard." "I am." He licked her lips, easing the sting from his bruising kiss, while enjoying the teasing glint in her eyes. "It's your fault." With his free hand he covered hers. Together they stroked, slowly at first before quickening the pace. Hard tugs tore grunts from him. The pressure in his balls grew. He'd never last until he got inside her. He released the tight grip on her hair and settled his hands on her shoulders. His dick pointed in her face, inches from her lips. "Now, work my seed free." He tipped up her chin. Those big brown eyes of hers opened to her soul. She was pure, innocence for the taking. "You can do that, can't you?" He tugged on her lower lip. "Or do you need help?" The corners of her mouth lifted. She shook her head, then bent and massaged his balls with her free hand. They were hard, painful. He needed to come. He hadn't joked about that. He bit the edge of his tongue. The sting countered the pain. He watched Nyx, memorizing everything she was doing to him. Hesitantly, she traced the ridge around the head of his cock before swiping her flattened tongue over the opening. Her eyelids lowered on a sigh. The knowledge that she enjoyed his taste pleased him. He needed more. "Suck it." He needed her lips wrapped around his dick. Now. With a small smile on her face, she shook her head, then teased the base of his dick with small nips and gentle sucking. She lifted his balls with her free hand and kissed the sacs. Her lips on them left him uncomfortable. He shifted his stance and angled his dick to her mouth. "Suck it. Now. I want to see my cum dripping off your chin before I see it covering your ass." She parted her mouth on a sharp inhale. He held her head between his hands and pushed his cock past her lips. The wet slide of her mouth over his penis sent energy skipping through his shaft to his balls. His arms trembled from the force it took not to pump into Nyx's mouth until he couldn't hold back his release any longer. Bastard or not, he wouldn't physically harm Nyx. He'd rather die. With her hand wrapped around the base of his dick, Nyx curled her tongue around his erection. She eased back, then drew him into the warm, wet depths of her mouth. A low rumbling sound escaped him. It didn't resemble anything a human would make. His cats were close, sharing in this moment. His cats would love Nyx for eternity. Not in a physical way. They'd love her for the ecstasy she'd bring him, knowing when he was at peace, they would be too. They were linked. His moods affected them as much as theirs affected him. Nyx would bridge them, making everything more potent, from sex to strength. She'd give them a reason to live as one entity. It wouldn't happen, though. He'd chosen the council long before she'd been born. That was the reality. In this moment, his role didn't matter. Only this night. What he and Nyx did together mattered. He'd let his cats love Nyx while they could. Their rage could be dealt with tomorrow, then ignored. The way Nyx sucked his dick couldn't be ignored, however. In and out, she worked him. She alternated between fast and slow, hard and soft. She left him on the brink, never taking him over. She was teasing him,
intentionally. Anton held Nix's head between his hands and eased his dick from her mouth. He glared at her. I'm not a man to tease. I warned you about that. How you shouldn't play games with me. Everyone should play sometimes. Nix stroked his erection. Let me show you how good it can be. He dragged her to her feet and took her mouth. Nix met the wild kiss, twining her tongue with his as if she could crawl inside him. She wiggled against him. He heard a zipper. Her skirt fell, landing on his feet. He kicked the material aside while she tore at his shirt, popping the buttons and clawing at his pants, trying to get them down. He grasped her hands and yanked them back. My terms. He'd never survive otherwise. She'd be reborn someday, getting another chance at life and love. He'd have only this night. His work would warm his bed tomorrow. And for eternity. Always my terms. He dropped to his knees and clasped her ankles. He urged her legs farther apart, then held her open and exposed. Her arousal dribbled down her inner thigh. He watched the droplets mark a path over her skin. He groaned. You're wet for me, Nix Mercer. So very wet. He mimicked her earlier words, then captured the droplet of Nix's arousal on his tongue. And delicious. I could become addicted to you. The words were out of his mouth before he thought better of them. Too late. He couldn't take them back. Anton traced the wet path over Nix's thigh with his tongue. The amount of arousal slickening her cleft tore another animalistic sound from him. He wanted to eat at her pussy, the same way he took her mouth. This position didn't allow for him to feast, however. He stretched on the hard floor and held out a hand as he'd done minutes ago. Come here. Nix's breasts rose and fell on her rough breaths. For a moment he considered repeating his demand. The trembling of Nix's hand stopped him. For a virgin, or a near virgin, this encounter was nothing close to being romantic. It was all about fucking. If Nix couldn't handle that, she needed to stop this. Have you forgotten how to speak, Nix? No. Nix closed the distance between them. She curled her fingers around his hand. You should remember how to speak, too. Words can be a powerful weapon. Nothing was truer. He shut down the thought before guilt consumed him. And I wield them expertly. So can I. There was a warning in her voice. Did she suspect something of him? A motive about what tonight really meant? In the end, it didn't matter. There was only one way he'd greet the morning. Alone. Anton directed Nix to step over him, but stopped her before she could sit on his cock. She'd end up there, but not yet. He hadn't gotten his fill of her. He took her hands and drew her down so she was perched over his face. Using his thumbs, he spread her lower lips, then dragged his tongue through her arousal. Goddesses, Nix whimpered. Her shocked response would have made him smile had he not had the source of his favorite ambrosia before him. Anton prodded her opening with his tongue and lapped at the richness he found. She tasted spicy, sweet, addicting. He'd be hooked for eternity, always craving this and never feasting again. The thought wove through him, adding a sense of urgency to this moment. He needed to drug himself on Nix over and over until he banished her from his life. On a growl he took from Nix. Every lick and swallow met his needs. Every prodding drive of his tongue brought him more of the rich flavor he loved. Everything for him, not Nix. He had to focus on him. The tightening of her inner muscles warned him she would take from him, though. She'd find her pleasure first. Not happening. They'd come together. With his hands gripping Nix's hips, he picked her up and dropped her on his erect dick. She gasped. Her inner muscles locked around his cock, preventing him from filling her. No. He needed to be inside Nix. Needed to reach heaven together. Holding her in place, Anton lifted his hips. Each thrust allowed him to slip deeper into Nix's body. Her whimpers surrounded him. She gripped his wrists but didn't try to pull them away. She clung to him as if he was the only thing grounding her. He liked that idea. Liked it more than he should. Nix rolled her hips as he drove into her. She was fucking him back, taking her pleasure from him as he was taking from her. It was perfect. Heaven. On one last hard thrust, he filled her. Completely. Every inch of his cock was inside Nix.
His eyes rolled back in his head. "You're tight, Nix. Damn tight. You feel untried."
"I am."
Nix flexed her hands, sharpened nails pressed into his skin.
"You're the only man I've allowed inside me."
Nix's words flipped a switch inside him. The possessiveness he'd been fighting seized him. He drew Nix close and kissed her. She met him stroke for stroke, kiss for kiss. They moved in perfect synchronization. He never wanted the moment to end. The tightness in his balls was too much, though. The pain was unbearable. He slid his hands to Nix's hips and held her in place. On a groan, he slammed his dick as far as it'd go in Nix's body and let go. His seed rushed down his shaft. Her body clamped around him. Waves massaged his cock, pulling more of his release free. On and on he orgasmed while Nix came apart around him. Finally, her body slumped over his. She buried her face against the crook of his neck. The warmth of her exhale slipped through him. Peace surrounded him, tying him to this female, his true mate, the one woman he was supposed to take on the world for. He couldn't. Loving Nix put her at risk. Mating her was forbidden. He'd abandoned her long before she'd ever been born. He couldn't change that. Yet. Chapter 20. Heaven surrounded Nix. She never wanted to lose the emotions or the pleasures she'd experienced last night. But she'd have to. At least for a little while. The brightening room called an end to the carnal desires she'd unleashed under the blankets of darkness. It was time to face the challenges of the day. There were many, all focused on a woman she'd never met. The mystery surrounding Bianca threatened to undo everything Nix had found in Anton's arms. Until it was resolved, the doubt would remain. Men like her uncle would use it against Anton. Many councilmen wanted Anton ousted from power. Nobody fought for him, except her. She discovered a different side of the most feared member of the Shifter Council. An honorable side. He was beautiful, inside and out. Nix snuggled closer to the man who'd allowed her the glimpse into his soul. She'd lost track of the times they'd reached for each other during the night. Each one had ended in a mind-blowing orgasm. But this moment was just as good. Better, even. The cuddling and gentle caresses meant the world to her. Here in Anton's arms, Nix felt powerful. Anton brushed his lips over her temple. "Did you enjoy yourself last night?" Nix rubbed her cheek against the muscular chest acting as her pillow. "Very much." "I'm glad." Anton untangled himself from her and propped his upper body on a bent elbow. He mapped her face with his gaze, lingering on her lips before meeting her eyes. The passion displayed in them last night no longer gave them a raw, primal quality. Nothing did. Not anger, not regret, not satisfaction. He looked at her as if she was a stranger he'd met on the street. Trepidation settled over her. She matched his pose and willed herself to remain calm. "Did you?" Anton threw his legs over the side of his bed and snatched a pair of sleep pants lying on the floor. He tugged them on, then rounded the bed. The thin, loose material sitting low on his hips tempted her to study the indentations and muscles of his lower belly. Maybe touch him again, reach inside his pants and stroke his cock. She didn't. His eyes ensnared her. Not in the same way they had last night, while he loved her. Then the black and gold color had spread to encompass his entire eye, eliminating the white. Now the indifference reflected in those same eyes chilled her. He held his hand out. She stared at his long fingers and wide palm. She didn't want to take it. There'd be no pleasure to be had in his embrace. Not now. His cold, uncaring eyes told her that. Nix. Only her name. She heard the warning twined into it, however. If she didn't take his hand, he'd snatch hers. One way or another, he'd get his way. She rested her palm against his. He curled his fingers around her hand and drew her to her feet. Without speaking, he swept her naked body into his arms and strode from the room. Asking where he was taking her was pointless. She'd find out soon enough. As long as they were together, it didn't much matter. She rested her cheek against his chest. His heart raced as if he'd just run a marathon or fought in a long, bloody battle. His arms cradling her against his chest remained relaxed.
Deep and even inhales and exhales expanded his lungs. The details didn't mesh. She studied his face, still indifferent, no sign of what left his heart racing. The trepidation grew. Nix closed her eyes. She would not jump to conclusions, not after the loving they'd shared last night. It wasn't just fucking. What they'd shared had been soul-reaching. She slid her hand over his muscled pack. After breakfast, I'd like to sit down with you and come up with a timeline of events, starting from when Bianca started skipping work. I think it's all connected.
That won't be possible. I've things to do today.
Him and his work again. Nix smiled, the anxiety gripping her eased. Her lover was definitely dedicated. We can find time to fit it in. What are we working on today?
Not we.
Anton's weary sigh spoke of annoyance.
I have work to do. You won't be involved.
The man in his mood swings tried her patience at times. Thankfully, she understood his commitment to the council made him this way. It had nothing to do with her. Fine. Then I'll see what I can find out about Bianca's nightly disappearances. I'm sure there's some record at the guardhouse if she'd been leaving campus. If not, she had to be sleeping somewhere else. Maybe she had a lover here on campus. Boris mentioned knowing a secret about her. If that's true, the rumor mill can be tapped for clues. Anton entered the service quarters and quickened his pace. The door to her room came into view. He entered her room and went straight to the bathroom without responding, then turned on the water and set her inside the stall. "Anton!" She shrieked and tried to step out as the icy water hit her. Anton stopped her with a hand splayed over her chest while the cold spray soaked her.
"Shower, then gather your things. You're leaving this morning. I'll have the guards deliver the rest of your luggage to your uncle's house. Don't bother returning. You won't be allowed inside."
Nix glared at the man she'd loved. His words from last night returned. He used women, then tossed them aside. None had ever satisfied him. The water warmed, but it didn't counter the chill in her body. Ice slithered into her veins. She fisted her hands until her nails bit into her skin. "You never answered me. Did you enjoy yourself last night?"
"Do yourself a favor, Nix. Scrub the scent of sex from your body. No sense letting rumors spread that you're no longer a virgin. You might still be able to dupe some guy into believing you're still innocent."
Anton snorted.
"Maybe even Colin. Yeah, you should try for him. If anything, the two of you would have nice-looking kids together."
"Bastard!" She hurled the word at the man who'd taken her virginity.
"Yes, I am."
Anton slapped a bar of soap in her hand.
"Scrub your pussy good. I used it hard last night."
She threw the soap at him. "You came inside me. Multiple times. Don't you dare tell me that doesn't mean anything."
"I was horny, and you smelled ripe and ready for the taking. Nothing more." Anton shrugged. "Don't worry. If having my seed inside you bothers you, stop at the campus store. They sell douche kits. Flush yourself out. You might feel better."
"Liar!" She screamed the word in his face. "Shifter males don't just go around leaving their seed inside women who mean nothing to them. It's all about instincts. Don't even tell me it's not. I lived with a house full of powerful men, don't forget."
"Yes, it's all about instincts."
Anton cradled the side of her face. "I wanted to use you before another man could." Nix grasped Anton's wrist, digging her nails into him, and yanked his hand off her. "Stop lying to me. Last night meant more than sex."
"Last night was all about fucking. I warned you what would happen if I got you in my bed, didn't I?"
Anton leaned over her. The spray of water hit him, soaking his hair. No longer cold, the water steamed around him.
"I told you how I use women, then ban them from my life."
That wasn't all he'd told her. She fisted the waistband of his sleep pants, bunching the material in her hand and pulling him into the shower with her. He stumbled against her, crowding her against the tiled wall. She tightened her grip on his pants and moved her other hand to his ass. "Did you enjoy last night?" Anton planted his hands on the shower wall on either side of her, crowding her against the wall. "If you don't want to make Colin, I can arrange for Kate to take you to West Virginia. My pride won't allow you to be mated against your will. You can stay with them, under their protection, until you meet a suitable partner." He wanted to protect her,
That was the driver behind this sham. She knew it. He'd already mentioned his worry the other councilman would hurt her because she was his secretary. If they learned Anton cared about her, she'd be an even sweeter target. Hurt her, hurt Anton. Nick studied Anton, looking for any sign her theory was right. His indifferent expression overshadowed everything. He appeared cold. His pounding heart as he'd carried her through the house told a different story. "You can't lie to me, can you, Councilman Alexander?" She slipped her hand into Anton's pants and curled her fingers over his semi-erect penis. It stirred with her slight touch, thickening and lengthening in her hand. "That's why you're avoiding my question." He clasped her wrist and pulled her hand from his pants. "I'm trying to make this as painless as possible. I don't want to hurt you." If he was a true bastard, he wouldn't care about her feelings. Shoving off his hold, she tugged at his pants, exposing the length she wanted inside her, then fisted his cock. "You're trying to protect me. I don't want you to. I need you to be honest with me." "I am being honest with you." With firm strokes, Nyx aroused her lover until Anton's rigid cock filled her grip. She stroked her thumb over the slit on the tip of his erection. The silky liquid that tasted of salt and man slickened the head. He was excited, even if it didn't show on his face. "Councilmen are allowed to keep regular lovers. There are some who've been sleeping with the same partners for years." "Not exclusively. Not romantically. Those women know they're being used. They don't care. They're widows, or humans who know about our kind and desire a powerful lover. That's it. They're not unmated shifter females with their whole lives ahead of them. They're nothing, Nyx. Nothing but a warm body to fuck." "But I'm more, aren't I?" Nyx urged Anton closer. His thick erection slid between her legs. "I'm important to you." The indifferent expression faded. Hunger slid into his eyes. "I don't want you hurt." "But you are hurting me." Nyx angled her hips to line up her opening with Anton's cock. A single thrust from either of them would join their bodies. "You're trying to convince me I was a horrible lover." "I didn't say that." Nyx moved against Anton, arousing herself and teasing the man who loved her over and over last night. She didn't care about his rejection or how cold he acted now. She couldn't be the only one who'd felt their connection. Damn it, she would not be just a warm body for Anton to use. She was better than that. "You implied it." "I've lived a long time. I have high standards." Anton bent his head toward her. His lips didn't brush against her skin, but his warm breath heated her. "It has nothing to do with your skills in bed." "So, I was good?" The head of his erection slipped in and out of her body with each rolling caress of her hips. Lust hit her hard. She ached. She needed Anton's rigid length fully inside her. Needed to prove to him this thing between them wasn't only about sex. "Just not good enough for you." "Don't push this. You're going to end up hurt." The slight growl to his words drew her attention to his face. His black and gold eyes glowed. The phenomenon didn't mean anything, not really. Any strong emotion, from desire to hate, could stir a shifter's primal side. His eyes were still hypnotizing like this. She could get lost in them, but she wanted to see how they were last night. The lack of white in his eyes meant something. This was her last chance to find out what. Nyx angled her hips and impaled herself on Anton's erection. His girth stretched her. The burn along her inner muscles left her trembling and eager. She knew what to expect when Anton moved. Pleasure. Everything he did to her took her even closer to heaven. Anton groaned. The glow in his eyes deepened. The black and gold colors blended and twisted, giving his eyes an almost hypnotic quality. He made no attempt to stop this. Instead, he pushed his cock a little deeper until he reached the end of her. They fit perfectly, as if made for each other. The thought was the most romantic one she'd ever had. She couldn't help thinking it. Anton felt right. Better than right. He could have been the other half of her soul. Her true mate. The idea had been teasing her mind for days. Before Anton tossed her away, she had to learn the truth.
Lots of things in life hurt, but this doesn't. She rolled her hips, stimulating her lover until he matched her movements. This feels good. Damn it, Nix. Anton dug his fingers into her hips and stepped closer, stopping her thrusts. Held between the tiled wall at her back and Anton's body, she couldn't move. This needs to stop happening. No, it doesn't. Nix traced a path over the pounding vein in Anton's neck with her tongue. His flavor triggered all those primitive instincts she was trying to keep in check. They demanded she stake her claim on this man who was intent on tossing her away. There's no law forbidding this. No, but then give us what we both need. She squeezed her inner muscles around the thick erection held deep inside her. A good, hard fuck. I can give you sex. Anton pulled his hips back, then thrust forward, shaking her body. But I can't love you, Nix. I can't. Nix bit the inside of her cheek to stop her whimper. She couldn't tell if Anton's hard stroke brought tears to her eyes, or his words triggered them. But you do. Is that what you're saying? You love me? Anton forced his tongue past her lips and kissed her, stealing her breath and her sanity. His hands caressed her curves. His rigid length pierced her. Every stroke came harder than the last. She felt Anton deep inside her where no lover should be able to reach. He touched her soul. She swore she could feel his fingertips along the mystical barrier separating her from her jaguar. The big cat she'd been born with reached for him. A low, animalistic sound rumbled in Anton's chest. He rolled his hips, stroking her and rubbing her clit. Her body wound tighter. The heaviness in her lower belly built. Lightheadedness grew. Held against the tiled wall, she couldn't meet his rough drives. All she could do was accept Anton's wildness. Closing her eyes, she did exactly that. She opened herself completely to this man, allowing him to take from her. Whatever he needed, she'd give it to him. Nix. Love you. Anton's words drifted through her mind. It shouldn't be possible. Everything she'd learned about being a shifter didn't allow for such an intimate communication. Except between soul-bonded mates. She and Anton weren't soul-bonded. They weren't even breeding mates. The facts didn't change the truth. She'd heard Anton's telepathic words. She'd felt him in her soul. She'd watched the white disappear from his eyes. The most feared and lonely member of the Shifter Council belonged to her. Anton. She whispered his name in her mind. He stilled with his cock lodged deep inside her, and broke their bruising kiss. Blackened gold eyes caught her gaze. No white showed in his eyes. Love did. She saw it reflected in his soul. Her orgasm seized her before she could take the thought further. Anton's eyelids lowered on a groan. His penis jerked inside her, intensifying the waves and warming her with the hot splash of his seed. Pleasure rolled through her, exactly as it had every other time she'd found her release at Anton's hands. But she couldn't tear her gaze from Anton's face. Your eyes. She exhaled a shaky breath as the waves slowed. They're beautiful. Turning his head, Anton separated their bodies. And if you ever tell anyone about them, you'll die. Chapter 21. Somewhere along the way, he'd screwed up. Anton couldn't pinpoint when it happened. It could have been the first time Nix made him smile or sometime during the many times they'd made love last night. In the end, the when didn't matter. Only the outcome did. He loved this woman. His woman. Anton peeled off the wet pants clinging to his body and bent to pick up the bar of soap Nix had thrown at him. He didn't straighten, though. He lathered the soap between his palms and washed Nix's body, starting with her delicate feet and moving upward. Her smooth skin under his fingertips triggered a wealth of emotions he couldn't separate. Lust was one of them. He hungered for this woman still. The sex they'd shared didn't dim the raw desire. Possessiveness and the urge to protect mixed with the visceral feelings. He understood those drives. It was everything else he didn't understand. With bubbles coating his hand, he slid his palm over her pussy. Nyx stifled a whimper. He glanced at her. With the corner of her lip caught between her teeth, she watched him. Not what he was doing to her. Her attention focused on him. The emotions swirling inside him intensified. His chest expanded on a caught breath. Every nuance of his being centered on Nyx. He wanted to know everything about her life. What she'd experienced, what she felt, what she dreamed about, what she thought of him. Anton pressed his lips to Nyx's stomach as the events of this morning choked him. The things he'd said to Nyx should have been enough to send her fleeing in tears or cursing him for his callousness. His insensitive comments hadn't done either. His woman saw past them. She saw him, understood him, accepted him. She must have accepted him anyway. She was still here, still letting him touch her, as if he had every right to do so. He ran his soapy hands over her sides, then moved to her breasts, lifting and caressing each full globe. Once the spray of water washed away the bubbles, he bent his head and dragged his flattened tongue over her nipples. Nyx moved her hands to his head and urged him to look at her. "Why are your eyes completely colored?" Her carefully spoken question suggested she understood the reason and wanted him to confirm it. Instead of responding, he finished washing her body, then his before setting the soap down and grabbing the shampoo. Anton tapped her hip. "Turn from me." She studied his face for a long moment, then followed his command. He lathered her hair, rinsed it, then added thick conditioner to the strands. Without anything left to delay this, he wrapped his arms around her stomach and held his true mate flush to his chest. "If anyone finds out what you are to me, you'll die. I don't doubt that for a second. My enemies would eliminate you, hoping I'll die when you do, or that I'll follow you into death." Nyx covered his arms, holding him while he held her. "Because I'm your true mate." Anton smiled. His eyes burned. The conflicting emotions fit right in with the crazy thoughts skipping through his head. He swung from primal ones that had everything to do with lust, to softer ones that left him in awe of the power this female held over him. He'd do anything for Nyx. Anything. Even follow her to the grave. Yes. Admitting the truth lifted a weight from his chest. Our souls were selected out of the billions that have passed through the ages to complement each other. This is why I've been drawn to you from the moment I read your ad. I thought it was because of Boris, what he planned for you, for me. Maybe it was part of it. I still want the role he promised me, but the drive, the demand I meet you. Nyx shook her head. I don't think anyone could have kept me away. While Nyx's statement should have left him feeling important, the rest of her response tightened his muscles. What was Boris's plan for you if you didn't uncover evidence against me? Nyx sighed. I would make Colin, or someone. Isn't that the fate of all shifter females? We mate and have babies. But you want more. Nyx nodded. And Boris promised you more if you provided the evidence he sought against me? Silence stretched. He could feel Nyx's anxiety as if it was his own. Nyx. She swallowed loud enough for him to hear. Please remember that we haven't known each other long. We also haven't had much time to sit and talk about things. Her urging intensified the uneasiness gripping him. Part of that is my fault. I've tried to hold you at arm's length, hoping to protect you from the truth. Learning that I've been blessed with an honorable and strong true mate is not something I need to be protected against. It's something to celebrate. Anton turned Nyx into the spray of water. He cupped her face in his hands while the warm water rinsed out the conditioner from her hair. Being with me is dangerous. As your true mate, it's my responsibility to protect you, whether you like it or not. Nyx matched him, holding his face between her delicate hands. And it's my job to protect you. I'll do that whether you kick me out of this house in your life or not. I don't deserve you, Nyx. And I don't deserve you. Nyx dropped her chin to her chest. You might agree once you learn why I came here. You already told me. Boris wants me off the council. Nyx lifted her gaze to his. So I can claim your spot. He stared at Nyx, but without a permanent tie to her soul, He had no idea what was going on behind her brown eyes. The moment in the shower was a one-off. They'd spent the night loving each other more completely than any casual lovers could.
Women can't hold spots on the council.
Yet?
What do you mean, yet?
Nix licked her lips. Please don't hate me.
My soul was meant to be bonded to yours. If I hate you, I hate me.
Anton brushed his thumb over her cheek.
Tell me.
Bianca sold the first Alexander's book to Boris. He's had it hidden away ever since, waiting for me to mature so I can claim the title as first female on the Shifter Council. Anton shoved away from Nix and slammed his hand against the shower knob, killing the flow of water. Then he stormed into Nix's room and stood there, staring at the bed frame. Before his true mate rested her head there, Bianca had.
I trusted her.
And he had. Bianca had never given him a reason not to. Nix laid a hand on his bare back. Bianca had secrets. Boris knew one of them. I don't doubt he used it against her and forced her into a corner where she had no choice but to give him what he wanted.
You was the first female councilwoman.
Or the Mercer name in the history books. I'm not so sure what his true motive is, but I can guarantee he's not going to sit back and wait for a spot to open. He'll create one for me, even if he has to plant evidence against you.
Evidence you would have planted.
Nix stepped in front of him. With a towel wrapped around her body and the strands of her hair dripping water on the floor, she appeared feminine and delicate. The hard glint to her eyes showed the other side of his true mate, the one that allowed her to stand before the man rumored to be a cold-blooded killer and challenge him. I would have if I'd suspected you of being guilty. I didn't. I don't. You're being railroaded because men like my uncle fear the power you'll hold over them.
If Boris is willing to fight to put a woman on the council,
Boris is willing to fight to put another Mercer on the council. I don't think he cares whether I'm female or not, because as long as I'm on the council, I'll be a Mercer. I won't ever have to worry about being mated into another family and changing my name. Not having to take a mate likely appealed to Nix, especially after she felt the pull to him. She never would have been content with anyone else, even if he'd pushed her away. Anton twined their fingers.
Where is the book?
Colin and I delivered it to the library last night. Boris wants a copy made in case anyone tries to destroy it. He exhaled in relief.
Czar has it?
Yes. Nix glanced around the room, her attention zeroed in on the bed. Well, where the bed had once been. Only the frame remained. So, I assume you're not kicking me out? He closed his eyes on a sigh. The recovery of the first Alexander's book opened a ton of possibilities for them, but he couldn't promise Nix anything. Rumors suggested what was written in that book, not fact.
I'm not sure what our future holds. We still might not be able to be together, officially anyway.
Nix kissed his chin, drawing his attention back to her. One challenge at a time, Anton.
Exactly.
He pulled her into his arms.
And while you're dressing, I need to deal with a very important one.
Which is?
Molly is arriving today with Cade. She wants to step in front of the council and announce herself.
Nix tipped her head back. Announce herself as what?
A pride leader.
Nix's eyes widened and her lips parted, forming a small O. She closed her mouth on a hard swallow. A pride leader? A female pride leader? And now that the first Alexander's book is safe, she can rightfully and safely assume her role. Hopefully. And if Boris hadn't safeguarded the book?
Molly likely would have been forced to hand the spirit she houses over to a male, willingly or through a death match. And if what Cade says about the child is true, Molly would welcome a fight, even during the next full moon.
She's only a child. Everything he'd heard about Molly suggested she'd never been a child, at least not mentally or emotionally.
Molly's a pride leader, has been since the day she was born. Once you meet her, you'll understand.
Or so he'd been told. When is she arriving?
In a few hours. Cade left last night to pick her up.
Anton eased out of Nix's embrace.
I need to dress and run to the campus store.
Nix raised a brow. For what? I hope you're still not insisting I use a douche kit. Laughing, Anton bent close and kissed Nix. He loved how she could make him smile when the ugliness of his species darkened his soul. No, it's customary to serve pride leaders and alphas something special to eat. Molly likes milk and cookies, so I want to be able to offer her some. There are a couple of bags of chocolate chips left in the pantry. Nix stepped out of his arms and raised her chin as if readying for a fight. I can make some. I won't mess them up this time. Promise. Last time was a practice run. Anton took his true mate's hand and drew her to him. Why don't we make them together? Open-mouthed, Nix stared at him in awe. You bake? And cook and clean, he chuckled. Why do you think I have so many bags of chocolate chips in my pantry, or a supply of cleaning products? Nix's cheeks took on a healthy glow. With her lip caught between her teeth, she turned her attention to his chest. I hadn't thought about why. I guess I just didn't think a male like you would be bothered with such menial tasks. He tipped up her chin. A male like me? Strong, dominant, aloof. Nix touched his jaw. You don't look like a man who'd bake cookies. Do I look like one who'd feed them to you? He slid his thumb over her bottom lip. Or would you rather eat cookie dough off my fingers? Because either works for me as long as you're with me. I like this side of you, Anton. Playful, considerate, caring. I never would have guessed. Nix grinned. You're really not the bastard I first assumed you were. I am when I have to be. Anything to protect what's important to me. Anton traced Nix's jaw. Sometimes that means I come off cold and aloof. Sometimes that means I have to embrace my primal side. And sometimes that means I have to bake cookies so my guests feel welcome. Means to an end, Nix. I don't care how my actions are perceived as long as I can keep what belongs to me safe. Even how your actions are perceived by those you love? Anton inclined his head. Even if it means they hate me, or fear me. You deserve love, Anton. Not to be hated or feared. You deserve companionship. And you deserve... Anton laid a finger over Nix's lips, stopping her words. You. I deserve you. And I'm going to keep you. Do you understand me? I'm going to soul bond with you. Make you mine. Forever, Nix. You'll be mine forever. He'd keep Nix by his side 24 hours a day if that was what it took to spend eternity with her. And if anyone ever threatened his woman, he'd prove to the world the rumors about his rage were very, very true. Chapter 22. The angelic-looking child dipping chocolate chip cookies in her glass of milk reminded Nix of herself at this age. She'd learned early on how to catch the attention of her uncle. Poise and politeness could make even the hardest of males lower his voice and smile. Maybe that was a sexist response, or the natural tendency of an adult towards innocence. Whatever the reason, she'd used the tactic to manipulate her elders. If Nix had to guess, Molly was doing the same. Kate and Anton sat at the kitchen table with Molly. Both powerful men spoke softly with her, even while their conversation was anything but gentle. Anton wasn't trying to hide or lessen the dangers Molly would be facing by going before the council and announcing herself as a pride leader. This is too dangerous. I should never have agreed to bring you here. Cade shoved from the table and stormed to the sink while Molly lifted her glass to save the milk from sloshing over the rim. Only security has seen you. None of them were royals. We'll leave now. Once we're back on Alexander Pride lands, nobody can force you to leave them again. I won't allow it. Word likely has already spread across the campus. Soon every council member will know Molly is here. We've been talking about her for months. They'll want to meet the child who's caused such an uproar in our society. Anton turned in his chair and glared at his pride leader. This is something you should have thought about before. I did think about it. Cade pivoted. But I didn't have all the facts I should have. You failed to provide them, Councilman Alexander. You failed to warn me that any feline shifter male could challenge Molly to a death match on the next full moon. She's a kid. Anton slid off his chair. She's a pride leader. What exactly did you expect? For Molly to be protected by her representative on the council. You should have ensured she'd be safe from a challenge at least until she matured. Cade ran a hand over his hair and looked at Molly. Even then, she's a girl, and I'll never be as strong as a boy. Molly broke her cookie in half and ate it. But strength isn't everything. Isn't that what you told me? Speed matters too?
Yes, it does. Cade returned to the table and sat. But there are many men who will look at you and see an easy win. They won't fear you.
They should.
Molly fisted her hand, crushing the remaining cookie she held. The crumbs on the table drew Nix's eye. This had gone on long enough. Cade was right. Pride leader or not, Molly was very young. She needed to be protected, even from herself if need be. Molly might be open to challenges. It didn't mean she had to be accessible to be challenged. If the Alexander Pride would have protected Nix from being forced into a mating, they'd ensure nobody got close enough to Molly to challenge her. And while Molly was growing up in a safe environment, she could train. She'd need to be tougher, faster, and deadlier if she had any hope of surviving in their male-dominated world. Nix approached the table and crouched, bringing herself eye level with Molly.
My uncle thought I was adorable at your age, Molly. Boris dressed me in the cutest outfits he could find and would shower me with attention. But he never expected the little girl he'd raised to be more than a pretty face. Until I proved him wrong.
Molly tilted her head and studied Nix as if seeing her in a different light.
How? Before my uncle Boris became a councilman, he was a very powerful lawyer. Over the years, he would take turns being the contact person at the office where he worked with other shifter lawyers, so the humans didn't catch on to the fact they never aged. But at home, they reviewed every case together.
Nix grinned.
Actually, they argued about every case. But I didn't fear them. No matter how loud their arguments got, I argued with them.
Nix couldn't remember exactly when her uncle and his business associates started taking her seriously, but once they'd started seeking her out to get her opinion, she'd felt powerful.
You see, it didn't matter how cute Boris dressed me. He learned I was more. So did the other lawyers at his firm. I understood the law. I was able to reference past cases and help build their current cases. I don't care about the law.
Molly shook her head as if this conversation was ridiculous.
And I don't care about being able to survive a death match, as I'll never face one. What I do care about is being able to prove I'm more than a pretty face.
Molly frowned.
I don't understand. I didn't wake up one day understanding the law my uncle referenced. I studied and read constantly. I listened to his arguments. I learned.
Nix fought to stop herself from smiling, as understanding showed in Molly's eyes.
And that's what you should be doing. Prepare yourself. Learn from men like Cade and Anton. Make it so people see you as a pride leader. Telling them and expecting their acceptance isn't going to be enough. I wish it were. But this is the fight shifters, especially female shifters, face. We have to prove ourselves. Constantly.
Nix motioned to herself.
When a feline shifter seat opens on the council, I'm going to claim it. Once I do, I'm going to prove to all those powerful men who sit on it that I deserve to be there.
Anton rested a hand on her shoulder. And you're going to make a wonderful councilwoman. As long as the first Alexander's book gives equal rights to women. Cade stood and paced from the table to the opposite side of the room. We're basing our assumptions on rumors. Then let's go see for ourselves. Anton glanced at Nix. Will you stay with Molly? The security guards who accompanied Cade to West Virginia are still stationed outside the house. You'll be safe inside.
Of course.
While Nix wanted to be present for Anton's first-hand translation of the book, she'd like to talk more with Molly. They might have lived completely different lives, but they were both women demanding a spot in a man's world. And earning that spot was a life-or-death situation. For both of them. Chapter 23.
Do you like to play games, Molly?
Nix opened the door to Bianca's old room.
When Megan or our friends want to play, I play.
The oddly worded response drew Nix's gaze to the little girl.
What about when you want to play?
Molly shrugged and walked into the room.
I shift into my lioness and play. My friends and twin can't. Their animals aren't old enough to come out and play.
Anton had mentioned Molly had been experimented on. He hadn't mentioned what exactly happened to her, however.
You only have one animal, right? You're not like Anton and Cade who have 3.
Because only royals could shift before maturity. Those born as single shifters got to deal with their raging hormones and a new furry side once they turned 25.
Molly pursed her lips. Weird. I look like my sister, but I'm not like Megan. I'm like Me. Weird. I can't die. Nix turned to the bed frame to hide the shock on her face. She'd heard the rumors about the groups who envied the royals so much they were trying to steal their immortality. Anton had hinted at this too. Nix simply hadn't understood what that meant until now. Not weird. Nix knelt on the floor between the bed frame and the wall. She'd been meaning to explore the floorboard since this morning. Without the mattress and carpet in the way, she had a perfect view of this spot in the corner. The indentations along the edge of one of the floorboards appeared deliberate. Unique and special. There's no one else like me. That makes me irreplaceable. Nix stopped Molly from once again calling herself weird. And that's exactly what we should all strive to be. Molly knelt next to Nix. I have a price on my head. All girls do, Molly. Shifter females are valuable, especially the strong ones like you. There are many men who will look at you as a commodity, not a person. And Nix hated that fact. I'm hoping to change people's perceptions once they see me on the council, and that women and girls will come to me for help. If you're mated to Anton, they won't. Nix traced the floorboard from the unnatural indentations to where the piece butted up against the next board. The groove between the pieces looked bigger than in the rest of the uneven plank floor. The pieces of wood in this section of the room were also shorter than the rest. It was almost as if the builders had run out of large planks and used whatever leftover pieces they had on hand to finish this floor. Why wouldn't women and girls come to me? Molly turned her attention to the floorboards and skimmed her fingers along the edge as Nix had done. Except instead of stopping where the two boards met, Molly traced several boards to form an uneven rectangle. He's going to mate you. Mates know everything about each other. Girls won't want him to know stuff about them. Even you? Molly nodded. With her skirt tucked under her legs, Nix sat cross-legged next to Molly. Anton's a good man. He won't take knowledge from my mind if I tell him not to. Molly gave Nix a side-eyed look as if she found what Nix had said hard to believe. I'm serious, Molly. Anton will respect my privacy. And if he didn't, then maybe they shouldn't mate. Promise? Molly raised her brows. Promise. I wish everyone would respect my privacy. Molly studied her fingernails. But they don't because I'm weak. She flicked her gaze to Nix. I'm special. Dressed in jeans and a t-shirt with kittens on it, Molly looked as average as any child her age. She wasn't average, though. Not by a long shot. Nix considered what to say to this little girl that might make a difference in her life. She drew a blank. Words wouldn't make things better. Actions helped. A goal. That was what Molly needed. What do you want, Molly? From what? Life. Nix smiled as she thought back to the day Boris had asked her if she wanted to work alongside him on the council. The goal of being the first female councilwoman had shaped her life from that moment. Your life. You've been given an opportunity other girls your age haven't. What are you going to do with this gift? Molly didn't hesitate in her answer. Protect my sister and our friends? Nix skimmed her hand along the floorboard. The grooves matched the width of her spread fingers. She gripped the floorboard. The section Molly had traced wobbled, but Nix didn't lift it. She turned to Molly. Why? Because. Nix might not have interacted with kids her own age, but she remembered the exasperated expressions on her uncle's faces when she'd responded vaguely. Because you feel like you have to? Because you love them? Why? Because they're mine. Nix grinned. For a shifter, that answer meant everything. I understand. Anton is mine, too. I want to protect him. From what? People are telling lies about him. Nix lifted the fused section of floor and bit her lip to contain her smile. About a foot down, a trap door was visible. When opened, the door would swing down. And I'm going to prove them wrong. What kind of lies? They say he killed his last secretary. He didn't. Nix motioned to the trapdoor. This proves it. It does? Yep. Nix vibrated with excitement. If she could have figured out how to speak into his mind, she would have screamed for Anton to come see what she'd found. Bianca was sneaking out every night. I think she had a boyfriend. And he killed her? Molly's expression matched the disbelief in her voice. People who love us aren't supposed to hurt us. No, they're not. Nix studied the trapdoor. Maybe they disappeared together, though that explanation didn't fit either. Where was Bianca then? A missing person listing for her had been posted on the community boards for months with a hefty reward. Surely someone would have wanted to cash it in. You think they left through here? Molly reached into the hole in the floor and opened the hatch. The trapdoor swung down, revealing a ladder. Where does this go? Even with the aid of her Jaguar's enhanced vision, Nix couldn't see far into the hole, but she could guess. The dungeon. Molly folded her arms on the edge and studied the hole. Her nostrils flared. Her brows drew down. A dungeon? Do they kill people here? Nix laughed. No, it's not really a dungeon. That's just what they call it. There's a natural network of caves under the campus. It's been expanded to include man-made living areas and treasure rooms. Treasure rooms? Molly's eyes lit up. Tension in Nix's shoulders eased. This was how Nix expected a little girl to act, excited and curious. Yes, there are 7 brothers who are in charge of guarding all our ancient artifacts, including the books written by the first shifters. We've based our laws and culture off what's written in those books. They're very, very important. Can I see them? I don't see why not. Zar had mentioned the councilman's designees and guests could access the dungeon. Bianca had gone there often. Cade was there now. But we should wait until... Nix's Jaguar pushed at her at the same time Molly grabbed Nix's arm. They had a visitor, and Nix had no desire to talk to her uncle now. Too bad she didn't have the luxury of ignoring him. Boris was coming this way. She rushed forward and met her uncle as he turned the corner into the service corridor. What are you doing here? Boris looked past her to the doorway of Bianca's old room. Molly wasn't standing there, but her scent lingered in the hallway. There'd be no denying her presence. I heard we have a very important visitor. I wanted to come escort her to council chambers. Nix pushed against Boris's upper arms in a lame attempt to move him. He didn't budge an inch. Not tonight. Molly plans on standing before the council in a new moon. Until then, we're just relaxing. Not in this house, she's not. Boris puffed out his chest. That child would be safer in mine. Nix stared at her uncle in disbelief. He carried a protective vibe. She recognized it. He'd always had that look on his face when he'd warned her not to leave the house by herself. Why now, and for a non-Mercer? Molly is under the protection of the Alexander Pride. Anton would do anything for her. Anton is a murderer, Boris whispered the accusation. Or have you forgotten? No, he's not. Nix couldn't stand her uncle's baseless accusations a minute longer. And I'll fight you and anyone who dares try to pin Bianca's murder on him. Boris went completely still. And why is that? All the happy memories of growing up returned. They blended with the revelations of the past few days. Nix couldn't make herself accept that her uncle was evil. She could, however, believe he had an ulterior motive for his actions. What secret did you know about Bianca? Why are you so sure Anton didn't kill Bianca? Because you raised me to act with honor. You didn't raise me to play games with people's lives, or to decide who should live and who shouldn't. Anger bled through Nix's words. If that's what is expected of council members, you've failed to prepare me for my role. I know for a fact Anton killed her. There is no maybe. He's a murderer, and I will see justice served. Boris smiled. And if it has the added benefit of freeing a seat on the... Stop! Nix was sick of her uncle's agendas. She'd rather never claim a seat on the council than see Anton hurt. How do you know Anton killed Bianca? How? Because I will stake my life on the fact that he didn't. I followed her that night. Boris leaned close. She never left this house. That was the last time anyone saw her. Why did you follow her? Because I'd planned to kill her myself. Anton beat me to it. Nix gasped. She glanced over her shoulder. No sign of Molly. It didn't mean the little girl wasn't listening. Nix grabbed her uncle's hand and dragged him farther away from the room. She couldn't believe this was happening. Her uncle was many things, but to kill a defenseless female? Kill her? Why? Why would you do such a thing? Mates are a weakness to exploit, Nix. And I hated Bianca's mate even more than I hate Anton. Why?
What did Bianca's maid do to make you hate him so much? He was going to play God. He told me about his plans, how he wanted all assassins killed. Do you understand now, Nix? No councilman should have that kind of power. He needed to die, and killing Bianca would have been the easiest way to eliminate the threat he posed. If they'd been soul-bonded, of course. Or if he loved her enough to follow her into death. Obviously, neither of those were the case. Damn shame. It would have made my life so much easier. Nix swallowed hard. This was what Anton feared. This was the reason behind his cruel treatment of her this morning. He feared someone would hurt her to hurt him. Who was Bianca mated to? Brock Kane. Chapter 24. With her fingers pressed to her temples, Nix closed her eyes. She'd spent her life prepping to argue cases on the council floor, not to solve a mystery revolving around people she'd never met. Here she was, though, sifting through a bunch of hearsay and baseless accusations. Then again, this was perfect practice for life as a councilwoman. Council members rarely knew the people they were fighting for personally. They got cases passed up to them from their constituents or handed them from shifter affairs. They fought blind. Nix took a deep breath. She could do this. Once she solved this mystery, Anton would be safe. There was no better encouragement than that. How did you know they were mated? Boris turned away and rubbed at his neck. I saw her mate mark by accident. Then I stalked her until I figured it out. Once I did, I blackmailed her into giving me the first Alexander's book. Of course he did. The explanation didn't surprise Nix in the least. Boris hadn't gotten where he was by following the rules. He'd told her that enough times. And how is it that nobody else knew she was mated? Females carry their mate's scent. Only if their mate licks the bite. Boris made an amused sound that was a cross between a laugh and a snort. Brock didn't. He did, however, rub salt in the wound so it'd scar. I guess he wanted to see his mark of possession but didn't want to acknowledge Bianca as his. I can't say I blame him. Because mates are a weakness? Exactly. Boris nodded. Obviously Brock knew this and took her as a breeding partner, not a soul-bonded mate. Otherwise he would have died when she did. Why would a councilman take a breeding partner? Nix couldn't come up with a sound reason. Brock wanted an heir, someone to accept the spirit of his pack if his alpha died. The only other male in his pack was his twin, Ilyn, and Brock disapproved of his occupation. Actually, disapproved is too kind. He hated what Ilyn did. Hated what all the assassins did. Nix stared at her uncle. Could she trust this man? She wanted to. She really did. He'd acted as both father and mother to her. He'd wiped her tears and read her bedtime stories when she couldn't sleep. He also saw no problem sending her promised mate to his death, or trying to pin a murder on Anton. For once in your life, I want you to be honest with me. Can you do that? A hurt look crossed her uncle's face. I'm always honest with you. Nix groaned. No, you're not. Do I need to remind you about Harvey? Well, Boris shrugged. My goals are honest, but sometimes it's necessary to manipulate details to get— Stop! Nix growled the word. Answer me. If I ask you a question right now, will you tell me the truth? Yes. No hesitation. Nix considered what to ask. There were many things she wanted the answers to, but one motive plagued her most. Maybe it was a selfish one. She couldn't stop herself from uncovering the truth about whether her uncle actually considered her worthy of sitting on the council. Why did you hide the first Alexander's book this long? For you. I've told you this, niece. I want you to be the first female council member. I've prepped you for this role ever since I learned what laws were detailed in that book. Nix fought her pleased smile. While she had the truth she'd sought, Boris hadn't fully answered her question. But why did you wait this long? If you knew our women were entitled to equal rights, why hide that? Many women would have benefited from that knowledge over the past year. Boris worked his jaw and focused on the floor. There are other laws currently in place that contradict the founding laws written by the first Alexander. I can't guarantee those won't be used to bar women from the council. Our best bet is to get you sworn in while the council is still reeling from the laws outlined by the first Alexander's book. And once you're sworn in, you'd be protected by the same code of conduct all councilmen are protected by. It'd be nearly impossible to kick you out." His explanation made sense. Tapping into her jaguar's senses, she studied her uncle for any indication he was lying. She didn't see any. What if Bianca didn't die that night? What if she... I sat at the top of the hill surrounding this house. I could see the entire property. Bianca never left. The front and back doors aren't the only ways out of this house. Boris studied her intently. Excitement showed in his eyes. "What do you mean?" "There are tunnels under the campus." Nix pointed down the hall. "And I found an entrance to the dungeon in Bianca's old room." Boris's beaming smile lit up his face. He squeezed her arm. "You amaze me, niece. Maybe your mother didn't make the worst mistake of her life after all. She brought you into this world." Tears pricked Nix's eyes. Was she foolish to be so moved by Boris's praise? He might be manipulating her like he did everyone else. She couldn't understand his motives, but she did know her jaguar soaked up the praise as much as she did. Its happiness flowed through her. Nix turned away and headed toward Bianca's old room. Her jaguar's instincts about Anton had been right on. She had to trust her primal side in this case, too. "Come on, I'll show you what we found." "We?" "Yes." Nix pushed the door open. "Molly and I." Nix's mouth dropped open. The room was empty. Molly was gone. Chapter 25. The stares of the other councilmen in the library didn't encourage Anton to meet their gazes. There'd be no head-nodding in greeting, no silent acknowledgement of their strength. He didn't have time for the formalities of living in close proximity with so many dominant males. The urgency to see the first Alexander's book had grown ever since Nix admitted to delivering it into Tsar's hands. With Kate at his side, Anton rounded the main desk and slipped behind the door leading to the basement dungeon. Nobody asked where they were going. Anton had the right to visit the dungeon. As his guest, Kate could too, with supervision, of course. "I've never been down here." Kate ran his hand over the stone wall as they descended. "Since you've never been out to see me, that's not surprising." "I should have." Kate spoke quietly. "No, I should have. Stayed exactly where you were, fighting for all royal felines." Kate cut Anton off. "Leaving the campus puts you at risk. Expecting to take that risk was selfish." Anton had never thought of his isolation that way. He'd always known leaving the grounds put him at risk, but the danger never influenced his decision to stay. "I was too busy. As the only councilman for all the royal prides, I always had some case to handle or agenda to advance. At least you won't have to handle them alone anymore." Kate didn't mention Nix's name, but at the mere reference of Anton's true mate, some of the tension tightening his shoulders eased. Having Nix in his life was a gift he'd never expected. Anton needed to ensure she stayed there, however. Until he confirmed the contents of the first Alexander's book, he couldn't make any promises they'd be able to live as other true mates did. He quickened his pace once they hit the hallway. The two royal guards at the entrance to the main treasure room in the dungeon snapped their spears together, blocking the door behind them. Anton bit back a growl. The formalities the Uran pride adhered to were outdated. Just about everything they did was antiquated. Considering none of the brothers had left the dungeon since they'd located the Shifter Council here, it wasn't all that surprising. Anton didn't have time to abide by customs today. He wanted to establish new ones. "I need to see one of our treasures." Anton stepped in front of Zahir, the brother with the mismatched eyes and the only one who'd ever spoken to him. "It's important." "Tsar isn't accepting visitors today." Anton took a step forward. "Then allow us inside, and we'll find what we're looking for ourselves." "That won't be possible." A pleading look settled in Zahir's mismatched eyes. "You'll have to come back later." "No, I won't. Councilmen are allowed in the dungeon any time." Anton fisted the spear's shaft. "Move aside, or I'll move you." Zahir clasped Anton's wrist. "Kate is not a council member. He'll have to wait outside. Kate is Pride Leader and my guest. I vouch for him." That was the requirement for bringing visitors into the dungeon.
If they were to damage anything, it'd be on the councilman's head. Destroying their treasures was punishable up to and including death. Zahir studied Cade, who stood silently staring at Zahir as if he'd never seen a shifter with one blue eye and one green eye. Although unusual, it wasn't abnormal. Humans could add the same. "Only if I accompany the two of you." Zahir dismissed Cade in a disgusted sound and addressed Anton. "Your pride leader won't abide by your directions. He will mine, or blood will fly." The other guard let out a growl. He glared at Zahir. The two royals held each other's stare in a silent battle. Finally, both males moved their spears, unblocking the door. "You will stay in the main room, and I'll get whatever piece you need." Zahir grabbed the door handle but didn't open the door. "Is that acceptable?" "Yes." It'd be quicker, too. Anton didn't know where things were kept in the many treasure rooms located below the campus. The same punch of incense hit Anton the moment they entered the main chamber. Damn, he hated the lightheadedness, but the herbs were necessary to preserve these treasures. After a moment, his body acclimated to the heavy scents. Anton cleared his throat. "We want to see the first Alexander's book." Zahir's expression didn't change, but a predatory sense of stillness settled over him. "You know? My secretary is the one who delivered the book to Tsar last night. Why wouldn't I know?" "I'm surprised Nix told you." Zahir smirked, showing a side of the stoic guard Anton had never seen. It didn't look natural on him. That female seemed too driven to be swayed by lust. Lust didn't sway Nix. The gift given to them by the goddesses guided both Nix and Anton. Zahir didn't need the intimate details, however. "The book? I want to see the book, not talk about my employee." "Fine." The amusement faded from Zahir's expression. "I can get you the copy, not the original." Cade stepped in front of Zahir and lowered his voice. "Why? Where's the original? Tsar is prepping it for storage. It's in poor condition. You've seen it?" Cade studied Zahir with an intensity that triggered Anton's instincts. Cade suspected something. Anton was sure of it. "No." Zahir pointed to the main entrance. "But I was on duty last night. I saw your secretary and the shifter affairs agent arrive with the package. Then I spoke with Tsar earlier this morning after he'd finished transcribing the book." "So nobody besides Tsar has read it." A wash of power swept through the room, stemming from Cade. The tips of his claws poked through the ends of his fingers. "Is that what you're telling me?" Anton laid a hand on Zahir's shoulder and drew him away from Cade. If Anton didn't intervene, there'd be a fight. The accusation in Cade's voice was thick. "I'm sure Tsar will remove the book from storage for a second transcription in a few days. Won't he, Zahir?" "I don't see why not. The incense in these chambers is potent. Once it's had a chance to work its magic, the deterioration will be significantly slowed, and it'll be safer to handle." Cade crossed his arms over his chest. "Then I'll stay on campus until I can see the original." Zahir shrugged. "If you feel it's necessary. But trust me when I say nobody is quicker or better at transcription than my elder brother. We're not questioning Tsar's skills. This book was written by our forefather. We want to see it, touch it. Surely you understand." Anton spoke before Cade could. Fighting with Zahir wouldn't accomplish anything. "I do." Zahir nodded, then slipped from the room. "He's agitated." Cade focused on the door Zahir left through. "Guards shouldn't be agitated. They should be stoic and calm. Zahir usually is." Honestly, other than the smirk and forced amusement from moments ago, Anton hadn't noticed any details to indicate the guard was agitated. Anton wasn't a pride leader, however. The influence of their pride spirit on Cade heightened his instincts. "Maybe it's you. Your stare did come off as challenging. If you consider what happened out there as challenging, you haven't been around me." Cade cursed. He worked his jaw. "You're right. Maybe it is me. I'm restless. I can't put my finger on why." Anton stepped in front of his pride leader. "You carry the first Alexander's spirit, and his feline spirits. Our forefather lives on through you, and finally, his voice is about to be heard. It's understandable." Cade shrugged. "Maybe. I can't—" The door Zahir left through opened. A different Urin brother entered, carrying a modern leather-bound book. The male set it on the table and turned back to the door. "Wait!" The force of a Pride leader's command accompanied the word, compelling any shifter into obeying. Anton never remembered his Pride leader being as powerful as Cade appeared today. Time had strengthened him, or life had. Either way, a dangerous predator lurked behind his model-worthy persona. The guard stopped mid-step and glanced over his shoulder. He didn't speak. He raised a brow. "Where is Zahir?" Cade asked. The Urim brother smiled. "Hunting?" "Hunting?" Cade moved closer to the book lying on the table. "Hunting what?" "Appears we have a trespasser in the dungeon. Might be a wild animal, maybe a thief. You never know." The male held up a hand in a pacifying gesture. "No need to worry. Trespassers never leave the dungeon with our treasures, or their lives." Before Anton could ask anything else, the other shifter walked to the door, closing it firmly at his back. Cade spun the book to face him and opened the cover. "As soon as we see the original, I want pictures of every page." Anton joined his Pride leader at the table. "Photographing it is a good idea. But the last time the topic of digitally archiving our books came up, Brock shot it down. If you take those pictures, you'll be committing a crime." "A crime? Hiding the first Alexander's book for thousands of years is a crime. Whoever did so silenced our ancestors' voice." "True. I'm surprised it survived this long outside the Urim brothers' care. They're the closest to practicing shamans as our species has left." Anton skimmed his finger over the opening page. "Even the eldest among us have forgotten our earliest practices. The Leon spirit taught what he knew to Molly before their souls merged." "Merged?" Anton turned the page. The opening words written on it matched every other forefather's book. "You've used that term before, but most Pride leaders and alphas don't use it. They say they house their family spirit. Molly does house the Leon spirit." Cade leaned over Anton's shoulder. "But their souls are bonded, much the same way that true mates are bonded. Breaking the connection between Molly and the Leon spirit will likely kill her the same way a female would die when her soul-bonded mate did." "She'll never be able to hand over the spirit willingly." Which meant finding this book was essential to keeping the little girl alive. For all Boris's faults, Anton was grateful Boris believed in guarding the truth contained in this book. Now, if only Anton could get Boris to agree on other important issues, like not condemning feral children to death. Right. Molly won't be able to give up the spirit without forfeiting her life. Cade turned the page before Anton finished reading it. A deep growl slipped from Cade's mouth. He reached for the next page. Anton slapped his hand on the page, stopping Cade from turning it, and shoved his Pride leader back. He couldn't read it with Cade in the way. Anton pulled the book closer and read. "Our females should be treated as if they were goddesses. Give them the most tender piece of meat and the richest mead. Wrap them in the finest pelts. Place them on an altar and worship them. Above all, protect them from themselves. They are weak of mind and body. They think only of carnal pleasures. A wise man will shackle his female to prevent her from tempting another male. He will silence her. He will—" Cade swept his hand across the table, knocking the book to the floor. "Tsar's betrayed us. The first Alexander would never have written those words. I know. I feel him." The animalistic quality to Cade's voice matched the anger building within Anton. All his life he'd clung to the letters written by the sons of the first Alexander, who'd hinted at the contents of this book. The first Alexander treated both his daughters and sons equally. He even wanted to pass on the role of leader to his eldest child. But she was beheaded before he lost his life. Cade pivoted and faced Anton. Full fangs filled Cade's mouth. "That book is full of lies." "Yes." A red haze slid over Anton's eyes. "That book supports our current treatment of our females. And with it, Molly will never be safe. Neither will Nyx. They'd have to live their lives in fear of someone hurting her to hurt him. Claiming a spot on the council would have been ideal. She'd be protected under the same code of conduct that protected him." Cade stormed toward the door the Urim guard had left through. "Tsar will pay for this." Anton's felines pushed against the separation between their souls and his. They didn't fight each other. They blended their wills into a single force driven by rage. Nobody would take their true mate from them. Ever. Yes. Tsar will pay.
Anton followed his pride leader into the hallway. With his life. Chapter 26.
I lost Molly.
Nix kicked off her heels and scrambled down the ladder.
I can't believe I lost a child. In the house.
Boris laughed as he followed her down the ladder. I thought I lost you a few times in the house, too. Nix smiled despite the situation.
We didn't have tunnels under our house.
Rumor has it she's a pride leader. If that's the case, she'll be fine.
It doesn't matter. I was supposed to be watching her.
Latching onto Molly's scent, Nix ran. Complete darkness surrounded Nix. She opened herself to her jaguar, allowing the animal to partially merge with her. It didn't help. She still couldn't see, but she could hear and smell better than she could have without her cat. She almost wished she didn't have the enhanced senses. This place wasn't safe for a child. There was water running somewhere nearby, and the stench of death hung in the air. Neither slowed Nix. With her arms stretched to the sides, her fingertips skimmed along the damp walls. Bricks gave way to uneven rock. Loose stones and larger pieces of rock slid under her feet, cutting them open. She ignored the pain and pushed on. Her uncle's steps behind her comforted her. She wasn't alone. If Molly got herself in trouble, Nix might need the help getting the child she'd been tasked with watching out of a risky situation. A dim light up ahead offered Nix the first glimpse into the tunnel. Somebody had expanded this corridor. Rocks and bricks formed an archway. Water slickened the walls. It dripped off crevices and collected in a man-made drain along the floor of the tunnel. The sound of a heartbeat reached Nix. She zeroed in on it and turned right at the end of the tunnel. Molly crouched a few feet away, examining something on the ground.
Molly!
Nix ran forward and drew the little girl to her feet.
What do you think you're doing down here? Don't ever do something like this again.
Molly's lip quivered.
I was trying to help you. Running away is not helping. You scared me half to death.
Boris squeezed Nix's shoulder, drawing her attention to the man who'd raised her. If I had to guess, I'd say Molly was exploring. You did find an entrance to an underground tunnel.
With treasure rooms?
Molly chimed in. Guilt punched Nix in the gut. She hunched her shoulders.
I was supposed to be watching you. And I was trying to help you,
Molly repeated herself.
You said people were telling lies about Anton, that he hurt a woman.
Nix glanced at her uncle. He watched her with a contemplative expression.
I mentioned Bianca might have been sneaking out to see her boyfriend.
Boris scanned the tunnel. I think you're right. Let's see where this goes.
I can't imagine the Urim brothers would be happy about us being down here.
Especially since they'd had guards at the main entrance when she dropped off the first Alexander's book. Then they should have disclosed to the council that there were other access points to the dungeon. Boris pivoted, studying the tunnel they'd followed. This poses a security risk. Anyone visiting Anton's house could have snuck down here and taken one of our treasures. I find it hard to imagine the hidden trapdoor in Bianca's old room is the only one on the campus.
And it smells down here.
Molly tugged on Nix's sleeve.
Like something died.
Nix shook her head.
We should wait for Anton and Cade. Anton will be worried if he comes back to the house and he can't find us.
Anton doesn't control you, Nix Mercer. No man should control you. Boris stepped in front of Nix, blocking her path. And you're not alone. If Anton doesn't like what you've done, he'll have to answer to me. This was the protective side of her uncle she valued. Now, if he'd only stop trying to step over everyone to get what he wanted, she'd be able to understand his actions. Nix tipped her head.
Then let's look around.
Molly smirked, looking completely pleased with her ability to convince them to do what she wanted, then continued down the tunnel. Nix fell into step with her, and Boris followed. The farther they went, the stronger the smell of death grew. Something had died down here. Nix blocked Molly from advancing and crouched, drawing Molly close. Nix whispered into her ear.
I want you to stay here while Boris and I investigate.
Molly shook her head.
I want to come too.
No. Nix firmed her voice. We'll see where that smell is coming from. Then we're going back to the house.
But
Nix hardened her tone.
This is non-negotiable. You might be a pride leader, but I'm acting as your guardian in this instance. We either do as I say, or I'm carrying you kicking and screaming back to the house if I have to.
If looks could kill, the glare on Molly's face would have stopped Nix's heart.
Oh boy, she didn't envy Kate and the other Alexander Pride members who were raising Molly. Once puberty hit, she'd be a handful. Nix narrowed her eyes and let her stubbornness show in her expression. She wasn't backing down. Molly crossed her arms over her chest and wriggled her nose. It wasn't the best agreement, but Nix would take it. She didn't have time for a mini-dominance battle with a child. Something had definitely died down here. Nix needed to find out what. Or who. Not knowing would drive her nuts. A quick glance over her shoulder confirmed Molly had remained in the spot Nix had left her. She nodded to Boris, who moved up next to her, then focused on the path ahead of her. The narrow, rounded corridor sloped down. Stones lined the walls and roof. Every few feet a thick, rough-cut piece of lumber formed an archway. Attached to each log, metal grates enclosed light bulbs. The dim light barely brightened the space. It was enough to navigate the tunnel, however. No sounds reached her, but the smell of death choked her. Had Nix not been so obsessed with Bianca's disappearance, she'd assume it was an animal. That made the most sense. The fact that Bianca's body had never been recovered urged Nix forward. These tunnels would be the perfect place to hide a body from those living above ground. The handmade tunnel gave way to a natural corridor. She was in an underground cave system. Stalactites and stalagmites decorated the ceilings and floors. The dim light bulbs drew attention to the elaborate formations. Nix barely gave the beautiful display a second glance. She followed the corridor to another man-made area. Doors lined this hallway. Zar had mentioned his Pride members lived in the dungeon. Nix slowed her steps and listened. Boris matched her pace. No other heartbeats reached her, but other smells blended with the overpowering one of death. She picked out the scent of the guard with the mismatched eyes. There were others. His was the only one she could put a face to. This was where they lived. No sunlight, no fresh air, no warmth. The cool air blanketed the network of tunnels. How could any shifter prefer this over being above ground, where the sun warmed their skin, and the earth cushioned their animals' feet when they allowed their primal side out for a run? Down here you couldn't even feel the moon. She approached the first door. The scent of the guard with the mismatched eyes seeped around the edges of the door. It had to be his room. She didn't sense any life from behind the door, however. Nobody was inside the next room or the others in this section of the corridor. But the scent of death grew unbearable. With the collar of her shirt pulled over her mouth, Nix rounded the corner. A door stood open. The smell came from inside. Nix peeked into the bedroom. A large bed occupied one wall. An empty crib stood next to it. Oh, goddess. Boris stepped into the room. Nix rushed forward. There was no sign of a baby, or the mother. The scent of death emanated from the bed, however. The wilted flowers scattered throughout the room did little to cover the smell, or hide the identity of who'd stayed in this room. Bianca had been living here. Nix recognized her scent from the room she'd slept in at Anton's house. Beeswax candles and a cool breeze wouldn't eliminate Bianca's scent as easily here as it had there. Death twined into her smell in this dungeon. Bianca had died. Nix's gaze drifted to the crib. Blue sheets covered the mattress. 2 small stuffed wolves sat propped in the corner of the crib. Nix choked back a sob. Not one baby, but 2. You shouldn't have come down here. Nix spun and Boris cursed. The guard with the mismatched eyes held Molly against his chest, with his hand wrapped around her throat. She didn't struggle. She stared at Nix wide-eyed, as if she didn't know what to do. Nix did, however. Put her down, Nix stepped forward, or you'll regret it. A grimy-looking Tsar stepped in front of Molly and the guard. Will we? Yes, as a matter of fact, you will. Boris walked closer to Tsar. That child is a guest on these grounds, and you're treating her as if she was a criminal. This child is a Pride leader. Tsar smoothed a hand over her hair. And if a Pride leader can't defend herself, she'll suffer. Lay a finger on Molly, and Zahir already is. Tsar taunted Boris. And she's not even trying to get away from him. The poor little thing is scared out of her mind. Molly glared at Tsar's back, but Zahir whispered something in her ear. Nix couldn't hear what, but Molly stilled and closed her eyes. Nix had no hope of winning a fight with either man. They outweighed her by at least 100 pounds. They were all so old. No doubt they knew hundreds of ways to take down their enemies.
Still, she didn't fear them. She had someone stronger on her side. Surely you've heard the rumors about Anton? Nix waited until Zar turned his attention to her. How he killed for me? Well, he'll do so again if he even so much as suspects someone means me or Molly harm. Yeah? Zar grinned. Is that a promise? A guarantee. Nix moved closer to the head librarian. Now tell your guard to put Molly down. She hasn't done anything wrong. We've only gotten ourselves lost. I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, you've discovered a secret. Zar tipped his head toward the room behind her. That our pride has sworn to protect. You've been hiding Bianca. Boris's voice boomed in the small room. Yes, Zar dipped his chin. We have. Why? Nix asked. As a favor to her mate. He didn't want anyone to know about her or her pregnancy. Zar skimmed his hand over the back of a chair near the door. And we don't want to move our treasures. Brock promised me once Bianca delivered he'd cancel the plan to move the council to that horrid and cold section of Alaska, and he'd make sure our treasures never had to be analyzed by outsiders. I knew about their bond, too. Boris got up in Zar's face. Brock told me she died. Brock lied. So did I. I also encouraged the rumor that Anton had killed her. Zar smiled, but it didn't warm his eyes. Ice slithered into his expression. But I can truthfully say that she is now gone. She dropped dead suddenly last full moon. Why did you lie about it? Nix couldn't come up with any reason why Zar would take such a risk. Because Anton wants to kick us out of our home. He wants to copy our books with modern equipment, analyze them with tools that'll date them, reveal how old they are, as if I'm trying to hide something. Zar lifted his lips in a snarl. His enraged gaze focused on Boris. Our forefathers' books relay the law as it should be. It's been like this for thousands of years. Why question things? Our society is just fine. People understand their places. You're talking like a man with secrets. Like a man who's committed a sin. Claws slid from Boris's fingers. What have you done? Tell me, because I will back Anton's plan if you don't. We'll analyze every damn artifact in this dungeon, and I swear, if any have been manipulated, you'll regret betraying our species. I'm afraid I can't allow that, Councilman Mercer. Zar yanked Boris close. Her uncle grunted, his back hunched. The smell of blood permeated the room. Something sour and rancid mixed with the scent of Boris's lifeblood. Nix covered her mouth as Zar dropped Boris's body on the ground with his insides spilling out. His face hit the hard floor. He didn't move. Her mind couldn't process what had happened. Boris and Zar had been arguing. That was all. Men argued all the time. Nix stared at her uncle's back. He wasn't breathing. He was dead. Zar had killed him. They hadn't even fought. Zar had gutted her uncle with one swipe of his claws. Come, Miss Mercer. Zar wiped his bloody hands over his chest. He stepped into the hallway and motioned Nix forward. I've put in a lot of effort into ensuring Bianca Kane gets the send-off she deserves. The least you can do is attend. Zahir will take you to say goodbye to Bianca while I attend to other pressing matters. And then? Nix forced the words out when all she wanted to do was curl in a ball and sob. You'll let us go, right? Zar nodded to the guard holding Molly. Zahir dropped his hand. A smaller version of the death collar Nix's promised mate had planned to use on her was clasped around Molly's neck. Molly is a very valuable young woman. I'd be a fool to keep her. Zahir turned and walked away with Molly. Another urine male met them at the end of the hallway, while Zar went in the opposite direction. Nobody waited for Nix or forced her to go along. They didn't have to. Nix had no choice but to follow Zahir. He had Molly. As long as he did, Nix had to play along. The moment Molly was free, however, all bets were off. She just didn't know how she'd distract these men long enough until Anton could save them. Because he would. She didn't question what he'd do once he found them missing. Anton would tear the council grounds apart. It was the until then part that left her limbs trembling and stomach knotted. A deep inhale and exhale did nothing to ease the tremors.
She conjured Anton's face. Strength filled her. Nyx would figure something out, though. She always did. Chapter 27. The scent of death reached Anton the farther they descended into the dungeon. He'd never been down this corridor. It led to the Urim brothers' private chambers. They'd modified a network of natural caves, adding some modern conveniences like electricity, and carving out man-made tunnels and rooms. While Anton wouldn't have chosen to place their most precious belongings in the dungeon, these were Zara's preferred conditions. He'd argued that they'd been chosen by the goddesses to protect their species' greatest artifacts. If their goddesses trusted them, the council should too. That reasoning had never felt right. Anton should have listened to his instincts. Zara had betrayed them all. Anton couldn't help but wonder how many of their other books had been altered in translation. 2 Urim males stepped out of a room near the end of the hallway. Wearing kilts with their long hair braided and leather guards on their forearms, they appeared to be warriors of a time long gone. Their strung bows held casually in their hands, and the quiver full of arrows at their hips added to the impression. Only the eldest of shifters carried weapons. Then again, every Urim brother living on campus was old. Without mates, there couldn't be any younger males on council grounds. "Where is Zar?" Kate demanded. "Outsiders aren't allowed back here." The darker-haired brother stepped forward. "You need to leave." "Where is Zar?" Cade repeated. "Dealing with an unexpected death." The other guard with blonde hair motioned behind him. "Surely you can smell it." There was no missing it. Even with the underlying incense in the air, the putrid stench was unmistakable. Not only had someone died, the body had begun to decompose. "Who died?" "A visitor to the dungeon. It's been quite unnerving having the body here for the past couple of weeks, too. But preparations had to be made to dispose of it, according to Zar." The blonde guard's anger twisted his words. Cade took a step forward. "Why haven't you reported it?" "Zar forbid us to do so, and he's eldest. We obey him as is expected." The dark-haired male rested his hand on the quiver. "You need to leave now. I won't ask again." "Council members can access the dungeon." Anton stepped in front of Cade, shielding him with his body, an automatic reaction Anton couldn't help. "Now tell me where to find Zar, or I'll tear this place apart looking for him." "Why do you need to see him?" the blonde brother asked. "We found an error in translation." Cade moved around Anton. "I'm sure Zar would like to know he made a mistake in one of our forefathers' books." Zar turned the corner. Instead of his usual khakis and polo shirt, he wore jeans, no shirt or shoes. Streaks of blood covered his chest, dirt covered his hands, and sweat slickened his hair. "Have I now?" "Yes." Cade flexed his hands. Sharpened nails tipped his fingers. "You have." "I find that hard to believe after all these years." Claws emerged from Zar's hands. "Which book did you supposedly find a mistake in?" "The first Alexander's book." Blonde hair pushed through Cade's knuckles. Although not fully lost to his half-man, half-beast form, Cade's control was slipping. "Show me the original so I can prove it." "I don't think that'll be possible. We've had a break-in this afternoon. It appears the book has been lost. Fortunately, I was able to copy it first." Zar smiled, revealing feline fangs. "But don't worry. The intruders were found and are being dealt with." "Dealt with how?" Anton focused on the blood on Zar's chest. "Councilman Mercer was killed on sight." Zar took a step back while the kilted guards moved forward. "And Ms. Mercer and her young companion will meet their fate shortly." Rage pulsed within Anton. The colors of the world faded, replaced by the shades of gray his felines viewed their surroundings in. His cat's instincts and senses became his. He didn't slip into his werecat form. He didn't have to. He was the ultimate warrior, one with his primal side. Nyx had given him this gift by coming into his life. He'd use it for her. For Molly. "You don't get to make that decision, Zar." Anton's voice sounded more animal than man. "Only active council members can decide who dies and who doesn't." "Oh, didn't you hear?" Zar tilted his head to the side while the kilt-wearing shifters on either side of him knocked arrows in their bows.
I've decided to relinquish my position as eldest guardian of our treasures to Zahir. I'll instead be assuming the role of eldest on the council." Zar nodded to the blonde guard. He drew the bow and released the arrow. Flames burst from the tip of the arrow as it cut through the air. Anton ducked, avoiding the flaming arrow. 3 more flew at him in rapid succession. Relying on his instincts, Anton dodged each arrow. The 2 guards ran forward while Zar turned tail and fled the way he came. The blonde male swung the warrior's bow at Anton's head. Anton whacked the curved limb. It snapped back, hitting the other male in the face. A deep gouge cut the shifter's cheek. He snarled, then spit blood in Anton's eyes, temporarily blinding him. Instead of giving in to the urge to wipe away the blood, Anton rammed his head into the blonde male's chest. The guard tipped back. Anton grasped the center of the bow as the guard fell. With a lurching motion, Anton broke the bow, then grasped one piece. He turned it and impaled the other shifter with a shattered edge. The urine male hit the ground with the bow sticking out of his chest, right over his heart. His mouth opened on a silent groan, but he still breathed. As long as he did, he'd heal. Once he did, this male would go after Nyx. He'd hunt Molly. He needed to die. For a royal, that meant one of 2 things. He lost his head or his heart. Anton yanked the wood from the shifter's chest. Blood pumped in rhythmic bursts from the hole left behind. With his partially shifted, clawed hand, Anton rammed his fist into the blonde male's chest, cracking ribs and crushing his heart. Anton curled his fingers around the beating organ and tore it from the royal shifter's chest. Death slipped into the blonde guard's eyes, ending his ancient life. The sounds of fighting behind him registered. Cade's curse rang out. The dark-haired guard screamed. Then silence reigned for the briefest of moments. Anton glanced over his shoulder. Blood covered his pride leader, but he was alive. Not a mark showed on his body. He stood in his human form over the fallen, headless male. Anton met Cade's eyes. There was no need to speak. They both knew what they had to do. Hunt. Anton took his jaguar's form, Cade his lion's. Then they ran, faster than they could in their human or werecat's body. Rage built as Anton moved through the tunnels leading deeper underground. Any male who threatened Nyx or Molly would die. If saving them meant they lost the book again, so be it. The laws it outlined wouldn't mean anything without their most precious females here on this earth to protect. Chapter 28. The large domed chamber the guards led Nyx and Molly into should have transfixed Nyx with its beauty. The natural formations in this room gave it a cathedral-like appearance. Instead, the space reminded Nyx of a tomb. Of course, the dead body lying on a raised platform in the center conjured images of a horror movie. The scene didn't belong in one, though. Bianca's body was prepped for a death rite. Strips of cloth soaked in some fragrant oil had been draped over her tartan-covered body, and a large bundle that likely contained her most precious belongings rested on top of her chest. Underneath the wooden slab she'd been laid on, bricks of blackened peat formed a pyre. Longer, log-shaped pieces of wood had been propped against her body to form a teepee. When ignited, the pyre would be engulfed in flames. Few modern shifters carried out the ancient ritual. Constructing a funeral pyre was frowned upon by humans. Today's shifters embraced cremation as an alternative or a simple burial. After death, nobody would be able to tell they'd been a shifter anyway. The body left behind was simply a body with all the same parts as a human. Apparently the Urim brothers didn't care what was socially acceptable or not. They also didn't seem to care that setting a body on fire in an underground cave was dangerous. Why would they? Royals were immortal. A little lack of oxygen wouldn't kill them. Nyx, on the other hand, could die. And Molly? Even if she didn't die, she'd suffer. That was more than Nyx could allow. Nyx looked from Bianca's body to Zahir. "You don't actually plan on lighting this funeral pyre in here, do you?" Zahir crouched and set Molly on her feet, angling her away from the other guard, then moved his hand to the death collar. He gingerly squeezed the metal linked around her neck. Molly closed her eyes but didn't react otherwise. "Bianca was mated to the grandson of a goddess. Zar says she deserves this send-off, so we're giving it to her." Nyx glanced from Zahir's fingers hooked around the death collar to his eyes. The expression in them warned her not to say anything. He'd given her a warning look last night when she dropped off the first Alexander's book. She should have paid attention to him then. The other guard walked to a flattened rock a few feet away. And burning Bianca's body will have the added benefit of eliminating the problem she caused by betraying our species."
"What problem was that?" Nix asked. The other guard didn't answer. He approached the pyre and opened a chest sitting on the floor. He pulled out a modern lighter and what looked to be blocks of fire starters. The sound of roars and grunts carried through the chamber. Nix didn't see who was fighting, but they were close. The guard at the pyre didn't react. He lit the fire starters and the wooden logs around the pyre, then walked away once the flames crawled up the wood. "The first Alexander's book is on her chest." Nix gasped at Zahir's words. She yanked her attention from the burning body to him. He wasn't holding Molly. She stood next to him. The death collar lay in a twisted mess at her feet. He'd freed her. Zahir grabbed Nix's chin, forcing her to focus on him. "My brother's coming. You need to save the book while I get Molly out of here." Nix whipped her head. The shifter who lit the fire snarled, his gaze locked on them. "Betrayer!" Zahir's brother spat the word. He shifted into a huge tiger and charged them. Zahir knocked Molly behind him, and Nix did the only thing she could. She ran. If she didn't save that book, Molly wouldn't have the right to live her dream. The sense of moonflower and fire reached Anton. He latched onto both and ran past the guard in his way, dodging the blow to his head. Killing his opponent would have to wait. Nix was close. Shifting into his human form, he charged into the large domed chamber. The scene before him tore an animalistic sound from his chest. A funeral pyre had been lit in the middle. Molly stood behind Zahir, who was fighting with one of his brothers. But Nix was running toward the burning body. Why? Anton couldn't come up with a reason, but the sight of Zar on a raised platform with an arrow notched in his bow directed Anton. He drew on his feline strength and ran faster than he'd ever run as a human. Zar drew the string and aimed at Nix. Anton screamed her name. "Nix!" His true mate didn't look at him. She ducked. The flaming arrow missed her. She kept running. Her skirt billowed around her. Another flaming arrow flew at her. Anton yelled her name a second time. She dropped and rolled. The arrow missed her. She scrambled toward the pyre and kicked at the burning logs, knocking them away from the body. Bianca's body. Anton cursed. Hesitation gripped him. Instinct demanded he get Nix away from the flames. It wouldn't eliminate the threat to her life. Anton pivoted and launched himself at Zar. A different urine brother dropped from another ledge, knocking Anton back. His head whacked into the edge of a large rock. Spots danced before his eyes. After throwing the other male off him, Anton hopped to his feet. The urine guard pulled a sword from the holder on his back. He swung it at Anton. Cade lunged at the sword-wielding shifter before Anton could raise his clawed hand. The two males fell to the ground, Cade on the guard's back. Anton didn't bother watching. Cade would kill his prey. Anton turned his attention to Zar. With a sick grin on his face, Zar launched himself at Anton. They fell backward. This time Anton's head cracked into the rock floor. He grunted and rolled Zar beneath him. Warm blood flowed from the gash in Anton's scalp. The room spun. Zar's claws dug into Anton's sides. He didn't jerk away even as Zar's sharpened nails scraped his ribcage. With Zar's hands occupied, he left himself open for the kill. Anton took it. He fisted the front of Zar's throat and yanked. Blood sprayed. Zar's grip never wavered. He dug his claws deeper into Anton's sides, cracking Anton's ribs. Zar was old, strong. Given the chance, his body would quickly heal the grave wound Anton had caused. Anton couldn't allow Zar that chance. On a grunt, Anton grabbed Zar's head and twisted it, cracking his spine, then yanked his head from his body. With blood running down his sides and his body in agony, Anton stood. He tossed Zar's head and scanned the room, looking for Nix. Holding a book to her chest with one hand, she lurched toward him in awkward, shuffling steps. In her other hand, she held the broken end of an arrow. Only one feather remained. Pain twisted her features, but she smiled at him, then dropped to her knees. She hunched over the book she carried. The rest of the arrow protruded from her shoulder. Her shirt had been burned away. Her skin was reddened. Flames still licked at her hair. Nix. Anton was at her side in the next moment. He smothered the smoldering strands of her hair. "Oh, goddesses, you're fine. I'm fine." Nix surveyed the room.
Molly.
Cade crouched on the ground in front of Molly. Zahir stood behind him. Anton exhaled in relief, but his inhale hurt. His muscles felt tight. Lightheadedness gripped him just as it did when he normally entered the dungeon. He didn't smell incense, just the scent of peat burning. She's okay. He held his hand above Nix's charred skin. Heat radiated from the intensive burn. But you're not.
It's just a flesh wound.
Nix smiled, even as her breathing grew shallower.
And look, I saved the first Alexander's book.
The cover was burnt, but still intact. Anton forced himself to match Nix's smile. While Anton was grateful she'd saved the book Zar had been intent on destroying, Nix had suffered. You just need to hold on until we get upstairs. We'll find some privacy. And I'll mate you.
No, you won't. You're going to let me heal on my own. That's what you're going to do.
Her words came out strained. Are you okay? Anton studied her face. She looked paler than she had moments ago.
I can't breathe, Anton.
Nix touched his chest.
The fire. I'm not a royal.
Anton met Cade's eyes. He tipped his head to the door. They had to get out of here. Anton drew Nix close, the book held between them. He wrapped his arms around his true mate and lifted her with an arm under her thighs and another at her upper back. She cried out, then buried her face against his chest, muffling the sound. I'm sorry. Anton pressed his lips to her hair and hurried from the room, following Cade, Zahir, and Molly.
Just go,
Nix wheezed.
Don't want to be here any longer.
He agreed. A sense of urgency settled over him. His cats compelled him to run. He didn't need to question why. Instinct directed him. He adjusted his grip on Nix and fled the chamber. After a moment, a loud crack and bang shook the tunnel. More crashes sounded.
Anton.
Nix clutched at his back.
What?
The chamber's collapsing. The heat of the fire had no doubt unsettled the rocks. They needed to get their treasures out of these underground chambers. The modern world awaited them, and Anton was ready to greet it. With Nix by his side, he could handle anything. Chapter 29. The goddesses had paired him with the stubbornest female ever born. Anton squeezed water over Nix's bare back. In the hours since she'd been burned by Zar's flaming arrow, the outer layer of her skin had flaked away, leaving pink but raw skin underneath. At this rate, by tomorrow night, there'd be no sign of the injury she'd endured. Her shifter genetics allowed this remarkable recovery. It wasn't fast enough. Every minute she healed, she hurt. The pinched skin around her eyes told him how much she suffered. You could have been healed by now. Anton took a clean sheet from his bed and ripped it into strips. He spread one over her back, covering the pink and tender skin. You realize that, right? As my soul-bonded mate, you'll share in my strength. You'll never grow old. You'll never suffer from injuries like this. You'll live forever in perfect health.
Unless one of us loses our head or heart.
Nix supplied the truth he left out.
Yes, I know this. Brock knew it too. That's why he hid Bianca in the dungeon. He didn't want anyone to know she was pregnant.
Nix had filled him in on what Boris and Zara told her. For as much as Anton had disagreed with Brock, he could empathize with his situation. Anton was living it now. The only difference was the first Alexander's book. While it didn't guarantee Nix's safety if she mated him, it did ensure she'd be protected by the same code of conduct he enjoyed. At least she would once she claimed her uncle's seat on the council. Brock soul-bonded to her. Zahir had confirmed this. She died when he did.
And her babies?
Nix propped her body on a bent elbow. Pain twisted her features as she moved, but she turned her head to look him in the eye.
Did Zahir say what happened to her babies?
After returning to his house and getting Nix situated, Anton had met with Zahir and Cade, while Nix had spoken with several of Boris's friends on the council. She'd insisted on the meeting and had another plan for later tonight. The first Alexander's book did grant equal rights to women, and Nix wanted to announce her bid to claim her uncle's vacant seat. As the closest blood relative to Boris, she'd get it, since none of her uncles were vying for it.
Anton, please tell me, what happened to her babies? Did they die too?
Baby, not babies. But it's alive.
Zahir's twin took the baby to live with a guardian after Bianca died. Nix flinched, but lay down with her hands pillowed under her cheek.
Did he say who?
No, I didn't ask.
Why not?
Anton shrugged. Zahir said the details were registered with Shifter Affairs. If we want, we can find out from them. I had more pressing matters to discuss with the last Yoran brother living on campus.
And that was?
Nix gave him a look that questioned his priorities. How we're going to get everything safely moved from the dungeon and into a high-security facility.
He agrees?
Nix's brows shot up.
Boris said the Yoran brothers have been fighting a move for decades.
Tsar has been fighting it. He didn't want to leave the campus or his underground home. Too many things have changed since he last moved.
He was unstable, Anton. When Colin and I delivered the book, Tsar snarled at me when I interrupted him. He didn't recognize who I was.
He was old. Anton didn't want to excuse Tsar's behavior, but many of the oldest members of their species had issues. Living for so long, especially in seclusion the way Tsar and his brothers had, took its toll on a man. He didn't have anyone to balance him.
The way you have me.
Yes. Anton stretched out next to Nix and rested his cheek on her pillow. I love you, Nix. Nix's eyes misted over.
I know we have this mystical connection, but you haven't known me long. How can you be sure you can trust me, let alone love me?
Anton kissed his true mate, letting his emotions speak without words. She sighed and returned his gentle kiss. This position didn't allow for passion. Nix was in no shape for it either. She needed this moment, though. She needed to feel his love. After he was sure she understood, he eased back. Our souls will be bonded. My innermost thoughts will be yours, and yours will be mine. Trust isn't an issue for soul-bonded partners.
What if I don't want to share everything with you?
Nix studied him, judging him.
What if I want to keep some things to myself?
What kind of things? Anton couldn't imagine what Nix would want to hide from him. Partners shared everything.
Private things. I don't know what they'd be yet. As a councilwoman, I'll be fighting for my constituents, for other women.
Nix turned pleading eyes on him.
They might tell me things in confidence. Things that are embarrassing or they're ashamed of. Things they blame themselves for happening. And if I promise to keep their secret, I'm promising to keep it from you, too.
Anton sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He dropped his elbows to his knees, then stared at the floor. I don't know. He'd never considered such a thing. Soul-bonded mates shared everything. That was the beauty of their bond. They'd always have someone to keep them grounded. They'd always have a confidant. They'd never be alone. But didn't he already have that? His true mate gave him those things, and they didn't share a soul bond. Nix had trusted him with the truth about her uncle hiding the first Alexander's book. She'd believed him when he told her he hadn't killed Bianca. She saw past his cruel attempts to protect her. She made him laugh and smile. Nix made him a better man.
I want to spend my life with you, Anton.
Nix rested her cheek on his back and wrapped her arms around his chest.
I want to wake up in your bed and know that I am yours, and you are mine. But I also want to fulfill my dream of being an advocate for women, and for the Jaguar shifters I'll be representing.
He covered her hands. You can still be a fierce councilwoman as my mate. Loving me shouldn't stop you.
And I do love you. I want to spend eternity with you, whether that's here on this earth or in heaven.
She lowered her voice.
I just need to know you'd trust me to be your mate and your fellow council member while we're alive in this realm.
I don't want to be your adversary on the council. Anton lifted Nix's hand to his lips. If we have disagreements, I want us to work through them.
Exactly.
Nix leaned over his shoulder.
I want us to talk about them. I don't want you to take the knowledge of why I feel a certain way from my mind.
If you don't want me to look into your past, I can respect that. There were things in his past he'd rather her not know, too.
I don't have any secrets, Nix smiled. When we mate, you can walk through my soul and relive every memory I have. But there might be things I don't want to share with you in the future. Molly might tell me something in secrecy. I want to be able to assure her or anyone who trusts me enough to bear their soul that what they're sharing will be safe with me.
Molly? Why would Molly have secrets?
Surely she'd share her issues with Cade or the other Alexander Pride member she'd be living with. Nix kissed his cheek. Molly is a little girl. Everyone seems to be forgetting that. Being a Pride leader doesn't change the fact that she's learning her place in this world. It won't stop her from going through puberty and dealing with teenage emotions and boys. It won't stop her from getting mad at Cade or whoever is raising her. And when those things happen, she'll need someone to talk to. I plan on being that someone if she wants. Is this why you wouldn't let me heal you? You feared I wouldn't agree to respect your boundaries? While he understood where she was coming from, her lack of trust in him hurt. He felt as if she'd kicked him in the gut. Nix rolled her eyes. No, though I'm glad we are having this conversation now and not later. But this isn't why I wouldn't let you heal me. Then why? Don't you think it was odd that I insisted Boris's friends on the council come see me immediately, and that I requested they come back tonight? He had, but he also respected her for wanting to handle the practicalities of her uncle's passing, and for waiting to make her bid for his seat. Yes, but I couldn't exactly ask you in front of Cade and the others. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer, if it had to do with not wanting to be around me. You're not getting rid of me, Anton Alexander. Ever. A fierce stamp of determination burned in her expression. Then why? I don't want the rumor to spread that we're more than lovers. If I heal quicker than what's considered acceptable, people will talk. It'll be hard to hide our mated status once my bite mark is scarred into your shoulder. Assuming she was still planning on mating him. She'd alluded to it anyway. Nix sat back and folded her hands in her lap. I don't want you to lick the wound, Anton. I want your mate bite to heal completely, so nobody will know I'm yours or you're mine. She lifted her gaze to his. It's the safest way. He had his answer as to whether or not she still planned on joining their souls, but he couldn't say this was the outcome he wanted. People will realize we're involved. You will be living in my house, sleeping in my bed. Council members are allowed to have lovers, even committed lovers, and if it's safer, I will get my own house. She flashed him a naughty grin. You can come sleep over. He chuckled. He couldn't help feeling amused. Nix brightened his life with her humor and ability to have fun. Yeah, that won't look suspicious at all. Neither will you staying young forever. Nix waved off his words. I wouldn't even start aging for a couple 100 years. That'll be plenty of time to establish myself. Once I do, nobody would want to threaten me or you. They'll look to us for guidance. Those are lofty goals, Nix. Anton laughed. Change happens slowly in our species. A seriousness slipped over Nix's expression. That's going to have to change. Sooner or later we're going to have to face the realities of being the minority in the humans' world. The day some bored teenager gets a hold of a shifter's picture and decides to play with face recognition software, or some other modern advancement, our secret is going to come out. And they needed to be ready. The council had been debating for decades about how exactly to prepare for that day. The only decision they'd made so far involved different ways to hide their longevity and strength. Anton took Nix's hands in his. Thank you, Nix Mercer. She tilted her head and studied him as if he'd lost his mind. He'd never have to worry about that fate or facing the utter loneliness that had plagued his life for centuries. Nix had saved him in more ways than he could count. Her features softened the longer she watched him. She exhaled. The corners of her mouth lifted in a small smile. For what? Answering my ad. For seeing past my callousness. For not believing the rumors about me. Anton pressed a closed-mouth kiss to her lips. For loving me. I do love you. I love you more than anything. Anton traced the delicate slope of her nose. I've debated saying this because I don't want you to change your mind about loving me, but it's important for you to understand everything about me before we mate. A teasing smirk brightened her features. You lied to me, didn't you? The only food you can make is cookies. We're going to starve or live off takeout forever. No. Anton nipped the nose he just caressed. I can cook. Very well, actually. Then you lied about cleaning. I really like your nose, Nix. Don't make me bite it again. Okay. Let me guess for real. Nix smiled. You didn't actually create those beautiful paintings in your room. Anton focused on Nix's chin, hoping his embarrassment wouldn't show in his eyes. I wouldn't call them beautiful. They're grotesque and brutal depictions of our world. They capture what it means to be a shifter in such exquisite detail that when I look at them, I can almost feel what the shifters in those paintings are experiencing. Nix lifted his chin with the back of her hand. That's a powerful talent, Anton. It's one I wish I had. Have you ever painted? Nix snorted. Do coloring books count? Not even close. The idea of teaching Nix to paint, even if she ended up learning painting wasn't her talent, excited him. They'd be doing something together, something that didn't involve work. Do you want to try painting your own masterpiece? Masterpiece? I don't know if... Anything you create, even if it ends up being a glorified stick figure, will be your masterpiece, Nix. You'll be putting your heart into it. That's the true power of allowing your creativity to shine. I'm not worthy of you. There was awe in Nix's voice. And I'm not worthy of you, which is why I need to warn you of what you're getting yourself into. With a raised brow, Nix watched him expectantly, but didn't speak. He took a deep breath. I'm not a fun man, or a very personable man for that matter. I've no friends among the council. Even my pridemates avoid me. That's telling. Maybe you should heed their warning. I can't promise you'll have a pleasant eternity with me. That first day we walked to the library, I kept thinking how much we clicked. And it's still true. Being with you feels right, Anton. It'll feel right if we're baking cookies together, sitting across from each other in council chambers, or silently working on our own cases. Nix traced his nose as he done to her. Because I'll know I'm not alone. I'm sharing every breath I take with the most honorable, powerful man ever born. Mindful of her injuries, Anton drew Nix close and twined his tongue with hers in a slow, decadent dance that stirred his body and left him eager for the moment she was fully recovered. Your uncle would be proud of you. I'm sure he'll be watching from the heavens with a smile on his face as you wrap the other councilmen around your little finger. Tears filled Nix's eyes. None fell. She fought the grief. Maybe. I don't know. Everything he did was so contradictory. Anton wiped a teardrop from her lashes. What does your heart tell you? Nix linked her arms around Anton's neck. I think Boris loved me. I think he was proud of me. She sniffled. But I don't think he was an honorable man. Not like you are. He treated people as if they were dispensable. We're all flawed. Every one of us. I'm not even going to try to convince you to forgive him. Sometimes you can't forget the pain. But you can move on. You can remember the good things, the times Boris made you smile, the dreams he held for you. Hold those memories close and accept them for what they are. Anton leaned back and cupped Nix's face in his hands. They're a gift. They shaped you into the woman you are today, a woman who is ready to take her rightful seat on the council, a woman I love. Nix smiled, and everything fell into place. His world was right. He'd found his perfect match, and soon he'd never have to let her go. As soon as you're healed, I want to soul bond with you. Anton stared into his true mate's eyes, hoping she realized what he was saying. He wasn't telling her they would mate. He was sharing what he desired and hoping she agreed. Understanding showed in Nix's eyes. As soon as I'm healed, I want to soul bond with you too. Then it's a date. Will we get to dance again? Every night, for eternity, if that's what you want. Anton spoke his vow against Nix's lips before kissing her. Finally, he had a reason to live. He didn't have to pretend that work was enough. He was happy, truly happy. And he had Nix to thank for bringing light into his dark world. Epilogue. The new moon was the busiest day of the month for council members. The session started at sunrise and lasted well into the night. Sometimes, if the members agreed, they worked straight through until the next day. Anton anticipated today's council meeting to last at least until tomorrow morning. The presentation of the charred but intact book written by the first Alexander had rocked the assembled councilmen. So did Nix's announcement that she was taking Boris's seat. None of her other uncles had contested her right. They'd sat in silent support of her while she delivered her speech and countered the other assembled councilmen's arguments that she didn't have the right to sit among them. She'd recited in precise detail the laws of ascension to the council, and their newest law, detailing equal rights to women. Anton had never been prouder of anyone in his entire millennium of life. In the end, the assembled councilmen swore her in, then called for a break. Anton had agreed. He'd wanted a moment to congratulate his true mate in person. Whispering his praise into his soul-bonded mate's mind didn't have the same effect. He liked seeing Nix's eyes light up when he spoke to her. He liked experiencing the physical pull to her when he stepped next to her. And he enjoyed the game they played. Nobody but Cade knew this beautiful, strong female held a piece of Anton's soul, or that he carried a piece of hers. Nobody knew how their cats roamed and played together in the metaphysical realm they shared. Nobody knew how much he loved this woman. And Anton was okay with that. Nix knew. She felt his love. He wanted to tell her, though. The awe in her expression when he whispered his devotion made his day. Now all he had to do was get Nix alone. At the moment, she crouched next to Molly at the far end of the dining hall. Their heads were together. No men stood near them. They avoided them. Anton could guess why. As dominant males stuck in the past, they didn't know how to deal with two strong, independent, and important females. Ignoring them was the safest, albeit more foolish, choice. Nix would use the distance to watch them and learn from them. How did it go? Cade's question pulled Anton's attention from Nix and Molly to where his pride leader leaned against the wall. Anton moved closer to Cade. As well as to be expected, but Nix has shown today she will be a formidable councilwoman. She looks the part. Anton studied her. The red dress suit conveyed confidence, while those narrow high heels entranced the men watching her. Every step Nix took riveted their gazes on her. With his attention on her defined calves, Anton smiled. She knows how to work a crowd, that's for sure. Molly won't earn her place as easily. Anton would venture to say Nix hadn't won anything other than the right to sit in the seat vacated by Boris's death. Convincing the other members to support whatever she brought to the table would be a battle she'd have to face anew every time council was in session. The other royals won't question Molly. The aura of the Leon pride surrounded her. Every royal knew at first glance what role she held. The single shifters didn't carry the blood of the heavens in their veins, and couldn't see the mark of the goddesses, however. But they will look for any sign of weakness that can be exploited. Which is why Nix is talking to her. Anton studied the two females and couldn't help but grin. Molly was smiling at Nix. Really smiling, not giving a fake one as he'd seen the first night she'd come to his house. Today, Molly's eyes sparkled. I hope Nix's words of wisdom help. I want to get Molly back to West Virginia before anyone decides they want to challenge her. They won't. Cade gave Anton a look that questioned his sanity. Right now, Molly is an easy kill. The perception would be hard to change, too, at least at Molly's age. I'm going to invite Molly to sit in while I reopen my motion to set a minimum age shifters can be sentenced to die. Once it's passed, I'll argue challenges fall within the scope of the new law. With Molly standing there looking sweet and innocent, I have no doubt the other council members will agree. There are a lot of variables in your plan, Anton. Nix hugging Molly stopped Anton from responding. His true mate said one last thing to the girl. Standing as tall as her young body allowed, Molly nodded and walked into the council chambers alone. Molly was making her appearance as a pride leader should, without support. Pride swelled Anton's chest. He left Cade leaning against the wall and met Nix as she trailed behind Molly. He didn't pull Nix into his arms even though every fiber of his being demanded he hold the keeper of his soul. Congratulations on your new role, Councilwoman Mercer. Quiet pride shone on Nix's face. She nodded. Thank you, Councilman Alexander. There were many things Anton wanted to say to his true mate. None would be appropriate for the game they played. Civilities between council members went only so far. Are you ready for the afternoon sessions? Yes. With a small grin on her face, Nix nodded. Are you? I am. I'm quite looking forward to watching the child my pride has been protecting stake her claim in our world. Anton opened the pathway between their souls. Is Molly ready? Yes. Nix's confidence shone through the connection they shared. She offered the intimate insight into her emotions. He didn't take it from her. She's ready, and she has an announcement to make. What kind of announcement? Wait and see. Nix motioned to the room and said out loud, It looks like everyone is assembled. Shall we get the afternoon session started, Councilman Alexander? Yes, let's. There are many things to discuss today. Anton took the seat in the middle of the curved U-shaped table, while Nix claimed her seat farther down the table where Boris had sat. After a moment, the murmur of voices ceased, and Molly stepped onto the platform at the front of the U-shaped table where the councilman speaking normally stood. Wearing a pink dress and Mary Jane shoes with her hair in pigtails, Molly looked sweet and innocent. Her direct stare as she met each council member's eye was anything but submissive. Finally, she met Anton's gaze. My name is Molly Elizabeth Burnett. I house the spirit of the Leon Pride, and I'm announcing my intention to change the name of my pride to the Burnett Pride. Shouts of denials and accusations rang out. Molly didn't acknowledge any of the hurtful things spoken or the doubt over her claim. Anton didn't either. He allowed the members of the council to fight among themselves while he gave Molly a silent support. Other royals defended her, and single shifters questioned their confidence. Yet Molly's focus on Anton never wavered. She was facing the disdain and doubt with poise and grace. She didn't argue, didn't defend herself, didn't get angry, even as callous comments about her gender were flung at her. Molly remained calm. Eventually the uproar slowed, then stopped. Anton fought to keep his pleased smile contained. Molly had remained steadfast, not once giving the councilman anything to exploit. He inclined his head. As eldest councilman, I accept your intention and welcome you, Molly Elizabeth Burnett, leader of the Burnett Pride. One by one, the rest of the council welcomed Molly. Anton folded his hands on the table and dipped his chin, giving Molly the only praise he could at the moment. She'd won her first battle. Thank you, Anton. Nix's voice drifted through his mind. For what? Being a strong, good man. Molly needed you in this instance. Your silent support, your approval, your strength. All those things grounded Molly. You helped her through this. Isn't that what you did with your little pep talk? I told Molly the truth about men. The most valued are the ones whose honor shows in their eyes. They're the ones who will fight for you no matter the cost to them. Then there are the fake ones who will shower you with affection and praise, but inside they are ugly and cruel. His true mate's words warmed his soul in a way he couldn't exactly explain. A man's eyes can show many things. It's hard to judge his true intentions that way. Not for a woman who trusts herself, who trusts what her heart is telling her. Nix's love wrapped around him. Women are powerful in that regard, Anton. We know so much, if we're only willing to see the clues. And what do you see when you look at the other men around this table? Nix's laughter skipped through him, lightening his soul. A lot of work ahead of me. So, our council is full of the unworthy? No, but there are some who rub me the wrong way. I'll be watching them. So will I. If any threatened Nix, they'd suffer. We will. Together. Always together. Anton opened his eyes and met Nix's gaze. Nothing showed in her expression, but her love filled him up. Yes, always together, my love. Always. He wouldn't have it any other way. This concludes Forbidden Mate by Nancy Corrigan, narrated by Gary Furlong. Copyright